Welcome, Duelists! Live here from the Konami studio. Barcode and myself, Lampy, with a in-between season Challenger Cup. We have just finished up and wrapped up the last season of Challenger Cups and looking forward to maybe another one to come soon. And actually, we are having this today at the day of a pack release.
Absolutely, and this pack is very, very important because we have, of course, the release of a lot of cards, especially the Maliss cards, which were very much anticipated, and a lot of players, I guess, were just sparing some gems to simply afford this deck, because this deck is going to be very powerful. But we're going to talk about that a bit later.
Definitely, indeed. Today is the release of Struggle in Wonderland. Let's see how many people are struggling in Wonderland that, or maybe are enjoying the Wonderland rather today. And indeed, we are having a 128-player Challenger Cup, and it is going to be, as for the previous seasons, just single elimination, best of 3, and before the tournament, so at this point now, all the players would have submitted 2 decks in total, and then for every game that they were playing, they can choose between those 2 decks. Speaking about decks, I think as we're leading into a little bit of a pre-show here, I think we can talk about a couple of decks in the format, and I mean, the format right now is at its peak because we just had the regional qualifiers happening. So we just had the most important time of the year qualifying for the WCS, which is also quite soon, which is already in reach, basically. So I think let's talk about a couple of the decks in contention at the moment, leading it off, first of all, with a deck that Neptabis the Atlantean Prince, of course, is standing for the Mermail deck.
Absolutely, and this card is absolutely terrifying. It is a very, very, very good card. Neptabis being able to send for cost, and the entire deck, the entire strategy revolves around that.
Yes.
And this is, of course, very strong because in case you try to interrupt the deck, there is still something that you can do with the card that you just send to the graveyard.
Yeah.
So yeah, the deck is very strong, very powerful going first, but also going second, that because you can just break some field really easily, even the strongest one. So yeah, the deck is very strong, but on the other hand, there are still some problems with the deck because this is a bit of a glass cannon. So if you do not manage to break the field or to put your strategy going first because you get interrupted, then you will have a lot of trouble because, of course, the deck revolves around sending some cards, and it's all about 2-card combos. So if you don't have enough fuel to go for the third turn, then you might be in trouble. So yeah, it is very strong, very powerful, but there are still some things that take this deck
I mean, to be fair though, looking at that Neptabis Prince Fair, that is a pretty powerful 1-card combo, just saying. So if you end up opening that, and I mean, a lot of ways lead to that card, so as soon as you get to resolve that card, you are really going strong. And I mean, this deck particularly, 2 players stand out for me for the regional qualifiers, both Quantal got his ticket by placing 2nd place in the European region to the WCS, bringing Snipe Hunters back once again, playing the Mermaid strategy, and also for the Latin American region, we of course got Judeo playing the deck as well, coming back for the 3rd time at WCS too. And I think the most interesting thing about those lists, because both players did it, they played Sekka's Light in Mermail, which was a completely new technology that people weren't really doing in the TCG. I mean, they can't, but but still, very unique and very interesting to see. So was very excited by that because those regional qualifiers and those Duelist Cups, they bring out new strategies sometimes, and that's very, very cool to see, right? But as you said, there's other decks around, other strategies, very valid. And the next deck on the list that we're going to talk about is another classic.
Yeah, it is Blue Eyes White Dragon, one of the fans' favorites. It is, of course, a very much liked deck, and it is a very strong deck as well. Since its release, it still had some good results because it is very strong, very consistent. The only problem with the deck is that, of course, you have to play some Blue Eyes White Dragons.
That's a bonus, if you ask me.
Yeah. This is a very big monster, a ferocious dragon. But yeah, the deck is very strong, very consistent. You had some good cards like the Maiden, which allow you to go through the interruptions of your opponent. You, of course, have some very good cards like the Primite cards, which are very, very good, especially because you have the ability to go and to bridge between the Primite cards and the Blue Eyes strategy. The fact that you are able to put some decent amount of interruptions, especially the Majesty, which is very, very strong.
Yeah, but talking about the Primite cards, honestly, I was impressed how much of an impact the Primite cards had in Master Duel, because Yes, they were doing already quite a bit in the TCG, especially in Blue Eyes. But I feel like in Master Duel, like there's so many different decks that are just running the Primite cards, and they're really shining in that Master Duel environment. And I'm excited to see what else it is going to be done with them, because they are also just played, for example, in some Fiendsmith variants. Like Fiendsmith Primite is a deck that is very successful in the Master Duel environment, and therefore let's just actually bridge over to the next deck that we're going to talk about. Fiendsmith Engraver is the card you're going to see on the screen, and that stands for all of those Fiendsmith variants. I was already talking about that Fiendsmith Primite version. What is your most favorite Fiendsmith deck to play?
My most favorite deck with the Fiendsmith strategy is actually the Fiendsmith Primite, because
I
love
perfect.
both. I love both. And yeah, to be honest, like the Primite stuff added to the Fiendsmith stuff is very, very good, because you have such a grind game. You are able every single turn to get back into your interruptions, to get the DSCRA on the field and to have those interruptions. This is not a lot of interruptions, of course, but you still have some things every single turn. You want to outgrind your opponent, and the addition of the Primite cards is very good, of course, because every single turn you've got this barrier, you've got all these spell cards that get back into your whole strategy. So yeah, overall, I think that Fiendsmith with Primite is very good, but you of course have some other decks that can play. You have Jubel, of course, and some other strategies.
That's the beauty of the Fiendsmith cards, right? That you just basically, that's how most people are doing, and that's how it's the most efficient as well. Any two monsters can go into Moon of the Closed Heaven. That can be a Fiendsmith Requiem. Voila, you are into the Fiendsmith combo. And I mean, of course, Snake Eye is up there as well. Interesting thing about Snake Eye, though, as also now we are, of course, having a Forbidden and Limited List update in Master Duel 2. Snake Eye Oak forbidden from now on, and therefore we shall see whether Snake Eye can really play still with that card not being around anymore, because it makes it, I feel like, way more vulnerable into cards like Nibiru. Also, it makes ashing the Snake Eye Ash much better, so I feel like that could be a decent hit to the deck. It was not the most obvious hit, but I think it is a hit that can really hurt the deck enough so that it is not as powerful anymore as before. Do you think we're going to see some Snake Eye today? Still?
I think there are still some Snake Eye players in this tournament, of course, because it has been such a dominant deck over the past few months and even year. But yeah, I think a lot of players will still keep playing this. I think this is a decent drawback, and it was very clever to hit that card. But is it gonna be good enough to face one of the best decks, which is the next deck, Memento? Because Memento, it is such a good deck. I know that you like this strategy very much, and it has a lot of advantages, a lot of pros, because you are able to do such a powerful field, and it is very hard to interrupt the deck. Once it started, then it is very, very difficult. All you want to do is have your first destruction, and then boom,
you're good to go.
It
really
is so strong. It is so strong. But yeah, it has some drawbacks, of course. Maybe not the best deck, but one of the best, of course, because your opponent will have a lot of difficulties. It will be very hard for him to interrupt you, especially because a lot of people, they don't really know what the deck does, you know? They are a bit lost because there are so many line of plays. You know that you have to, of course, try to interrupt the Tatsuno Shonigo, but sometimes you just get...
You mentioned that cheeky level 5 monster there, Tatsuno Shogo. I think the recent tendency in those Memento strategies also is to include Paradise Smasher into their extra deck, which of course... I mean, you could summon with 2 level 5 monsters. You do want to summon it over 3 level 5 monsters so you can re-roll one of the die rolls. So I'm excited whether we're going to see that today, because, I mean, in the TCG, or rather in the OCG, that card actually recently was forbidden, but in Master Duel it is still perfectly legal, so maybe something we are going to see. I think also another deck that we really need to talk about, though, that's the new player in the game for today. It is Maliss, and we have Maliss, hard scripter here on the field. And you said I'm a big enjoyer of the Memento deck, but you are, on the other end, a very big enjoyer of the Maliss strategy, aren't you?
Absolutely. I love those cards. I love the artworks, but I also love the strategy itself. And it's going to be very interesting to see whether Maliss is going to do great or not. And it's going to be very interesting to see if the opponents are going to put some cards in their deck to try to counter the strategy. Because we know that it's going to be very strong. For those who don't know what Maliss does, it revolves around banishing your own cards so that they get on the field, and then you try to link climb and get to those powerful link 3 monsters, and then you get back to climb again to another link 3 monster, and you have some powerful effects. It revolves around banishing. You have some cards that banishes some cards on the field without targeting, which is very strong, of course, but also some cards that are able to banish cards from the graveyard, which is very strong against a lot of decks, the vast majority of the decks in the metagame. So Maliss is going to be, of course, very strong, especially because you have still this Link one, which
Link decoder,
the Link decoder, which is very strong and allows you to go through 2 interruptions if your opponent tries to interrupt the normal summon. So yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see whether Maliss is going to do great or not.
I mean, you were mentioning people possibly preparing for that matchup when they're maybe not playing the deck themselves. And I think that is a very interesting thing to mention in a 2-deck format, because very clear ways to stop that deck are Artifact Lancea, which has been a main use against the deck in the TCG, or on the other hand, Chaos Hunter, both preventing the opponent from banishing. Artifact Lancea only for 1 turn, Chaos Hunter then for as long as it is on the field, and therefore really strong, or both really strong cards to have against the strategy. So maybe in that 2-deck format, you just play 1 deck, and then you play 1 deck with those cards in there when you are anticipating your opponent to bring Maliss. I think that could be pretty smart, right?
Yeah, that could be very smart, and you know it's going to be very smart from those Maliss players to see if they try to include some cards to try to counter this strategy, because you can counter the Chaos Hunter. You can put some cards like, for example, the Nightmare Cerberus, which is a very good card in the extra deck. It is, I mean, it is a bit awkward because, you know, if you use something that locks you into Cyber's monsters, then you are not
Cerberus
able...
is not a Cyber's.
Yeah, you are not able because he's a Fiend, so you're not able to special summon him, but it is something which is kind of good against the Chaos Hunter. So we're going to see if the Maliss players try to anticipate all those cards that are going to get thrown at them and try to turn around those things.
Yeah, and I mean, I told you, and we both agree that it is definitely one of the new main meta contenders in the format right now. And of course, especially with WCS approaching now as well, it is going to be one of the main decks for WCS 2. And should I give you a raw number for this tournament? Half of the decks submitted are Maliss decks. And I was honestly surprised that the number is so high because, I mean, the deck is only out since today. You could only open packs or craft the cards from today onwards, and still so many people, 64 in total apparently, have already gotten the hands or the digital hands on them, and they are going to play Maliss, and therefore I think it is fair to say that we're definitely going to see some Maliss gameplay throughout the tournament.
Absolutely, and I am surprised, but in the same time, I'm not surprised because I know that a lot of players just waited for that moment to just use their gems to try to get the whole deck. I am myself doing that.
Okay, yeah, I see
because I love this deck, so it is going to be very interesting to see if we are going to see Maliss winning first event ever.
And I think it is actually a unique constellation because in the TCG, the version of Maliss we are seeing now in Master Duel has never really existed like this, right? Because we do have, for example, Appaloosa available. You mentioned Link Decoder also being available. We have Marcher immediately being available with all the other main deck Maliss monsters as well. All of them unlimited. So really unlimited access to all the combos you could imagine with those Cybers monsters. So I'm really excited to see how well those European top-level duelists are going to use those cards today. And I'm pretty sure they will use them massively well, because I know we have great players in here as usual. We have Bronas, he's always there, of course. Always there with the new decks. I wouldn't be surprised if he's not running Maliss, to be honest. And then plenty more, of course, of other great duelists. I think Nicky Boy is also in there. And yeah, we can expect a lot from them.
Yeah, I think that it's going to be very, very, very interesting to see whether they are going to do well or not, but they might do well. We are going to go to the first game of the tournament, the first game, and we are seeing Miss UK And we're seeing some Primite stuff. Actually, this is not some Maliss, and this is very interesting because we saw that we can play Primite with some Blue Eye strategy, but also with some Fiendsmith strategy. So it's going to be very interesting to see whether he's going to go into this Link one, or if he is going to just throw the Fiendsmith stuff.
Okay, so we already drew both the Lordly Load and the Ether Barrel, and therefore we're able to just set the Drill Beam there to our field. And actually, Mess UK, very good pick here for our top 128 feature match, because he, of course, in the last season finals, was in the finals. So he was one of the absolute best performing players in that last season, and he is back for now also this Challenger Cup to claim another victory. And now we know for sure this ain't any Primite Fiendsmith or something. This is proper Blue Eyes gameplay that we immediately are going to see here in round number 1. Ay, though.
And here is the Maxi. So a very strong card, of course, but we have the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring to counter that and just go full combo, because we can go full combo here. We have the access to the Primite stuff, we have the access to the Blue Eye stuff, and we might just go to the Synchro plays.
I mean, the question is, do we have access to the Blue Eyes cards, though? Because there's no guaranteed Sage here. We have the guarantee to go for another normal summon, but is there something? Okay, that is Heretic Seal of the Heavenly Spheres. That is just a set card, so apparently no Blue Eyes cards in there, and just the Seals and the Drill Beam. So rather minimalistic of a field here, to be honest, but I've seen plenty of Blue Eyes games where this was enough for sure.
Oh,
and Murasaki,
we have the Maliss.
I mean, it's the Maliss sleeves, right? Murasaki immediately got the sleeves, probably got the bundle and all, and is ready to roll with that new deck. What are we banishing here?
We are probably banishing the Dormouse or the Chasey Cat. It depends on the fact that you have or not access to another Maliss card in the hand. But going with the Chasey Cat would be very, very strong, because then you can just force an interaction with your opponent trying to draw 2 cards and banish another card, because still you would not have used your normal summon. So we are going to wait here for the choice of Murasaki.
And actually, it is quite unfortunate for Mess UK. Oh, okay. Oh, we go with White Rabbit.
It chose the White Rabbit, which can be surprising, but should mean that he has access to another card in his hand, of course. He's going to activate White Rabbit's effect, which lets you set a Maliss card. And one thing which is really interesting is that the Maliss cards can get activated the turn they are set if you banish a Maliss monster from the field for cost. But here, very interesting. We already banished the White Rabbit once, so we are going to activate the Drill Beam, targeting the White Rabbit, and the White Rabbit is not going to be able to get back onto the field. So yes, we had not used the normal summon, but we have the field spell to try to extend.
The Royal Rare too. He got all the tools. He is from day one on a Maliss gamer. And I was just about to say that the Blue Eyes matchup actually struggles a little bit into Maliss, because that Primite Drill Beam, banishing opponents' cards, in general very strong, versus Maliss, though, pretty lackluster, because that's what they're trying to do themselves, just banishing. So I feel like that timing there on the White Rabbit that already activated in the banishment was actually quite smart. I like that from Mass UK. But now Murasaki, even still without normal summoning, can get another monster banished. So I think the plan here from Mass UK probably was, hey, we stop that White Rabbit, we let them normal summon, then possibly immediately put that normal summon back into the hand with the Heretic Seal, and then we hope it is enough. But we can already clearly tell that it's not enough. Wait, are we possibly thinking about just putting this Maliss in Underground back into the hand here, maybe? Oh no, now it is resolving. Okay, we were thinking about it for quite long, but now Mess UK has decided to allow this, and now it is time for the Maliss Dormouse to come back to the field.
Yeah, and it's very good timing here. The problem is that you are not... I mean, you should not bounce the Dormouse into the hand unless you have another interruptions, of course, because if you bounce back the Dormouse into the hand, then you are going to be able to normal summon it again. But here we are going to activate Dormouse effect, which will let Murasaki banish probably a copy of Chasey Cat that we talked earlier, which will get back onto the field. And this is very interesting here, because all 3 names have been banished, so you are not going to be able to banish them to get them back on the field from now on. So here you could just chill a little bit, but when you will see the Link 3 or the Link 2, maybe, then you will be able to activate the Sphere effect.
Yeah, I agree. usually the Maliss players try to keep one name open or something some of the time, but the Chessy Cat also apparently has another card to banish in hand. Dominus Purge, though, is there a trap card in the graveyard? I don't think so. Right?
I don't think so. Which is, of course, unfortunate. Otherwise, he would have been able to destroy the Chessy Cat.
Yeah.
But still,
hold
we
on.
are going to battlefield. Of course, we want to force the sphere, hoping that this is the only interruptions left. And
So-
of course, we are going to activate sphere effect so that we are able to just get some advantage of it.
Barco, do you like this, or do you think this is maybe a little preemptive from Murasaki to go into battle phase here?
I mean, it totally depends on the fact if Mitsuki has something. Oh,
Another Maxi from Murasaki, and this time around it will not be stopped.
yeah, so we are going to get one draw of it, which is okay, I guess.
Yeah, and what I was wondering just simply was, is it really worth? Because now you allow the Blue Eyes deck to do what it does best, to grind, because you allow them to get another turn again next turn. So very often you're just trying to maybe end it as quickly as possible against the Blue Eyes strategy, just kind of run over it. But here it seems like Murasaki values more to combo in main phase 2. To be fair though, there is an argument to be made that when the Maliss combo does get to resolve, the follow-up from Blue Eyes is just not enough to just like reclaim the advantage on the field.
Will there be a follow-up? Because you have access in direct strategy to the White Binder, a very strong card, which is able to banish the entire graveyard from, from your opponent. So you get rid of the Burial, of course, which will not get back into the hand, but you also get rid of the Drill Beam and the Blue Eyes White Dragon. So this is very strong.
Moment of truth though, maybe
Is
here?
there any interruption right here? It would be the time, but no, there is no interruption. So we are going to get Dormouse back onto the field, and we are here on a very critical point for the Maliss strategy, because we have access to the Lynx tree, and now we are going to have access probably to the White Binder here.
Yes.
Yeah, it is the White Binder, which allows you, of course, to get rid of most of the cards of your opponent's graveyard, but also to set a Maliss trap card like the White Rabbit.
No, the MTP, you mean?
I mean, yeah, the same effect.
Oh, yeah, okay, I see. Yeah, I understand. No. Sure. Okay, so we banish all those cards from the graveyard there with the White Binder. And the thing here is, I feel like we've checked on all the interruptions from Mess UK here at this point, kind of, right? Because the Nibiru surely would have come down there before the White Binder could be summoned, because you just really want to make sure that those Link Freeze just don't even enter the field. Then also, if there was Effect Veiler, I'm pretty sure we would have just used that on that Splash Mage and hope that they don't have any way to extend from there on out. One thing that is possibly maybe left is an Ash Blossom and Joy Spring, maybe, which you could possibly just use on the White Binder banishment effect. Sometimes that can be quite clutch. Not too sure though whether that's the case here.
That is going to be a very interesting game here, because we are in that kind of grindy state, you know. The Maliss will probably not have the full field, and on the side of the Blue Eyes, we hope that he will just draw a very good card, like for example the Maiden, who would make him able to try to develop all these Blue Eyes style.
Yeah, and as you explained, we just saw that the White Binder there was able to set one trap card, and now we were allowed to just activate that Maliss trap card. The turn it was set, of course we banished the White Binder. Now, okay, no Ash Blossom and Joy Spring either. White Binder ready to return, and I mean, the fact that this card can be ashed in the banishment in the first place is because, as you just saw, lets you draw a card on top of it, and therefore you can ash it. But when you can't, because you don't have that ash, it will generate massive advantage when coming back.
Absolutely, and one thing which is very, very strong playing the Maliss strategy is that even if you do not end the game, you have so much advantage that it is very, very hard for your opponent to just keep up and just stay at the same pace. And here you saw that he drew a card with the White Binder, he drew a card also with the Maxi, which is not part of the Maliss strategy, but still, it is a
honorable
card.
member.
And this is, of course, a very good point when you play the Chessy Cat, because the Chessy Cat is able to generate so much advantage. You are forced to Ash this card because, yeah, the Chessy Cat lets you draw 2 cards and also to get access to an extender, because you are able to banish a Maliss name and then get back onto the field so that you just have access to 2 bodies on the field for once, and then you draw 2 cards. So it is one key point of the strategy. Of course, the field is very strong, but you also have the ability to draw so many cards.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm getting a little bit nervous because, speaking for myself, I am someone that always struggles with the timer in the beautiful game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. I will very often be short on time, and maybe that's the case here for Murasaki as well, because that is rather minimalistic of a field, honestly. I expected way more from here, but we just pass on that White Binder and the Linguribo, and Mess UK finds another Ether Barrel off the top, maybe. Oh wait, no, that's still the one we revealed for the drill.
Absolutely, absolutely. So he's going to be able to set another Lordly Load, and it's going to be very interesting to see whether he's playing multiple drill beams or not, because the first one has been banished. So what is he going to set? This is the question. He's going to set another copy of Lordly Load.
This one can now possibly get that drill beam from the deck in case there is a second copy. But yeah, maybe Murasaki was struggling with the timer, because I think that could be an overall aspect for the game, as it is such a strong combo deck that can do so many things. Of course, sometimes you are struggling to do all of those things as there's just so much to do, and Murasaki was taking a moment there to think about it, then maybe realized that red number blinking in front of him on his screen because the timer was running lower and lower and lower, and therefore decided to just pass it over like this. And I feel like Murasaki maybe was wishing now that that Maxi was still in his hand, because it could have been more useful here on this turn, but Masuke just heads into the battle phase now with the legendary dragon. That is a powerful engine of destruction, and it destroys the White Binder by battle here.
Yeah, it is virtually invincible, but
Yes.
I think this is not a very great tool to protect yourself from Maliss, especially because now that the White Binder is in the graveyard, you are going to have access to the banishment of this one, and therefore then you are able to banish all the Maliss stuff that is in the graveyard, and you are probably gonna end the game right there.
Indeed, so Murasaki now only sitting there on the Linguribo. Masuke, question here is, did we finally maybe find one of those Blue Eyes cards? Just a Sage here would be huge, honestly, if it doesn't get stopped, because it can lead to quite a few things. But I feel like if it was a Sage, it would have come down at this point already.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be very hard, in my opinion. One card in the hand and one set card, but we already know the set card and it's not going to be very useful. So what is Masuke going to do in this situation? But yeah, speaking about the choice of decks, it is very interesting to see that he chose to play a Primite Blue Eyes and not Maliss. What do you think of that? Because you know that this is some single elimination game, so you cannot make any mistake. No, you have to win every single time. Of course, this is a best of 3, but you'd better win the first one so that you are not, back against the wall.
Yeah.
Would have you played this deck, or
I
would
mean,
you
I
have
feel
just
like
gone
Masuke
Max?
just said, never change the running system. This worked for me last season, so we may as well play it again. And I mean, we both saw very recently at a very big TCG tournament, the French National in that case, that this strategy still can work out, as Emre, of course,
Absolutely.
going back to the World Championship as well now for the Master Duel category, did it with Blue Eyes Bear getting all the way into top 8. So it is possible. Then later on as well at the German National, Blue Eyes made it all the way into the finals. And I have a theory. I think the Lordly Load that is set there cannot even be activated, because we already went through all of our Ether Barrels, and that probably also means that there is no Drill Beam left in the deck, so we only play one of that. So we now have to pass on that one Blue Eyes White Dragon, and there's a White Rabbit for Murasaki.
I think this is gonna be it because the White Rabbit is literally just full combo. There is the effect Veiler, but I think it is not gonna be enough because you can still go into and you have the Call by the Grave right there. So yeah, it is definitely gonna resolve.
All the banishing in the world. It's almost unfair that they have this way of banishing now too, with the Call by the Grave on the effect Veiler. Maz UK, no chance to interrupt any further, and Murasaki basically free to go. I feel like though, as Maz UK, I still would not concede here, and in that very moment, of course, he is conceding that. I would have not conceded though, because I feel like in the last turn, we saw that Murasaki possibly was struggling with the timer a little bit, so you maybe want to wait that out, let them execute. Maybe they're not familiar with the strategy that much yet, because, I mean, to be fair, they're out since today. The struggle in Wonderland has just started with the pack releasing today, so it is a factor that you should just make your opponent do all of those moves and possibly let them mess up, and then they go into the battle phase, and then they just run out of time while attacking for a game, and then you're all of a sudden the winner.
It happened once. Remember the Master Duel Invitational?
True,
where I
true.
was. And I literally lost the game, but all of a sudden I was saved by the time.
True, you're a master of that,
Remember, yeah, the last attack from the Trident Dragon, and all of a sudden I won. So I would never surrender when I am in this situation, because you never know. Maybe your opponent just doesn't have enough time, or maybe he messes up. You know, when you are not in a position to win the game, then you just have to hope your opponent to lose the game for you.
I almost forgot that I'm sitting next to one of the, to the most accomplished Master Duel player in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Content creator space here in Europe, because you did win the Invitational there in Malaga. Of course, congratulations again. That was a pretty sick showing, I gotta say. It was with Labyrinth and with...
Absolutely, Labyrinth and Snake Eye.
Yes,
because Snake Eye was
exactly.
very strong, but I did put a little boy in the extra deck. It was the food show, remember, to counter the Tenpai strategy, and it was pretty good for me.
Yeah, it worked out really well for you, so I'm glad to have you here today with me on commentary, and I'm glad to go into the second game. Of course, Maz UK is going first again, but will he be he is playing the same deck again.
He sticks just to Blue Eye strategy, and as you said, he just likes the strategy, and he thinks that it is a very good way to just win the game. But what is going to be very interesting is to see if you stick to Maliss or not, or do you have a going second strategy for Murasaki. We are going to see that in a few minutes. But here we have the Maxi. Do we have an Ash Blossom? No, we don't. We don't have the Ash Blossom, but we have the Maiden of White. The good thing is that you can kind of turn around the Maxi here for the Blue Eye strategy. You can just do the minimal invocations from summons from the extra deck, so that you don't make your opponent draw too much cards.
That is indeed the case, so we can do whatever we like. And this time we have access to those powerful Blue Eyes cards. So first game, none of that happening. Now we're absolutely into the movement though.
Yeah, and we are going to add the effect Veiler, because you can just do that, and you are also going to be able to add the Majesty, and then we get access to the Drill Beam, which was cost, which is a very cool interaction. Because yeah, you do not lose anything doing so, and we end up on an empty field, but it's not really empty, because of course you have access to the Majesty, you have access to the Drill Beam. We know that one of the 3 cards in hand is an effect Veiler, so you have at least 3 interruptions.
That is absolutely the case. There is Blue Eyes on the field now.
So during the draw phase, we are going to summon back, and we set the first card. Of course, this is very interesting because, as I said before, you can activate the Maliss trap cards the turn they were set by banishing a Maliss monster. So if you think about it, you can just dodge some targeted interruptions. And we see the Lancia! We talked about it. Do the players just try to play against Maliss using some specific cards? And here is a very specific one, because you talked about it earlier. The artifact Lancia is probably one of the best ways to deal with the Maliss strategy, and here we have it in Maz UK's deck.
And that immediately leads to Murasaki conceding this game. We have the equalizer. Artifact Lancea is a card that is able to stop this also super powerful Maliss deck in its tracks. As you saw, we didn't get to do like one thing because it just shut down entirely what we were trying to do. And I think not only for today, for this 2-deck format, it is going to be very relevant, but I think also I was already thinking about how this dynamic could be used at the World Championship, to be honest, because at the World Championship, of course, every player also is submitting 2 decks. So do you just maybe have someone in your roster, someone on your team that has a second deck completely designated to be good against the Maliss matchup? I mean, why not having one deck with those Chaos Hunters and those Artifact Lanceers as well? I could totally see it, really.
I totally would see it as well. I think this is very important if you want to win the entire event. But something that we can just point is that for Maliss, it is of course a very strong deck. Yeah, don't get me wrong, it is very strong. But it had some, some problems to tap some events in the TCG because of those cards, because of those Lancea, because of those Chaos Center, and sometimes some other cards as well. People can get very creative when they want to counter deck. So it's gonna be very interesting to see if the deck can actually go through all those things and just win the entire thing, because you have a lot of rounds to go through, and a lot of people, a lot of players will have their decks ready to just counter that. But I think that the players will be ready soon, and we are going to have a third game to see whether Maliss or Blue Eyes is gonna win the entire thing.
For the first time, we have the Maliss deck actually going first, because both games were going second. Now Murasaki thinking carefully about his first move, and he is not running the Maliss deck anymore. I mean, hold on, maybe this is still Maliss, but just with a very heavy Bestial package, possible, but it is actually. Okay, it is Maliss with those plenty of Bestial cards. And I mean, when you saw your opponent play Blue Eyes for 2 consecutive games, having Bestials and plenty of them in your deck, certainly not a bad thing to do, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And here we are going to see the fact that, Maliss is very, very, very strong in this situation, because you have access to the normal summon, the Dormouse, which is a very strong one because it is literally full combo, and you have access to the Bestial. So if you get interrupted here, what you can do is basically just go link 1, and then you are able to activate the Bestial on the Dormouse, which will get back on the field, and then all of a sudden you have access to the 3 bodies on the field, plus the fact that the link 1 will just get back on the field right after. So it is a very, very, very strong, and it is scary for MES UK right now.
It is, and of course also MES UK without Artifact Lancea this time around, right? So will be a lot harder of a challenge to stop this deck. And as you were just so nicely explaining, Link Decoder is around and therefore will immediately be used here. And also, for the first time in this best of 3, actually, we see Maliss March here. This card actually was released after all of the other Maliss main deck monsters in the TCG, but here in Master Duel, we have the joy of immediately having access to all of those main deck monsters.
We get to see March here and the Link Decoder on the same field, and that is absolutely amazing. And here we are going to be able to special summon the Link 3, and it's going to be the Red Ransom, because we didn't use the field spell yet, so we can just get it from the deck. And the cool thing is that you get another body here with the Link Decoder, but also you can just chain block the Red Ransom, so your opponent will not be able to Ash Blossom this one. So yeah, you are going to be very happy with this one.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one thing that is going to be interesting to see is how impactful Nibiru, the Primal Being, turns out to be against the Maliss deck. And I mean, immediately we have an answer. They have the option to go into an early Appaloosa, making them safe from that Nibiru. And I think in general, Maliss being a big combo deck, and immediately you would think, hey, against a big combo deck, Nibiru surely is good because they're summoning so many times overall, and therefore we are actually expecting them to just completely go off. And we gotta say though, that deck can play through Nibiru so nicely.
Absolutely, and here it is going to be very hard for MES UK to try to break the field, not only because the entire Maliss field is going to resolve, but also because Blue Eyes kind of struggles to just go through some field, some already established field. We don't know if he's still playing Blue Eyes, of course.
True, true.
Maybe he's not playing Blue Eyes. But if it is Blue Eyes, you know that you rely a lot on your free spots. You rely a lot on your hand traps. And if you don't have them, then it can be really hard.
It can be. And actually, I like to play that guessing game. Do you remember, Barcode? Was it the same sleeves last game? I almost want to say, I'm not 100% sure, but I almost want to say it was different sleeves. So, possibility for them to change their deck up here a little bit.
Will we see a different deck? Will we see some spices? For the moment, we don't have the answer yet because we are going to go through the whole combo. We are going to go through the White Binder, which will be able to banish from the graveyard some Maliss cards and to get access to more bodies. But yeah, actually, it is a very valid point, and I would be very surprised to see something else than Blue Eyes, but actually, it would be very, very, very exciting.
Shall I tell you something? I think Mass UK has a history here in those Challenger Cups by bringing also some Tenpai. So if this is Sky Striker Tenpai, I do not even dislike his chances here because this deck, even in the TCG, was very able to break through some Maliss fields historically, so maybe we are going to see that here from Mass UK. And I mean, you can assume that it might be that Sky Striker Tenpai variant here, as he has not used a single card from his hand here so far. And that deck is known to just not play very many interruptions in your hand, just focus on cards that break the field on your own turn. So I almost want to see it now, seeing Tenpai against Maliss here.
And just imagine like a lightning storm destroying every single monster or every single spell and trap card. It would be absolutely amazing. I want to see that now because I want to see if he can just break the Maliss field, which is of course very strong. And look at what I just told you. Look at all those cards in the hand. You have access to the Magnamut. You have access to 6 cards in the hand, and you will be able to add another bestial at the end of the turn. So it is terrifying, but can Mass UK just break that? Did he bring the Tenpai strategy with the Sky Striker cards? It's gonna be very interesting to see that. I cannot wait.
I mean, Murasaki at this point has to worry about whether he has to discard a card in the end phase by already having so many cards in hand right now. He has 6 at the moment. As you said, clearly he's going to add another one to that arsenal in the end phase too. Now he activates Branded Regained from the deck as well by using the on-field effect of Bestial Lubellion. And I mean, there could also still just be some trap cards, of course, in his hands, so maybe he has some additional power. But I mean, that makes him vulnerable to all those cards like Heavy Storm or maybe a Harpiest Feather Duster. Beautiful Heart Scripter animation there. Sets one more card, and that is it.
Wow.
So we will not have to discard anything, but still being a little vulnerable to those mass removal cards here. Mass UK, do you have some of that in you here? Are we going to see my most favorite card in the game? Maybe a Sky Striker, Mobilize, Engage? Let's get engaged with this game free here. Mass UK, it is on you.
Is he going to activate a spell card? Will we see the Maliss field get broken? That is the question, but for now we are thinking on the side of Mass UK. What are we going to activate first? There is a lot of thinking, but there is the Harpiest Feather Duster. You are right. I think you are just right, and we might see the Sky Striker Tenpai strategy, which is actually very good into established field. Of course, here we are going to activate GWC 06, but we know that we have access to some cards like, for example, Forbidden Droplet, which will be able to negate the cards of Murasaki on resolution. I don't know. I am so excited to know what are in Mass UK hands. I don't know. I don't know.
It almost feels like a duel between old and new, right? Because, Crosshair Designator. But surely there's not a Harpiest Feather Duster is in his deck. Artifact Lancea was selected, interestingly enough. Getting that out of the deck here, maybe. I mean, he must have it in his deck, otherwise he couldn't declare it. But yeah, I think, just the Tenpai deck that has been a real classic in the Master Duel environment now for the last couple of months against the just newly released deck against the Maliss strategy. Old versus new. Who's going to be able to take it? That Feather Duster, surely enough, already took out a couple of interruptions here from Murasaki's side.
Absolutely, and one thing which is really important here is that Murasaki just gained some life points, and this is of course very important because we are at 15 minutes of the end of the time, of course, but also because if you play Tenpai, you want to end the game on this turn, and the more you have life points to just get down to 0, the more difficult it is. I mean, it is still Tenpai.
It is, for sure. Two things here, though, about the move from Murasaki by using his White Binder here. Yes, he does get one spell card out of the graveyard, so it's one spell less in the graveyard for possible Sky Striker spell cards. And also, he, of course, gets his own Maliss monsters banished, so he can just get more and more monsters onto the field. But, on the downside, he is playing into Triple Tactic Talons. He is playing into Triple Tactics Thrust, and there wasn't really a need for that necessarily, and those cards can be also powerful. Called by the grave now from Mass UK. What is he even using it on? On the... Oh yeah, fair. On the rabbit.
Yeah, I think this is very good here because you want to prevent the Maliss player from getting access to the trap card to the MTP. But the problem is that, of course, you have access to the March Hare. You cannot activate the Beetle because for the moment, Mass UK doesn't control any monster, but you still can activate the March Hare during the main phase, as it is a quick effect, and you are still going to get the White Rabbit banished. So the Call by the Grave here activated, but it doesn't do a lot.
Except it.
Yeah, except from being a spell card in the graveyard.
I mean, also, to be fair though, getting that March Hare out of the hand already is decent, right? Because you are trying to have a point where Murasaki just doesn't have any interruptions left. And when that Dormouse is, when that March Hare is already out of the hand, that means that is one card less to worry about in their hand, and therefore maybe that is the way to go, and maybe that is all just the plan that Mass UK had here. Now the Red Ransom is going to be able to search for a spell card, but he will not be able to do anything with it this turn, as it will end up in the hand.
But look at that, look at all this card advantage. If you do not end the game right here from Ace UK, then surely you are not going to get the victory here, because Murasaki, he just has 6 cards in the hand. He has everything he needs to just get back in track during the next turn if he gets into the game. Now we have 4 monsters in attack position, and it is very, very important, because if we have the Lightning Storm there, then we will be able to deal with a lot of cards, especially the Appaloosa, but also the Heart Scriptor. And one thing which is really important that we didn't mention is that the Heart Scriptor cannot get negated right there, because it points to the Appaloosa, and once it points to another monster, then you cannot negate its effect, even if it gets impermed or droplet. So this is very, very, very important, considering that Mass UK might play some cards like Forbidden Droplet.
For sure, the tension is getting bigger. Mass UK digging into his deck a little deeper there with the Upstart Goblin. Of course, though, giving Murasaki also more life points to work with. There is the Ultimate Slayer as well. Okay, sending the Bucephalus and going after the Heart Scriptor, which is massive because that deals with another interruption, and we bait out the MTP right there.
Yeah, absolutely. The MTP 07, which will get activated and will be able to banish a card from the field. So you will be able to banish your own Heart Scriptor so that it gets back onto the field with attack doubled. So 5,000 attack, which is pretty big. Yeah. And more importantly, then you will be able to resolve its effect because it didn't activate it yet.
Okay, but also on the other end, the MTP 07 is out of there, adding another March Hare. Cards in hand for Murasaki overflowing. But I'm not sure whether he will be able to use many of them anymore, as the game plan for Mass UK is also clear. He wants to end this turn with that Bucephalus. I can never really pronounce this name.
Bucephalus 2.
There you go. And the plan, of course, here is probably to send Garura to the graveyard to just get another draw. Just keep on drawing, maybe eventually find cards like, of course, V-Engage to get even more value. Or, of course, another card we're looking for is a Lightning Storm, possibly to get rid of that Appaloosa.
Absolutely. You want to exhaust your opponent and just get rid of all the interruptions and then get access to your normal summon. the Pedra, of course, a big threat. But yeah, for now, there is going to be another card added. Will he get this Lightning Storm? I think this is pretty much the only card that will allow him to just end the game, in my opinion. It is going to be pretty hard if he doesn't get this card, but yeah, he's thinking for now. We have another thing which is really important, because now we are around 10 minutes from the end of the time. And yeah, you have to pay attention to the in-game time as well, because he is taking a lot of time. And one downside from the Tenpai strategy is that you have to think a lot on how you try to break apart the field.
Yeah,
and
it almost sometimes feels like a puzzle game, right? Like
yeah,
you start your turn. Oh, Forbidden Droplet is being chained to the Widow Anchor, but that probably just means we negate the Appaloosa, right?
Yeah, is it enough? Is it gonna be enough? We know that there are a lot of things that have already been activated, and there is not a lot now. You have 8 cards in hand, but you don't have a lot. You have the Bestial still, the Baldrake that you added earlier, but apart from that, you don't have a lot of interruptions, because of course you are going to get the Art Scriptor Stone.
And I mean, funnily enough, you can't even activate the Bestial at the moment, because for the moment your field is completely full, so there's no space to even summon it. And when there is space, then eventually there might even be a Transcendent Dragon or something already on the field, preventing you to act.
Another droplet, so only 1 card in hand that can be activated. Is it the Pedra? Is it the normal summon? Is it a Cayman? Something like that. If it is not, then the game is 100% lost. I mean, 99%, because of course there is the time.
Everyone loves a little Chandra as well. Maybe the normal summon of Chandra could be pretty good here too. But first of all, we are going to negate the Appaloosa. What else are we even negating here?
I mean, probably a monster in acquisition, so that you have the attack and put some more damages, I guess.
Yeah, all right, he agrees. We just go after the Red Ransom, and now we take control of the Hard Scriptor. What is the last card in hand? It is
again Roku!
All right, and that is any Tenpai monster you can imagine. No effect Veil or anything on it, so we are heading into the battle phase. Is Tenpai able to break through this entire field here full of monsters and then still put up enough damage?
Oh,
no.
There is the Ash Blossom, so stopped in his tracks. We saw that he was going to be able to just end the game, because if it resolves, then he's in a very good position. But the problem is that now he cannot do anything and can just attack with the Art Scriptor, but it's not going to be enough, and now you just have to pray for your opponent to have not enough time. But yeah, he's going to surrender right there, and he's going to lose the game. Mess UK surrendered the game. Obviously, he tried his best, and I think the Tenpai strategy, it was a very clever plan, because of course you are going to have to face some Maliss players, and it just gives us another tip, is that he's playing Artifact Lancia in main deck in Blue Eyes.
In his Blue Eyes deck, for sure, yeah, absolutely. And I'm wondering whether he's also playing it in his Tenpai deck. Probably not in the Sky Striker Tenpai deck, right? Because you just don't really play many hand interactions. But that means he has one deck to really respect the Maliss matchup. It is actually interesting, though, because honestly, I already teased it a little bit. The Blue Eyes deck in general, it just doesn't have that great of a matchup into Maliss. So yeah, sure, Artifact Lancia on its own can just carry you to victory, as we saw in the second game. Worked out perfectly fine, for sure. That did do the trick. But just in general, relying on that matchup to be played out feels a little bit risky, and also just didn't work out here, as we just lose Mass UK, who was a finalist of the last season finals. So that must be good for Murasaki as well, right? Confidence boost after seeing in the first round on the Parix, okay, I'm up against this powerhouse of a player here, which is just regularly performing so well in Challenger Cups. And then throwing them out, though, that must feel good, not gonna lie.
Yeah, it feels good, definitely for him, and it must feel bad on the other side. But yeah, it shows us that it is very hard to just perform every single time. It is, of course, a day where you cannot make any mistake, because, of course, this is a best of 3, and we said that before, but if you lose, it is over. You just go back home. I mean, you are at home. But
that's the beauty of Master Duel again, then. You can just play all of that from your home, which is really, really nice. Speaking of nice, also the playmat that they can win for this tournament is really nice. Did you see the Deputy mat? Oh, it's beautiful. I really, really love all those Challenger Cup mats that we got in the past, and also hopefully more to come. And I really gotta say, though, that Maliss deck, super powerful, but also on your own turn, and then also even on your opponent's turn, you have to do so many things. Like, it is just so stressful also to play it. Like, being busy the entire time, using all of those cards, then with Marcher starting it all over again on your opponent's turn too. I mean, I don't think it's a deck for me, to be honest. You are in love with the deck. You already played it so much of the TCG, so you have that experience which will guide you to good victories with it too. But I'm scared, man.
It reminds me of Snake Eye, basically, because Snake Eye, it was pretty much the same.
Yeah.
It's a very combo-heavy deck, and you have to do all those actions, and then all of a sudden you see the clock, and the clock is going down and down, and it happened to me as well during the Invitational.
Yeah.
And, you know, I had no more time because you have, especially going second, you have so many things to do, and it is the same for Maliss. Going first, you have your whole combo, but then if you get interrupted, you have to think about it.
Yeah.
So the most important thing when you are playing this deck is just to be well prepared to hold all these situations. You have to know your combos by heart. Otherwise, yeah, you can be in a bit of a trouble, and then you can just stress a lot because, yeah, the pressure can be very high.
Speaking of those cards to interrupt the Maliss stretch,
Can have some bestials, but you can also have some free spots, some like hand traps. So yeah, those two cards are very strong, but you have some more unconventional cards,
okay, go
like
ahead.
the Imperial Wall,
Oh,
trap card.
okay, the Imperial Iron Wall. We're going all the way back.
It is very strong. It is very strong. I mean, going first, and one day a guy activated that against me, and I was going first. He was going second, and he had the Fuvalos. So I decided to go half field, and then he activated the wall, and it was very hard for me. I saw a little tear on my. And, yeah.
I'm excited whether we're going to see that card throughout the tournament, because usually you only see that card in like trap decks, so maybe in Labyrinth or something like that, which is a deck we could possibly be seeing for the rest of the tournament. We are done now with top 128, and I think we're going to throw it over to a quick break, and we will see each other again for the next match, which was going to be top 64. So don't go anywhere, stay tuned, top 64 next.
And fellow duelists, we are back here for the top 64. And yeah, we already had only one round, but what a round between the Maliss strategy and the Blue Eye strategy, and then popping off the 10 pie strategy, which was just an inch away from getting back into the game and bringing the victory.
The one Ash Blossom, right? The one Ash
Yeah,
Blossom. If
yeah.
only not for that card, he probably would have been able to do it. Oh, I at least would have liked to see whether he would have been able to do it, because we all know how many attack points can come through on that kind of a battle phase for a Tempai deck. But those were a couple of monsters there to overcome, so not sure whether it would have actually been enough, but we didn't even have to worry about that with that Ash Blossom just stopping it in its tracks. And I mean, it is once again, as we said at the beginning of the show as well, maybe the Maliss day, because of course today marks the release of Struggles in Wonderland, or Struggle in Wonderland, the new selection pack that just came out, and all of the players are excited to play it. We are seeing it here left and right, and I think we're going to see it again for this round as well. And I think for the next round we're actually going to see something pretty funny, because we're going to see a colleague of us actually showing up here dueling, because we will have one of my best friends, Leo, actually playing here in the Challenger Cup, making it for the first round already, and now ready to play again. And got quite the opponent to face in the next round now, I will say that.
Yeah, of course, but I'm sure he's going to do well. This is the power of friendship, you know. We have to send him some positive energy, and then he will be able to do his best. I'm sure he will do his best, but will he win? That is something that we are going to discover in a few minutes. But yeah, Leo going into this round, and it's gonna be very, very cool to watch him. I would have loved to have his face camera, you know.
Yeah, that would be cool.
See
Just
him
having
live.
a little Leo cam as well in there, that would indeed be pretty funny. But we got to get down to now the hard facts. We see that there is a lot of Maliss. We see, of course, that it is very strong. Is it also the deck, though, that you expect to win today? Do you think with all that power, it is going to power through for victory today?
I mean, this is in my opinion, I mean, this is a personal choice, but I think this is the best deck by far.
By far,
but,
even, okay.
But the problem is that players are just prepared for that. We saw during the first round that the player was playing literally Lancia in the main deck, which is kind of a statement. If you are able to play Lancia in the main deck, which is not very good against a lot of decks, it's barely good against, I mean, it's good against Maliss, but apart from that, not against a lot of decks. That means that you are very, very afraid of this matchup, and you are prepared for that. And we know that sometimes the Maliss deck can just get just stopped with this Lancia. We saw that during the game 2 of the previous round. And I mean, you have a lot of rounds to win. So if you are getting stopped at the wrong time by this Lancia, it is very, very hard for you to just go through that. So I think Maliss will still win the entire thing.
All right.
But it's not going to be simple for them.
I agree. It definitely will not be simple. And okay, so first of all, I will give you my pick. I think it is not going to be Maliss. In my personal opinion, I'm always an enjoyer of all those more niche strategies. I think we will get to see a Memento player coming through.
I mean, it's not super about niche, that.
Not super niche. I know it is up there, but I think today is the day that Memento gets it done. And one thing also that you touched on, though, the fact whether you could just justify playing Artifact Lancia in the main deck right now. Because when I'm thinking about it, I feel like the situation is not even that bad against a couple of the other decks. Because Memento can struggle against the Artifact Lancia, because it just allows them not to banish their Memento Fusion and not to banish their Fusion monster in the graveyard either. So there is applications for it at least. Then you have Crystron, also pretty relevant in the last regional qualifiers and being very successful overall, even actually end up in the end in first place in that regional qualifier in the hands of Tusk. Also struggling massively against the Artifact Lancia.
This is very hard, yeah, for the Crystron players, and that must be tough if you are playing Crystron, because all of a sudden a lot of players are just going to play Lancia, and I don't know if you can do a lot under Lancia. You have to get some very specific hands. So of course there are those two decks, but also against Mermail you have the Minstrel that can get stopped with the Artifact Lancia. But for now, we are going to get into the game, and we see some Mermail actually, and we said that this card was so strong.
Yes.
The Neptabis, the one card combo, which is very, very threatening because it lets you get access to a lot of cards, and here we are going to get access to the Hydra, and if you search that, then that means that you have everything that you need, and especially we are going
have
to
a look.
see...
Oh, 10 pie again here from Fanchar. But Abdullah, I think, likes to see this. And actually, we teased you already on Leo, but maybe we will have to wait for another round to see Leo. But for this one, we have Abdullah and Fanchar. Fanchar, an all-time regular on the Challenger Cup circuit and on 10 pie apparently. And Abdullah relying on that also powerful Mermail strategy. I'm wondering, though, are we going to see that Sekka's Light in his deck as well, because that has been the tag choice, the new thing to do in Mermail in the most recent regional qualifiers. So I'm excited to see whether Abdullah also thinks that that card is good enough to include it.
Absolutely, but what we saw is that Fanchar doesn't have access to any interruption, and you know that when you get uninterrupted playing Mermail, it is going to be absolutely impossible for the opponent to just get back into the game, unless he has some very specific cards, some very, very good cards, but for now, he is going to go through uninterrupted. So he's going to activate the effect of Dragoons, and Dragoons, a thing which is very, very cool is that you can just activate this effect again and again, and also you can just take advantage of the fact that you can detach from your Xyz monsters and then be able to just activate the effect. So yeah, Dragoons, the strategy revolves around this card because this card is so strong.
Oh yes, it absolutely is. And I mean, this is now like playing one of those solo mode gates here for Abdullah. He saw the hand from Fanchar. He knows there is nothing to be afraid of, knows there is no card that could be activated possibly here on his turn. So he can just basically map out his entire turn here, knows he can just go completely in a route that cannot be stopped, that will be 100% uninterrupted. So I'm excited to see what really the idea here is for Abdullah.
Yeah, of course, and we are going to see what field is going to end on. For now, he's taking a bit of time to just think about the ad that he will do with the Atlantean Dragoons. You can add a lot of things over there, but you have access to some cards which are very, very interesting. We know that the thing that you want to add is basically the Abyss Shrine, which is one of the best cards.
Glacier, though.
You cannot add it with the Dragoons, but you can add it later on with some other cards. You already here have access to the Abyss Shrine. So the hand was absolutely goated. It is a best hand that you can get, and the fact that you are here special summoning the Coelacanth is very
I love
cool.
the animation from Coelacanth as well there, right? Such an iconic old card being used in the TCG so many years ago and now having an absolute revival with the Atlantean Mermaid strategy.
We see the Lancia!
Like I told you it's possible, because I was not even done with my list. Even against Mermail, the card is not too horrible, because just using it, preventing your opponent from using the Deep Sea Minstrel can be good. We go into Barmood Shark here now with those 2 level 4 monsters, detaching the Dragoons, and you explained it earlier. However, this card goes to the graveyard by a card effect, it will be able to activate again, so let's surge one more time with it.
And we are going to add the Shadow Squad to the hand, but for now we are going to special summon the Dueling Glacier because we have exactly 5 water monster in the graveyard, and then we are going to be able to make our opponent discard 2 cards. So yeah, little by little you are just building your whole strategy. For now we have Dilritu Dragon, which will get us access to another monster from the graveyard. So we are adding back the Dragoon which will be able to just get discarded once again, and we are going to be able to then search another monster. But for now, we are going to activate the Shadow Squad effect when it is discarded like that. I mean, used for a water monster effect. Then we are able to special summon from the deck.
Indeed, and I like this. Abdullah took quite a moment to think about whether to search for Mulan Glacier there in the first place. But since then, he really has rushed through all of his actions, right? He thought about his entire turn, thought, hey, which route do I want to go here exactly? And then he knew, and from there on, it was all gas. He just started going off, showcasing all of those powerful cards. And he is now using the effect of Corral Anemone to bring back the Shadow Squad to the field. And the cool thing about Shadow Squad is the Graveyard effect, already pretty strong, but now on the field, also you would be able to just change levels, but we don't even need to do that as we already have 2 level 7 monsters on the field going into the Abyss right here.
Absolutely, and this is a very strong card because you are able to just bring back another monster, and oh, what a surprise! This is another Dragoon, so we are going to get access to another XYZ monster. This is the Stealth Kraken, which is of course very good because it changes the attribute of the monsters on your opponent's field, and then you are able to destroy one of them, as well as inflict a little bit of damage to the life points of your opponent.
Go into another rank 7 here, I would assume. Yep,
yeah,
Mermail,
this
Abyss
is the Abyss
too. And I mean, now Abdullah can summon all of those cards in attack position because he discarded double Lightning Storm, so no need to worry about that card anymore. Now Poseidon, Abyss, the Atlantean Dragon is
and
also
it is
summoned.
Such a great card. Not only it lets you bring back 3 monsters from the graveyard, which is very, very strong, but also the on-field effect is very strong because you are able to just break some field apart with its effect. Basically, it lets you bounce back some cards from the opponent's field to the hand. And it is so, so strong when you want to get rid of the opponent's threats. But yeah, going first, then he will be able to bring back the Neptabyss, the Abyss Shrine, but also the Minstrel. And one cool thing is that the Minstrel is a tuner, so you are able to go into synchro plays if you want to. Here we are going to use 2 monsters, and we are going to get access to a Synchro 6, which is the Coral Dragon, which will just let us draw 1 more card.
What is the Synchro 7 that we want to make with this, though? Of
course, yeah, the Prima Donna.
Getting a draw, and this card actually is crucial to the entire combo. Oh, we're not even... Are we going to use the effect of Prima Donna here somehow? Because that is the way, actually, to also shuffle back the banished card, which we banished earlier by... Yeah, Prima Donna. There is a droplet banished back into the deck, so it will not return into the hand in the end phase. So Fanshawe left with only 3 cards in hand. 2 of them being completely known to both of the players. One of them now for turn, though, is unknown. Which could it be? The Gold Sarcophagus was one of the cards we knew, yeah. So that's not a surprise. But still, I mean, actually Genroku could be kind of interesting into this field, right? Because Genroku can just dodge the Kraken. I mean, it cannot really dodge the Kraken because Kraken doesn't target, so...
I mean, yeah.
So they activate the effect of Genroku in response to Kraken, summon something out. It still gets destroyed, though, so... It is tough here playing for that Kraken.
I mean, and this is very interesting because here you have to face this field, and it might not seem very threatening, but the important thing is that the Stealth Kraken will just change your attribute into water. So you don't have anymore some Fire Dragon monsters, but you have some Water Dragon monsters, which is totally different because you need this Fire attribute to be able to perform all your combos. So here we are going to see if Abdullah is... just wants to activate anything, but for now, no. We are going to activate Genroku on the side of Fanshawe and try to special summon from the deck.
Now that is possibly then the moment after the monster comes out to just use the Mermail Abyss guards, because I think we're expecting a Pydra here. Pydra to possibly then grab either Sangen Kaimen or the Sangen Summoning, and that could be the moment Mermail Abyss guards would be able to put in the work. There is the Pydra. Will it lead to a response from Abdullah here? There is the moment maybe you want to stop them. Yes, Mermail Abyss Gaio as a quick effect, of course, can negate the effects of all face-up monsters that the opponent controls. And doing that in response to the activation of an effect will lead to that Pydra not resolving.
And on resolution, we are going to activate the Shadow Squad effect to be able to special summon from the deck. Remember, we have a lot of interruptions, especially in the graveyard, because we are going to be able probably to special summon back the Poseidra to get rid of one of the monsters on Fanshawe's field. But for now, we have the Fedora, which is actually very interesting because we are going to be able to revive back this Genroku and to get access to 3 bodies on the field for now.
Odd picture there with seeing these 3 water symbols next to the also famous fire dragons, but for the moment they are tamed by the water. Are they going to be permanently tamed here by it though? Because the battle phase is still scary. As far as I know though, for the moment, I see 3 level 3 monsters there, which doesn't really make up for great synchro summons in the Tenpai Dragon strategy, as you only really want to go for level 7.
Absolutely. So we are going to see whether he's going to just continue into the synchro plays or into the link plays with the Striker Dragon. Striker Dragon, which will let him maybe try to link climb, because we know that we have some things. But here, this card is absolutely amazing against this matchup. The fact that you are able to change the attributes of the monsters to water monsters, you don't have to do a whole lot. I mean, of course, your opponent starts with 3 cards, but that is something, you know. But
Happens.
yeah, that was really interesting to see that the Mermail strategy going first uninterrupted is very, very, very strong. And here, the fact that you are playing Tenpai does not save you, because it is actually the downside of the Tenpai strategy. You do not play any hand traps. You play a lot of spell cards that are going to try to break the field. But against the Mermail strategy, which is just going to discard a lot of cards to just check your hand and to get access to this private information, it does not help you at all. And we saw that it did not serve the strategy of the Tenpai player. So during the second game, because now he's back against the wall, he will have to choose whether he just still goes into the Tenpai strategy and lets his opponents go first, or will he go into a going first strategy with probably something like Memento or Blue Eyes or something like the Maliss strategy.
Of course.
This is going to be very interesting, and now is the mind game between the two players, because on the other side, you don't know if your opponent is going to play Tenpai as well. So do we keep the Mermail strategy, which is going first or going second very good, or do we change?
I think Mermail seems to be good in both cases, but I of course also don't know what the other deck is there for that player. But I think changing to Maliss is something we're going to be seeing relatively rarely, right? Because if you made the effort to either craft the Maliss cards or pull from Struggle in Wonderlands all of those Maliss cards, you're going to play it in game 1, right?
Absolutely.
Like, if you already have the cards, you're showing it off game 1. But we shall see, and there is a Perulia used in draw phase from Abdullah and Fanchar going first, meaning no Tenpai gaming on their end anymore. I love how they added those Mulcharmy animations with the bubbles there coming out for the Mulcharmy Perulia. Ooh, I was totally wrong. My statement was just completely trashed there by Fanchar, actually switching over to the Maliss deck, but immediately having to special summon a monster from the hand, meaning 1 draw immediately off of that Perulia.
Absolutely, but now he's safe. He can literally go full combo, and if there is not any more interruptions in the hand of Abdullah, then he can literally just not make his opponent draw a single card anymore. So here he's going probably to go into the Splash Mage and to revive back Maliss monster, and then be able to go into the Link 3. Link 3 relatively important, of course, in the Maliss strategy, because you can just get access to the field spell with the Red Ransom, and here I think this is going to be the case. And yeah, from that point, he's going to go into the White Binder and then into the Art Scriptor. But yeah, he's pretty well into the game for now, even if his opponent activated the Perulia. And the fact that the Perulia was activated, in my opinion, might mean that he's still playing Mermail, because Perulia is a very good card into Mermail, as it is a water monster, so it can be discarded for the activation of the water monster effect.
Yeah, very, very true. So I would also expect Abdullah to still be on that. I mean, we're seeing the Teal'c sleeves, so another deck that really likes to play that little Aqua monster being the Mulcharmy Perulia could maybe be Teal'c. I expect something here from Abdullah in that regard maybe as well, but we shall see as Fanchar finds his way into Maliss Dormouse. And you really, when you have the choice between Mulcharmy Perulia and Mulcharmy Fuvalos into the Maliss matchup specifically, you really want to see that Fuvalos, right, in comparison between the two?
Absolutely, the Fuvalos is by far the best one, and here the Perulia is not gonna accomplish a lot, I think, because as you can see, we still have access to the Link 3, to the Chessicat, to the Dormouse, and maybe we're going to activate the Chessicat effect, but for now we are going to activate the GWC 06, being able to banish for cost the Red Ransom and special summoning back the March Hare. And we can see that even without summoning from the hand, or almost not summoning, because we only summon the March Hare, we can just do a whole combo, which is very, very threatening for Abdullah.
It is indeed, and we keep on paying life points, but we do not mind that at all when being Fansha, because that means our combo is going very well and going to already a pretty strong level. And I think both times when we saw the Maliss strategy sort of pop off here, we saw that maybe a potential point to really decently hit the deck is by just using Effect Valor or Infinite Impermanence on the Splash Mage, right? Is that something that I'm making up, or is that actually true?
You are actually totally right.
Okay.
The only problem is that, of course, you are playing a large amount of Bestials, so there are some extenders to allow you to just go through these interruptions. But
Fair.
yeah, if you have only one targeted interruption, like the Effect Valor or the Infinite Impermanence, it might be the best case to just activate it on the Splash Mage, because especially if your opponent just sets a card, then you are not able to just dodge this interruption. But having only one interruption against the Maliss strategy is always a bit tricky.
It definitely is. And Fansha keeps on going, goes into Maliss Whitebinder. And now, I mean, I said that I really don't expect people to be switching to the Maliss deck. And now that we see that they do, I'm curious about why. Like, Fansha, did he maybe pick up on the fact that Abdullah is on the Mermail strategy and then therefore decided to go with Tenpai? That would seem kind of absurd to me, because you explained it pretty well. The matchup really between Mermail and the Tenpai Striker deck is quite awkward, because having no way to stop the Mermail deck from getting to the effect of Moonlit Glacier, just taking cards out of your hand, it's a problem. So I'm interested to hear from Fansha maybe what his reasoning was there, honestly.
I think you are totally right. I mean, if you are Fansha right now, you just saw that your deck is Tenpai Striker and your opponent is just playing Mermail, so you don't have any chance, and there is no point playing again the Tenpai strategy, so he might just have thought that, yeah, his only chance was to pick the Maliss strategy, even if we saw that the Mermail player, Abdullah, was playing some Lancias in the main deck. So it is threatening, of course, but you have no choice. You have no other choice.
Yes, indeed. But Barcode, again, I am interested by those Maliss end fields, because we talked about it being a huge combo deck, comboing for a long time. But when it comes down to the end field that we were seeing here, this again is another example of a rather minimalistic field, I gotta say. Of course, we were under the Perulia, and Abdullah is still with the Mermails. There was no switching over to the T-Element deck. Mermail again. But yeah, explain to me why we're going for such a small approach. Or is it just looking small, but with all the cards?
It is looking small,
okay,
but
it is still very much,
me,
right?
it is very threatening, because here we have access to Banishment with the Heart Sculptor without targeting, which is pretty cool. We have the Trap card, which we will get access to, which will allow us to just search a Marcher, for example, and to gain some follow-up, as well as banishing another card without targeting once again. And then we have the access to the White Binder. The White Binder will let us banish from the graveyard, so we can literally banish, for example, the Dragoon from the graveyard to allow us to just prevent our opponent to get access to this Dragoon again and again. So we have still a lot of interactions. The only downside of the Maliss strategy right now is that if you are playing some Bestials, they are literally nothing against the Mermail strategy, because you only have some water monsters in your opponent's graveyard. But yeah, don't get me wrong. Of course, it looks a bit, you know, it is a little field.
Yeah.
But when you have to face all the interactions, it becomes a lot harder.
I mean, one monster, 3 spells and traps, it just looks on first glance
Yeah.
it's not that much. But you explained it pretty well. I agree with you. This, like, when it comes down to what it actually does, it is still plenty. And I like the fact that it is so hidden and that it is just such a workaround, because it's really hard to interact with that, right? Because some of the interactions just happen when your opponent activates cards from the hand, and like, how are you going to play around their cards in the hand? It's really hard, leading, like, stopping the stuff that is leading from a March here. But if one deck can do it, I think Mermail is a pretty good shout to do it, as that deck has been basically since already 10 years plus in the TCG, but now also very recently again in Master Duel, very much able to take apart fields like it is nothing.
And one way to play around the cards in the opponent's hand is, of course, the Minstrel, but the problem is that against the Maliss strategy, it's not even that good.
No.
Because if you banish the Marcher, it will just get back into the hand, paying 300 life points, but I think this is just a small tax.
It's a fine price, I would agree for sure. So now we are going to for the effect of Abyss Rhine, tributed that monster off the field, so Abdullah just ready to keep on going, and Poseidra coming onto the field. And now Poseidra, interestingly enough, as so many of the Mermail cards or the Atlantean cards, send something to the graveyard here for cost, going for another Atlantean Dragoons, and now we can target one card on the field and try to get it back into the deck. What would be your card of choice here? Just going after the monster, or do we just go after one of those set cards?
I think you have to get the monster out of the equation. You will not get it out of the equation because, of course, you have the ability to just banish it if you want with something like an MTP, if you already set this card. But you have to force things. You have to force the interactions unless you are not scared of this monster. And here, this is pretty much the case. He thinks that the set cards are more threatening than the hard scripter.
Interesting, yeah.
I don't really know, to be honest, but this is a very interesting choice. And yeah, this card, Poseidra, you talked about it, but this is a very, 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 very strong card. It is very good into established field, and the Poseidra from the extra deck as well that we saw during the last game might be a very determining factor in this game.
Definitely, and I mean, the decision in the first place to go after the set card was already interesting, but then also the decision of Fansha to just let it through. What card was that even? It may as well have been a bluff or something, right? Because
Absolutely,
it was not a Maliss Trap card, because he would have chained all of those Maliss Trap cards with the quickness. Now we're heading into the battle phase, though, activating the effect of Hard Scripter. Abdullah already in the battle phase. Is that a good sign? I'm struggling to believe it is, but we are going to banish now that Poseidra.
Yeah,
Bye-bye.
we are going to use the Art Scripper effect, and we are going to go straight to the main phase 2, and that is very, very hard for the Mermail player, because as we said just before, when you don't win right against the Maliss player, he will have so much follow-up that it's going to be very hard for you to interact with him and to try to prevent him from just getting back into the game. Here we see the Bestial, which is very good here because it allows you to get access to your engine in the graveyard. So he's going to target a Link monster in the graveyard, and probably it will be the White Binder.
Yes, it is. And we are resolving that, so we need to chain that here to make sure Abdullah is not just taking it out of our hand, making sure that that White Binder comes back, and in the process of getting it back, ooh, it was infinite impermanence actually, and we didn't even bother activating it. I mean, it would have not really done anything, right?
Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense. At least you have the ability to just use it if your field is empty during the next turn. I mean, yeah, I can get it because it wouldn't have done anything, so at least you have the card in hand.
But did you see what I saw there as well in Fansha's hand? Of course, one thing we haven't even mentioned, that deck is basically completely only functioning on dark monsters, and that means in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! It does have access to one of the most powerful literal trap cards, but also able to activate it from your hand in the game. Dominus Impulse is a card that not only Fansha, but many Maliss decks are running, and for a very decent reason, because really, as I was saying, do you agree it is one of the most powerful cards in the game right now?
It is literally, for me, the best hand trap in the game right now.
Yeah.
It is literally one of the best cards, and if your deck can play this card, of course you should play it. It is very strong against a lot of decks, and especially against the Maliss strategy, because it prevents your opponent from getting back the access to those Link monsters, which are banished. For example, if your opponent tries to bring back the White Binder, then you activate Dominus Impulse. All of a sudden, the White Binder is just stuck into the banished, and you cannot get it back unless you you just get access to the Hard Scripter and get it back into the extra deck. So yeah, Dominus Impulse, what a card, what a card. And the Maliss strategy is already very strong, but with this card, it is just best deck in my opinion.
It definitely feels like that. Now Fansha is bringing back more monsters. Ransom also back onto the field. And Abdullah just looks at all of this. And I mean, again, maybe the factor coming in that people are just waiting to see how well the Maliss players are handling the timer. Because again, both the first turn of Fansha, but now also the second turn where it's not even Fansha's turn, it is just so many actions that you have to do, so many effects that you are resolving, activating, and therefore a pretty time-consuming deck to play. But if you're mastering it, you are surely a candidate to be a master of the format, because that deck is going to be everywhere. It is going to be a huge factor at WCS and also in all following seasons here in just Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel on the ladder.
Absolutely, and one thing which is very interesting is that surely Abdullah is not going to win this one, in my opinion. It's going to be very hard to get back into the game, but still he decides to just stay into the game because, as you mentioned earlier, there is this time that is just ticking, the clock is ticking, and maybe, I say just maybe, your opponent will just run out of time and you can get the victory like that.
And there, though, is the moment where Abdullah decides we cannot win it anymore. We are conceding, and therefore 1-1 even score. And now, Barcode, hear me out. As Abdullah, is it just Mermail gaming again on game 3?
Of course it is. Of course it is. The deck is very strong going first. You have so many tools to just win the game on the spot. You have access to this Minstrel. You have access to this Moon Glacier and everything. And if you just manage to combo well, then your opponent will not have a lot of chances to just go through your field. So yeah, I would go for Mermail in this third game. I don't know what his second deck is.
True,
though.
he's not even showing it to us.
You know, you might just go into something like Memento all of a sudden. You know, I mean, to surprise your opponent.
It is Gold Pride Punk, and he's hiding it as his second deck until the finals to then just surprise it with us. I think that's the only logical explanation to me.
You have some information, some good pieces of information. I see that.
Maybe.
Yeah,
but no,
we are going to see
on the other
that.
hand, of course, I think the picking the Mermail deck here is quite obvious and easy. But how about now his opponent? How about Fanchar? Game 1, it really didn't look too well with his Tenpai Dragon Sky Striker strategy there against Mermail. So you take that risk again, or do you just stick with the Mermail deck, which has brought you victory here in Game 2?
I mean, this is pretty hard. He's not in a really good situation, to be honest, because yeah, the Tenpai strategy, you cannot play that. Because you cannot go through the
right?
Mermail. So
Yeah,
you
it's
cannot
hard.
play that. So for me, you have to go with the Maliss strategy. But the problem is that the only good card against the Mermail strategy is basically this Dominus Impulse, which is very good.
It is pretty good, yeah.
Especially against, for example, the Abyss Shrine, because it revolves around this card to be able to special summon the Coilacant, and then being able to special summon all those fishes on the field. But yeah, we are going to see that in a few seconds because the players are ready, and we are going to see the third game.
So we will have, of course, Abdullah going first. Same sleeves, same deck, I would
Yeah.
imagine. No activations in draw or standby phase. Is there going to be the normal summon of the most powerful water monster in the game? Is there a prince? I think if there would be a prince, we would have already put it into that main monster zone with the quickness, but so far, no move here from Abdullah.
And one thing with the Mermail strategy is that it can literally lose by itself sometimes. Sometimes you just watch your hand and you don't have any access to Neptabis, you don't have any 2-card combos, and this is a very tough situation. We hope for him that it is not the case, of course, but yeah, he's taking a lot of time to think about how to play this hand, so he might... Oh, we talked about Memento right before! You can surprise your opponent by just switching decks, and your opponent will be ready to play against Mermail. So you ensure yourself that your opponent will not play something like Tenpai because he will be too scared to just face that deck, and all of a sudden you play the Memento deck, which is very good against the Maliss strategy because the Maliss strategy just wants to have some body on the field to get access to the links tree. But the problem is that if you remove those bodies with the Memento cards, then you're not able to play anything and you are not able to develop your game, which is the case with all these destructions.
Ooh, there is Infinite Impermanence at a very good time on that Tatsunori Chichoko. It was on the summon of it, though. He didn't even use the effect, so that's interesting, making sure it cannot be dodged. But I think overall, in this match, I think there was some huge mind gaming going on. Because I feel like Pancha probably in top... Ooh, there's the Memento Fusion to keep on going. That's nice and good news for Abdullah. But I feel like Pancha probably in top 128 saw Abdullah play Memento, and picking Sky Striker Tenpai against Memento is a pretty smart thing to do, and therefore he did that for game 1. And then Abdullah outplayed him in that mind game by just playing Mermail all of a sudden, which on the other hand has an amazing matchup against the Tenpai Dragon strategy. And then, yeah, we kind of just now reversed the mini game again and reversed the mind game by Abdullah going back to the Memento strategy. So I feel like Abdullah might have won the mini game. Oh, he drew Gaddick and beat Kutlika. He's a true Memento brother of mine because
always
you have to
hand,
draw
right?
that card. Yeah.
The Gaddick, of course, not a really good card that you want to draw. When it is in hand, you have to change all your combos. But for now, he is going to be able to send it to the graveyard by the fusion. And there is the Ash Blossom on the Twin Dragon, which is a pretty good point to interrupt. What do you think about that?
It is pretty good. It still is not ending the turn though, because there is the Memento Fusion in the graveyard as we have used the on-field effect. But using the on-field effect for Memento Fusion does not mean you cannot use the graveyard effect anymore, so we can just use that. That one can be banished, search for another Memento spell card, and there's another pretty prominent one being the Memento Bone Party, of course. And in the process now, we can even destroy that Twin Dragon on the field, and it has a graveyard effect as well, and it will in no time also bring back another Memento monster from the graveyard. Let's see which one it is going to be.
And yeah, as you just said, we added here the Bone Party, a very good card, and the Twin Dragon will be able...
It must be Gaddick, right?
Yeah,
because
it is
you can't
Gaddick.
bring back
it is
Kutlika, so there's
100%, yeah. And Gaddick will get access to another Memento card in the graveyard, getting it back. Oh!
I mean, it's cool because you can just basically destroy this for free now with the Bone Party, of course.
Totally.
So it does make a lot of sense to just get that back to the hand, to just resolve that Bone Party basically for no cost or basically for free. And now, which one are we summoning? I mean, we can go for Sleepy, we can go for Darkblade. Both options are very, very viable, and Abdullah basically can do whatever he likes. I mean, I told you Memento is going to win today, right? So
absolutely.
Abdullah now maybe is my man for the tournament here.
And we get access to the Sleepy right here, and the Sleepy is very good, of course, because it is your other way to get access to a fusion monster. And we have another one who is very, very cool. We will see it in a few seconds. And I mean, the other, what a card. You are basically able to be a searcher, because you can search the field spell. You are able to be an interrupt, because you can literally destroy some cards on your opponent's field. And it is good as well, because on the summon, you can just send to the graveyard some cards from your deck or your extra deck. And not only one, not only two, but 3 cards.
Indeed. And I think Abdullah was very happy not to see a Fuvalos or a Maxi here, because his hand was all engine. Like, it was just exclusively engine cards, as he just revealed his last card in his hand, which turned out to be a Darkblade there. And therefore, a Maxi or something like that would have been very painful. But with the interruptions that Fanchar had, we were able to deal with it, and we were able to just play through it. And we're now using the effect of the Creation King in the graveyard, getting that also powerful field spell, the Memento Meglam.
And it is very hard here for Fanchar, because he used literally 2 cards for almost nothing. Seeing your opponent still going full combo while you used 2 cards is a bit hard. And here is the third one, the Bestial Magnamut, a very, very good card. And it might mean that we are on the Maliss strategy on the side of Fanchar.
I mean, I think that's almost 100% sure, right?
Yeah.
Because there is no way in that Tenpai Dragon Sky Striker build that you are including
sudden.
the Ash Blossom and the Effect Veiler. I don't think that is ever going to happen. Or the Infinite and Permanent as was rather. So I feel like it is almost guaranteed. Also, the Bestial Magnum, of course, fits the scheme of being in that Maliss deck, of course. It could also be in a Tenpai deck, but I mean, you gotta realize, of course, I know in like the very first seasons of Challenger Cups, you could basically like change your deck entirely after every game, but nowadays you have to submit 2 concrete deck lists, so I don't think that matches really well with what we saw from his Tenpai deck in the first game.
Totally, and here we are going to get access to the Akiran. Akiran, which is a very good card. You don't want to have it in your hand, of course, like the Gaddick, but it is a very cool addition to the Memento strategy, getting access to your banished cards. So now, if you get your boss monster banished, you can get it back on the hand, but you can also get back the access to the fusion, which is currently banished. So, yeah. This is a very good card as well.
That is what we are going to do. And I tell you, I was a Memento enjoyer since day one on Master Duel. But I couldn't wait for the support cards to be released because it was already decent to play there. But then the support cards that were still missing, we basically saw the impact of all of them here in this game already because the fusion monster, that is, as you explained, so powerful. Then also the Akihiron just gives so much to the deck with adding it so much recursion, giving you always an extra monster to be special summoned from the graveyard, therefore more Link fodder or possible fusion fodder, and then also the Sleepy, which even enabled us to keep on fusion summoning here in the first place. But now we go for Cross Sheep.
Sheep.
And that, of course, works as we haven't used the Dark Blade yet. Cross Sheep now, as something is special summoned into his zone, it points to. And there is still a fusion monster, and the other one will be bringing back another monster from the graveyard, being the Dark Blade.
Yeah, it comes back for free, and we now have access to the Link 2 and 2 other monsters, which means that we can literally go into the Appaloosa that we saw during the first duel. A very good card, and here it has 2,400 attack points, which means that it can negate 3 monster effects. And on the side of Funchar, we only have 2 cards in hand left. The problem is that, yeah, 2 cards is not going to be enough, but the good sign is that we are going to get access to another Bestial during the end phase because we activated the Magnamut effect earlier during this turn, and we are going to draw another card. But yeah, it is going to be difficult because we have access to the most difficult thing that you have to face when we are playing Maliss, which is destruction of your own bodies on the field. And yeah, with that fusion on the field, it's going to be very, very hard.
Good thing about that Bestial additionally though, we can technically immediately use that in the end phase, trying to bait out that first negate from Appaloosa Ball of the Goddess immediately. That's an interesting situation though. I mean, I'm assuming it is going to be Juris Worm. There is an argument to be made that you just let it Oh! Okay, Funchar! That was very interesting then. I mean, hold on, we didn't see any Sky Striker cards in his hand in the first game, right? We just assumed with the Lightning Storms and the Droplets that it would be Sky Striker Tenpai, but turns out it actually is not, but still, that Chandra would never be enough, so we see Funchar conceding, meaning we do get Abdullah into top 32, and that means Memento is in contention today. Let's go. I'm dancing the bone party dance.
You are very happy, and you can be, because yeah, the Memento strategy here going first was very, very strong. We saw that it was able to go through 3 different interruptions. We had, of course, the Impermanence and also the Magnamut. Magnamut very strong, especially into the Appaloosa field, because you can just search the Driz Room, and the Driz Room trades into 2 negates of the Appaloosa. Because on the opponent's turn, you are able to just activate the Driz Room, which leads to 1 negate, and then another time during your turn, otherwise your opponent doesn't have access to the Appaloosa.
Look, we have some more gameplay though, and look, we're mirroring each other here as there is a Maliss Red Ransom in both players' extra monster zones.
And 1 set card, so this is literally the same field.
And it's also an already pretty established game state because we are in turn 4 here, and both players are down to lower resources, but it is clearly Doc ZZZ who is the turn player and who gets things rolling right now activating the Maliss and Underground.
Yes, so he's in the drive seat here. He's going to be able to banish from the deck the Dormouse, which will get back onto the field. We have maybe a response on the side of Ziga, but no response here, which means that the Dormouse will be on the field, and this is a very, very scary situation for him, because now the Dormouse will be able to banish from the deck, and even if we have an answer here, I don't know which cards are in the graveyard and are already used, but if we have access to most of our exotic cards, then even if it doesn't resolve, we have the ability to just win the game right there.
Going for Chassis Cat is interesting though, as we of course clearly have 0 cards in our hand, and therefore we will never be able to activate the on-field effect of
Maybe he's a magician.
Always an option, of course, but I feel like a pretty safe option, also playing under 5 summons, could be to just simply go maybe into an Exospore Talker here, just keeping it simple, as we are in a progressed game state here in this game 3 between the 2 of them. they're already down to 3,700 life points. Therefore, just one access code talker could basically do it. But we, beforehand, want to make sure to go into Link Decoder first of all.
And this is very interesting because here we still have access to the Link Decoder. In that game state, I think it would have been in the graveyard already. But yeah, maybe there was something like a Lancia. Who knows?
Possibly. Very, very possible, actually. But
and
we are going into the Access Code Talker, one of the most iconic Cybers monsters of all time, I want to say, being in not only Cyber stack, extra decks, but of course now also being very relevant for the newly released Maliss strategy. And it keeps on destroying cards since a couple of years. That does not get any old, right?
Hold on, resolution. On resolution, we have something? No. So, which means we are going to have access to the effect of Access Code Talker, which will not only destroy a card on your opponent's field, but also be able to banish the monsters, the Maliss monsters from the graveyard, so that you are able then to summon them back because they are banished, which is the case right here. The Red Ransom will get back onto the field, and this is a very, very, very scary situation. So we hope for Ziga that we have here something like a Nibiru maybe to get rid of the entire field, otherwise it's gonna be over for him.
I mean, if there is Nibiru though, that would be a crazy good moment. I mean, okay, we get the March here now though, so that is kind of our backup plan against the Nibiru now, as we can just comfortably head into the battle phase here, and I think that is already dealing enough damage. So if Ziga has the Nibiru, he would have to use it before, and then the March here could still come in and keep extending. One thing to be mentioned though, we are now lower in life points and we only have 3 minutes and 15 seconds remaining here on the timer. Therefore, Doc, if there is a Nibiru, is bringing himself into a somewhat vulnerable position, and we are now drawing 2 cards basically for free with the Chassis Cat because we are able to... No, wait, we just used... Ooh, if there is Nibiru now, that could be a costly Chassis Cat because the March share is gone now.
Absolutely, but maybe you wanted to get access to something like the Dominus Impulse, so that the Nibiru is nothing, because our opponent currently has the Lynx tree on the field, so that we are able to activate the card from the end. But yeah, 2 minutes on the clock, 2 minutes and 33 seconds. There is a lot of tension on this table.
Ooh, it is indeed. Is that that's another
still comboing?
Is that Firewall Dragon?
Yeah,
maybe?
probably.
Yes.
Yeah, it is.
That is what we are seeing. Ziga maybe still holding back on the Nibiru, just waiting for the right moment to activate it. Timer running lower and lower. And Doc maybe at this point trying to announce the battle phase finally.
We are into the battle phase, which means that there are a lot of less cards that you can use. You can still not use the Nibiru, and you cannot use the March Hare as well because we are not anymore in the main phase. We are going to declare an attack. And it is going to go through, which means that we are going to be in a very good situation. And now the attack with the Chassis Cat or the Firewall will seal the deal.
And Firewall Dragon, very iconic. I mean, I said, yeah, okay, hold on though.
There's a Druid's Worm.
The good thing about the Firewall Dragon though is it hasn't even activated its effect. Yeah. So we can just put that Druid's Worm back into the hand. But let's not forget, it of course, we're not even banishing a Maliss monster on our own graveyard, but we're just going after one in our opponent's. So that is probably not going to help us here, really. Ziga, is he going to get that Druid's Worm straight back into his hand? I mean, we could actually just attack here. I mean, then they could use the Druid's Worm graveyard effect. Oh, wait. We stopped the attack. Okay, okay.
I mean, yeah, we are up on the life points, and there is only 1 minute until the clock, so we are in a pretty good situation. Only 700 life points for Ziga. We know that GWC 06 is in the graveyard, so we are not able to just gain life points. So it is pretty much very hard situation for him right now.
Oh, we're linking all of those monsters off. You know what? That Firewall Dragon there,
Card Scriptor, probably,
felt so weird. So I mean, maybe they used Dominus Impulse in the previous turns and just forget about it. And then they were wondering, why is that Firewall Dragon not blinking? Why is there no yellow button to it? Maybe it was because Dominus Impulse was previously activated in that duel from the hand, preventing you entirely from activating light monster effects. Of course, play goes over now to Ziga. Very little time left, only 18 seconds. That doesn't seem enough to make it here, but let's see. Banishing the Druid's Worm in the end phase.
Okay.
Ziga's turn, but the clock is ticking down. It is going lower and lower, and that honestly must mean that Doc will be the one advancing here, hitting 0 on the timer now. So I feel like we can almost with certainty say that Doc is going to be the one winning this Maliss mirror match here. Do you think we're going to see more Maliss mirror matches overall here for the rest of the day? Because that was the first one actually we saw there.
I mean, yes, if they don't get stopped by the Lancias, we are going to see a lot of them. But not only some Maliss Mirror, because we saw previously that we had some players playing some Tenpai strategy, but also some Mermail and Memento strategy. So not all the players decided to just go into these new strategies. Even if this strategy is very strong, we said that it is, targeted by the players. We saw a lot of Lancias in the main deck. We talked about that earlier during the pre-show, and we're like, okay, are you going to play Lancia in the main deck? And the answer is yes. For most of the players that we saw, they are deciding to just play this card in the main deck because they think that the melee strategy is too good to get ignored.
I think it is just a different decision between building your deck for Master Duel ranked right now, just playing through the ranks and trying to get to Master 1 or even beyond that then in the ranked streets, or building decks for a Challenger Cup. Because in Challenger Cup, you have the ability to just play 2 different decks. Therefore, you can have the decision to just commit to one of those decks, including Artifact Lancea, as you just expect really a lot of Maliss decks to be around. And we set the number at the beginning of the stream. I'm happy to repeat it again. 50% of decks that were submitted for this Challenger Cup were actually those Maliss decks. So there will be more Maliss gameplay. Make sure to stay tuned for that as we go on a very short break, but we will be back with Top 32, so see you in a moment for that. And here we are already again, top 32 next, and I promised you our casting buddy Leonard Koenig for the last round in top 64 already, but he defeated Abu Hamoud in top 64 somehow, and he is still in, and therefore now we have the chance to watch him, so let's go over to his table and see what he is doing today and tonight and in this Challenger Cup, and he is going first, so that's already the first win in this match for him. He is facing a Maxi in the draw phase though, and he has no answer to it. Leo only setting 2 cards, and we see he is up against that Maliss deck. Maliss left, Maliss right, Maliss at every table basically.
Absolutely, and we saw already that we could activate the March here. Leo here decided to just end turn, and during his whole turn, then the opponent decided to just special summon 2 monsters randomly, like that.
Yep, that is pretty
very
nice.
Strong. This is very strong, of course. So he has access to the March Hare in hand, as well as the Chessy Cat and the White Rabbit already on the field, which means that during his own turn, he's going to be able to normal summon the Chessy Cat and already pressure the opponent by activating Chessy Cat effect. Banish the March Hare basically for, I mean, almost no cost, because yeah, he's going to get back this March Hare in hand. So very, very, very strong opening for Forgo right there.
Yep. I was hyping you up, saying, hey, we get Leo, hey, he's finally out here, and he will show us. I mean, he just defeated Abu Hamoud, who was 3rd place in the European region at the last regional qualifiers. So that is a crazy accomplishment already. And then we get into the match, we get to watch him, and the first thing we see is a Maxi from his opponent. I really feel bad for him right now, but maybe those set cards are still going to carry him here. There is a pretty good answer right away from Forge, going into that Lingo Rebo basically as the first action on his turn. So trap cards becoming a lot less interesting for Leo for the moment, as there is an answer to them on the field presented right away.
Absolutely, he's in a very good situation right now because he has access to the White Rabbit. Once again, he's going to be able to set the GWC 06 from the deck and get access to the Lynx 3 probably, but he has 2 options right there. He can either go to the Lynx 3 directly, or he can just decide to go into the Link 2 and keep that Lingoribo on the field, which he will choose to do right now because he knows that the Lingoribo is very, very strong into Maliss. So he's going to go into Splash Mage. Splash Mage will be able to revive back another Maliss monster. But the downside of going into this line is that you are not going to have access anymore to the Splash Mage, which can be useful later on into the combo.
Oh, Leo, what are you cooking here? That's the first super polymerization we see of the day, and we are using it here. And that Lingoribo, of course, not able to stop a spell card. To be fair though, no card in the game is able to stop super polymerization, as of course it cannot be responded with, and we see that tech card for super polymerization being Earth Golem at Ignister, and now that gets me questioning, what is that deck that Leo is bringing here? Because I was suspecting he might be on Maliss, but there's no way on earth that this is Maliss, right?
I mean, he has several cards in his hand, and definitely, maybe he's playing Maliss, maybe he decided that he has some extra deck space, but I mean, this is very interesting to see him playing the Super Polymerization. I think this is a pretty good card going into Maliss, especially going first, but going second, this is, I mean, more debatable, because, I mean, you are not going to break the field with only a Super Poly, and the fact that you have to cost a card from your hand means that you have one less card to just get rid of the entire threat that your opponent is going to throw at you. So, yeah, Super Polymerization here, very good, but luckily for him, it was going first. Here, Forgo is going to extend a little bit more, going into the March Hare and special summoning back the Chessy Cat, which means that he is going to be able to have access to another monsters. He's going to go into the Link Decoder, and now, what is he going to do? He's going to have another extender or not? And there is the extender. Of course, he has the extender. And here, this is the field spell, the Maliss in Underground. But one interesting thing is that he already used a lot of effects. Here, this is the Dormouse as well. So he will not be able to do the full combo anyway.
And I will make a bold call here. I think Leo just has another super polymerization here. And if that is the case, that could be coming down. No,
Oh,
it's not. It is also Memento. Thank you, Leo. I finally convinced him to join the Memento family. And he is activating Memento and Bone Party. Question being here, of course, now, though, is how far can that bring him? How good really is that here of an interruption? Brings out the Anguish.
Sleepy?
Anguish, Sleepy. And if there is another Memento monster in hand, we can go for the Creation King.
Yeah.
Yes, it is
Oh.
Sleepy at the very least. I mean, we can also go into Twin Dragon first, then search for more cards along the way. Sleepy will be immediately summoned. Hold on, what are we going to get here? Which fusion are we able to summon now?
It will be defining the end of this game, in my opinion, and we'll see if Leo wants to make you proud. Which fusion is he gonna summon? Is it gonna be the Creation King, which would be pretty good, to be honest, pretty good, because you can get rid of.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, it is.
Gaddick
Oh,
in
the
hand,
Gaddick!
of course. He is a real Memento player. Finally decided to join the good side and was rewarded with a nice little Mementotlin Gaddick in his opening hand. That's how every Memento player enjoys his being. Ooh, but there's a Drizzt.
And it's a very good one because it allows Forgo to have access to a force body. So here, unfortunately, the Creation King will not be able to do enough to get rid of all the threats on the side of Forgo.
I'm telling you, Barco, that card is so bad here at that moment for many different reasons. Because first of all, as you said, it's another monster that is just simply there for link material for Forgo. But also on the other end, Leo just misses out on another monster that he can bring back. So no need to play this out any further. Leo conceding there after actually going first. No answer to Maxi sometimes just means you are not destined to win that game, and in that case, we saw that his opponent very much on the other hand had a really, really good starting hand there. That super polymerization alone was not able to stop him, and he kept on pushing even through that Creation King there in the end.
Yeah, and once again, like the Maxi is a very strong card, and when you get hit by the Maxi, it goes really hard for you. He tried to do his best because the super polymerization was pretty good. I mean, he used it at the right timing, to be honest. It was, I mean, I think it was a decent timing, and then after that, he still had a way to interrupt his opponent. He had the Creation King, the access to the Creation King, and the access to another disruption, because he would have been able to special summon back the Gaddick, which means that he could literally destroy 2 monsters on the opponent's field, which maybe could have gave him the victory, but unfortunately, yeah, the Drizzt form was too much. And what a hand on the side of the Maliss player. It was almost impossible here for Leo to just go through that. But I've got some good news. The first good news is that, yeah, he wanted to make you proud and to play some Memento stuff. But the second good news is that he's going to have 2 more games probably to just win the entire thing. And remember, he has his back against the wall, but he can still go through and go into the top 16 if he's able to win those 2 next games. But first, he's gonna have to win this one, and he's ready to give some action.
Going first, of course, is Leo. And which deck is it this time around? Oh, he's faced with Artifact Lancea and the draw phase this time, which is, even against Memento, not that bad of a card. But is Leo even still on that Memento deck?
That's what I was gonna ask you, because yeah, you mentioned the fact that maybe he was on Maliss. He's still on Memento. He's still on Memento, and he's going to start with the Dark Blade. So, and there is the Fuvalos. I mean, it is okay, I guess. I mean, the Fuvalos, yeah, you make your opponent draw a bunch of cards, but if you are able to go into the full field, I mean, your opponent is playing Maliss, and you have a limited number of interactions. So my guess in this type of situation is that you just go full combo. Just go full combo, and you try to establish the best field as possible, and just try to hold the situation like that. And your opponent, yeah, of course, he's going to have access to the normal summon. He's going to have access to the March Hare, but he doesn't have unlimited access to those cards.
So I feel like a lot of lines from the Memento deck do play fairly decent into the Multi-Army Fuvalos. But this one specifically, where you lead off with the Dark Blade
Yeah.
and immediately having the Mulchammy Fulvos being chained to it, that's the most problematic one because it immediately has to offer the opponent that one draw. And then, as we saw, it is still, at the end of the day, a deck that wants to fusion summon. And therefore, if we want to really create something, we also have to get to that point. But let's see now with the Memento Gedik, what can we possibly do? Can we even allow ourselves to go for one summon, or is Leo just trying to pass on a very minimalistic field here again? Also, of course, we need to ask the question, when Forgo is playing Artifact Lancea, is this even still his Maliss deck himself? Because maybe it's his other deck that is just targeting strategies like Maliss that he wants to play going second. Not impossible. But Leo, I think, is trying to go for a pretty solid line here into Fuvalos as we are bringing back the Maze, and Memento Maze can now search for fusion, and that would allow us to possibly fusion summon on the opponent's turn rather than on our own. And therefore, that might be the way Leo wants to go here.
Absolutely, he's trying to do his best, and this is a bit hard for him because, of course, there is the Mulchammy Fuvalos, which is, yeah, it is kind of a threat because you don't want to make your opponent draw too many cards. But the problem is that if you do not do enough, then your opponent is just going to go into the Maliss combos, and we saw that it is very strong going second if you can just have enough bodies, because you have access to the access code in the extra deck, and the access code is a very, very strong card, of course, no need to mention that. But yeah, if you are Leo right now, I think that you want to establish the best field as possible, and he's going to do his best to do so.
We shall see whether Leo agrees, but I definitely get your logic saying you need to do it. Maliss only has a certain amount of things that they can do, so they may have more cards in hand. It doesn't really matter, but there now is the Creation King. Offers one more draw for Forge. And there is an Ash Blossom stopping it now.
This is a tough one.
That the card that he just drew off of that Mulchammy Fuvalos draw? I could imagine so. Leo, no response to it, and that is tough.
This is indeed very hard, and he is just going to set 2 cards for now and proceed to the end phase. So Forgo, 4 cards in hand, 1 more during the draw phase, and he's going to have to face the Creation King. So if he has a weak hand, it will be enough, because of course we still have some disruptions. And it starts well, because we have the Mulchammy Fuvalos, which is activated, so this is not a very good card.
I mean, he's using that there. Possibly one card, yeah, exactly, as he's already anticipating that Memento fusion that, of course, was searched, and now we see that Forge indeed has not decided to switch the deck. One thing that he haven't really pointed out, but that should be obvious to the players also, is, yes, you are submitting 2 decks, but that could also just be 2 different versions of the same deck. So you can have one Maliss deck with Lancea in it and one Maliss deck without Lancea in it. So maybe that is what Forge is doing here. And now Leo immediately decides to use that effect there of the Creation King, saying, hey, you cannot activate that Maliss trap card that you're about to set, and I just hope that those last 3 remaining cards in your hand are not able to do anything.
He's totally right, in my opinion, because, yeah, of course, the White Rabbit starter is not the best one, and unless you have access to a Bestial or a Marcher in hand, and then it is very weak one into a Destruction. So he decided to recognize that and just decided to get rid of the body immediately. Ooh. And now he's activating the Memento Fusion. I mean, you can do that, of course, but you are going to give your opponent a draw.
Yeah.
So the problem is that maybe your opponent has a weak hand, because of course we saw that he started with the White Rabbit. So do you really want to give him a draw?
That's what I was wondering as well. That is really interesting, because I would have just waited a moment here to see what the next action is, and then we can still just go for the Memento Fusion in case we do need to do so. But Leo decided it is time now. I want to finally fusion summon, even though there is another Fuvalos resolved, and we go for the Twin Dragon, which now also is able to resolve.
Absolutely, and let's hope for Leo that the card that was just drawn by Forgo is not going to allow him to go further into the combo. Remember, he needs a Marcher or a Bestial. That would be amazing for him. And there are also some other cards that can be very good as well. You have the field spell that allows you to banish a card from the deck. Therefore, you are able to banish a copy of Maliss in the Mirror, so that you are able to banish then the White Rabbit, get access to another card in your hand, preferably the March Hare, and then get access to the White Rabbit on the field. And we have the Impulse. Yeah, look at that. Leo still has one set card, so we are able to activate the Impulse from the hand for Forgo. He will not have access to Light Monster till the end of the duel, but it's fine, I guess.
Two questions here, though. Ooh, it is Maliss and Underground, but going back to the questions that I was about to ask, that Dominus Impulse, was it just not worth to use it on the Memento Fusion in the first place? Or did he just draw it off of the draw he got with the Memento Fusion? Both could be possible, but I feel like he just decided, hey, this is actually fine that they're fusion summoning. I will take the extra cards. So even if he had the Dominus Impulse in his hand already, I think it was just all right to wait with it, right?
Oh yeah, but one thing which is not alright at all is that you have access to the Chessy Cat. The Chessy Cat banishing the Dormouse, getting access to 2 more cards, which is of course very strong, as well as another body. The Dormouse is going to get access to the March Hare as well, because you can just banish it right now, or you can decide to go into another body, banishing the White Rabbit. So yeah, this is definitely a very good situation to be in for Forgo. But for Leo, I don't know if he has anything left. The problem is that we saw that he had some cards like the Super Polymerization, but I seriously doubt the fact that you are playing some hand traps if you are playing some Super Poly.
It's not going to be many of them, I do agree. But Super Polymerization, at a good timing, still might be able to do the trick here. I'm not entirely opposed to that. But for the moment, we keep on waiting, we keep on letting Forge have the stage, and he goes into a Splash Mage now, and that Splash Mage very rarely stays alone on the field, as it immediately is going to activate its effect to bring back one of those Maliss monsters, in that case, but Dormouse, Leo...
It is Super Poly, it is Super Poly, of course! Of course, he's going to discard a card and be able to do exactly as the last game. He's going to discard the Fuvalos and be able to special summon the Ignister Golem. And yeah, that is pretty good for him. I mean, this is the best timing to use the Super Polymerization. And now you only have the Marcher in hand, so you are still able to combo, I guess.
How far can we go, though? I mean, we just got another card into our hand that Fuvalos, in the end, turned out better than even anticipated, because it not only gave us 1 draw, but 2 now in the end, with the Super Polymerization also resolving. March Hare, White Rabbit, all those Maliss monsters, they just keep on coming back. That's the whole nature of them. Whenever banished, just a short moment after they're back to the field. That is what makes this deck so powerful. That is how the whole strategy is built. And Forge is onto another ride. What is this linked to? We go into, okay, IP Masquerena. Hold on, we need another extender now, and it looks like there is no more extenders. Leo will get another shot in this, as Forge has passed the turn.
Can he do it? Can he get the victory? Remember, 1-0 for now for Forgo. And Leo backs against the wall. He has to win this game if he wants to stay in the tournament. But for now, during the draw phase, we are activating the MTP 07 to add the March Hare onto the field. We are going to use the IP as soon as we can. We can go either into an Appaloosa or into a Maliss Link Monster, which would be pretty cool, to be honest.
Yeah, or even also, of course, SB Little Knight is an option, but now we go into Memento Language, first of all, on Leo's side, and that is immediately the moment where, now in the main phase, Forgo does decide to use his Maliss March Hare in response. He just wants to, even though it's Leo's turn, now try to get the upper hand in terms of monsters on the field, and I think with that March Hare, he's going to be there in no time, really. He is going to accomplish so many more monsters. Benching the White Rabbit. Is there even another trap card that Forgo can search? Interesting.
We will see that real soon, but for now, yeah, we have access to the 3-Horned Dragon. The White Rabbit will get back onto the field, which means that we have access not only to the White Rabbit's effect, but also to a Link 3 or Link 4 monster with the IP. So he's in a very good situation, and we have the 06.
Is still around, and that is no good news for Leo. because that is another thing he will have to worry about. But for now, it seems like priority is back to Leo. Oh no, it's still not. We are still cooking, and Forgo is activating the effect of IP Masquerena, and I think you might be right. I think this is just an Appaloosa now.
It can be Appaloosa. It can also be, of course, a way to just bring the Art Scriptor, but I don't even know if you have any banished Maliss card right now.
Is there? I feel like there could be one, but I'm also not entirely sure, really. So
we'll see that real soon, but for now, he's choosing, and he needs to choose wisely, of course, because the entire game depends on that choice. He needs to stop Leo into his track.
Oh, and he's really thinking about it. He really is weighing the options. Is maybe just the overall threat of an Appaloosa the superior choice, or do we just try to get our engine rolling even more so by going into one of our link-free Maliss monsters? Possibly. Which would be the best link-free option here for the Maliss monsters? Is it just Whitebinder, or would you just prefer the Cryptor maybe here in that case?
I mean, I would probably... you can go into the binder. You can go into the binder, but you can also go into the Espelidon line. You talked about that earlier, and yes, this is one of the ways to get rid of the Anguish on the field right now. Oh, he's not going to... He's going to banish the Earth Golem at Ignister, and this is a very interesting choice because the fact that you have the Earth Golem on the field prevents you from summoning some cards like the Tatsu. So I'm not sure about that. Is there a reason to banish this card?
Maybe it's just the sheer amount of attack points it has. Just being able to attack over an IP Masquerena possibly was maybe the reason that Forgo said, yep, I don't want to have that card around anymore. And now we use the effect of Anguish. Met with Called by the Grave. And now, please, a little ruling lesson. Memento Anguish is written in a way that it will resolve as far as possible. Meaning, yep, we are destroying the Anguish. Bye-bye to it. But the monster that we were trying to bring back is no longer there, and therefore we just lose the Anguish with no thing in trade for it.
I mean, actually, there is a little thing. You destroyed your own monsters, so
true.
you are able to activate something like the fusion by shuffling back the monsters from the graveyard. So we will see if that has an impact right there. But yeah, of course, you get rid of the body.
That is, in case, sadly the case. We do just head into the battle phase now, though, with the Memento Horned Dragon trying to go after that IP Masquerena. Will that be allowed, or does Forgo immediately do something about it? No. Goodbye, Aspie Little Knight. Life points lead for Leo at the moment, but how much does that really mean to him here? How much can you really capitalize on that life points lead? How much are we able to do now in this main phase 2? We know one of his cards in hand is the Tekutlika, but first of all, hold on, we can just use the effect of our fusion, search for Memento Mictlan. We haven't done that on the first turn. Usually you do it, but of course Leo's turn was massively held back by that Fuvalos, so we didn't even go for a line, and also we couldn't send with our fusion in the first turn because Ash Blossom then stopped it on the field. So now is the moment, after going for the fusion on the field, just use the graveyard effect as well.
And here it comes! The combined creation is coming onto the field, and it is a very, very strong monsters. Of course, 5,000 attack and defense point. And this is a very good card to just end the game, basically. And especially with the addition of the Acheron and also the Bone Party, it can do a lot.
For sure. And I mean, is it just me because I'm such a Memento enjoyer, or do you also get goosebumps whenever that creation animation is going off there on the screen?
Yeah.
That's such a nice animation, man. I love those Memento cards, but we are now continuing to use the fusion effect in the graveyard, get the Bone Party. We chose to destroy the Tekutlika, actually, and we could possibly bring back the fusion. Now, wait, no, we banished the fusion, though, so it's no longer in the graveyard. What are we bringing back here? Is it maybe the Tatsunotu Chogo? It is Darkblade, that works, of course. We could, even if there is something we want to discard from our hand, activate the effect. Yep, we are trying to destroy a back row. There's another Goblin in the hand. Let's see what that sad card is.
GWC, yeah.
Oh, we knew that one was GWC, right? We actively, on intention, went after the GWC because we're trying to get rid of it here for that very moment.
And
Leo
that is clever in my
knows what
opinion.
he's doing. Yep. Why is that clever? Explain to us.
Yeah, and I mean this is pretty cool because yeah, here we are not getting a lot done with this GWCO6, and the good thing is that by destroying the combined creation, you can still bring it back because the special summon of the combined creation is not once per turn. You can literally bring it back as long as you have enough materials in the graveyard and in the hand to just summon it. So we might see it again during this turn if Leo manages to go full combo.
Honestly, Leo is really getting back into this. I'm surprised how well of a situation he's gotten himself into in Arya already, because we're getting more and more cards removed. There is now the graveyard effect of Horn Dragon, getting more cards destroyed. Bye-bye Field Spell, bye-bye also to the monster we just brought back with GWC. Leo, all of a sudden, maybe in a possible winning situation here. I love to see this developing as a true Memento enjoyer.
Yeah, he's doing really great, and I am actually impressed with this game. This is a very, very good game right there. And now we are going to use the Mace effect, getting access to the fusion from the deck to the hand, and this is a pretty good situation. We are going to activate the Memento fusion, and yes, it is coming back. We are going to get access to the fusion monster from the extra deck, and yeah, he literally, little by little, is going through all the interactions that Forgo has to give to him. And we are going to go into the Twin Dragon, activate the effect on Summon, and be able to destroy the Twin Dragon, which will then be able to bring back something from the graveyard.
That is true, and we can now search for Tatsunori Chogo maybe as well, because we didn't even special summon that from the hand yet this turn, so that would be an easy find here, being the second search here possibly off of that Twin Dragon. Does Leo recognize that? He goes for Akihiro instead. Interesting. What are we planning here, Leo? Now using the effect of the Twin Dragon. Is there maybe a Tatsunori Chogo in the graveyard? Nope, we do go for Goblin.
Yeah, and the Goblin is gonna get back onto the field, and now we are going to use the Bone Party, which is of course very good. We are of course getting the Akiran in the graveyard, and we are going to get access to another monster from the main deck, but more importantly, we are going to get access to Akiran's effect.
I see what you're doing there, Leo. I like what you're doing as well. Akihiron effect in the graveyard. Let's recycle that fusion that we banished earlier on, possibly. Yup, exactly what we are doing. And I think, Leo, I know I always believe in Leo in some way, you know, but in that game, I was a little doubtful, I will have to admit.
Yeah.
He's doing absolute wonders here. He's actually just playing through this all, now also using the effect of Sleepy, and I'm sure Forgo is sweating it hard right now because he was probably already feeling sort of safe in this one already too, but Leo says, never rule out Memento. This deck is a classic in the metagame right now, and it is there for a reason. Such a strong and versatile combo deck. And now we send many more names to the graveyard so that our Tekutlika can come back from the graveyard, of course.
And there are more monsters in the graveyard so that he's able to special summon back again the combined creation. We see it on the field, and we are literally in the same situation.
Goosebumps again.
But he managed to... I mean, I'm really impressed. Congratulations, Leo, on this one. And maybe this is the power of friendship.
Yeah, it gotta be end phase Memento Miklan after all of that, still having the time to also set back the Bone Party. So this honestly almost is a good going first field on the first turn. But this was all just after already breaking the Maliss field. Really, chapeau, Leo. This was wonderful execution by that Memento deck and by Leo himself.
Absolutely, and we are going back on Forgo's turn. We are normal summoning the Dormouse, and here I think that we can allow ourselves to let the Dormouse effect go through, because we have the ability to special summon back a monster from the graveyard with the combined creation, as well as destroying then the bodies on resolution. Here we are going to get access to the March Hare, which is going to get back into the hand, and then we are going to be able to activate this March Hare to get access to the 3 monsters on the field. But remember, the combined creation can bring back a monster, and then we have the ability to destroy all 3 monsters with the Creation King.
We can also get fancy, because the Horn Dragon actually creates even more destruction potential. As with the Bone Party we sat back in the end phase, we can just destroy that monster, and then the graveyard effect of it will do wonders once more. Able to destroy 2 cards on the opponent's side of the field, plus then also 1 Memento card on your side of the field. So Leo really now with multiple levels, even with multiple layers of distraction potential, so finding himself into a good situation, may be able to compete against that Maliss strategy here.
Yeah, and you talked about the fact that it was a very good turn 1, if it would have been a turn 1. And yeah, it is actually, because this is a very scary situation for the Maliss player. We talked about the fact that you want to get those bodies to stick on the field and to get access to the link tree, but it's going to be very, very difficult in this situation, because here you can see Leo starting to do something. He's going to get another monster back. Here it's going to be the 3-horned dragon, so he's going to get access to 4 monsters on the field, and it's going to be more than enough to just get rid of the entire bodies of Forgo. Here we have 2 bodies that will just go back to the graveyard, and we just surrender here for Forgo. And what a game it was! It was the second game, backs against the wall. Leo managed to pull out a very convincing victory right there.
I couldn't be any prouder. Really, really well done there by Leo with the Memento deck of all decks. And I mean, my theory of the Memento deck maybe winning today gets closer and closer, more possible and more possible, because
Actually, yeah.
we see multiple Memento players actually in the tournament holding their own against the Maliss players as well. But of course, let's not get too quick, because Leo obviously now still will have to go second in this third and final game, so it's not going to be an easy situation whatsoever. He now will have to, for the first time in this match as well, will have to deal with that disadvantage. But if he can find himself cards like Artifact Lancea, Maxi, Huvalos, the cards he had to face himself in the previous games, he may still be a real contender in this third game. This is top 32, top level gameplay action. So let's get back into the action. Game number 3. I am ready. I hope everyone at home is as well. And Forgo surely is, by going first here, able to head into the main phase. And oh, Leo? Okay, no, I thought Leo switched sleeves there for a moment, but nope, it was just them switching sides basically. Leo still on
there
the
is
same
no
sleeves.
Lancea. There is no Lancea, so the gold sarcophagus here is gonna resolve and gonna give access to the Chasey Cat, which is not a good sign for Leo, because it means that there is another Maliss card in the hand, which allows him to just play. The problem here is that the Chasey Cat allows you to do so much, because you are able to get access to another body and to draw 2 cards. So here Leo decides to use the Ash Blossom. It can also be used on the Lynx 3 like the Red Ransom, but also on the Reborn of the White Binder. But here I think this is a very good situation to Ash, because yeah, this is just too much advantage.
And now Leo, we can also rule out the Max C from his hand, because he would have chained that, of course, but there is the normal summon of Maliss Dormouse. And there is the Fool. Leo does what Forgo did to him in the last game, and he did it even twice to him, but now Leo is the one resolving it, and there was no response to it. So Leo is online in this one, as he will be drawing for every extra deck summon that Forgo wants to commit into here.
And here you have 2 choices for the Maliss player for Forgo. Either you just do a half field, and you are able to do that with the Red Ransom and get access to the spell card Maliss in the Mirror, or you decide to just go all in and give a lot of cards to your opponents, recognizing the fact that yes, your opponent might have a lot of cards in hand, but he has a limited amount of interaction, because there are a lot of cards that are not going to be able to get used 2 times in a row during the turn. So this is a hard decision. Usually what we see is just going into the Red Ransom, setting the Maliss in the Mirror, and then it gives you 2 interruptions. We will see what is the decisions taken by Forgo, but for now he's going into the Red Ransom, which is a pretty classic.
Yep, definitely the decision you could have expected there, and we are searching for Maliss in the Mirror indeed. You recognize a real Maliss expert when you hear him talking, and Barcode, you have been, of course, dabbling with that deck in the TCG, so no wonders you know what they're doing. There comes Maliss in Underground now, though. Is that just a pseudo search for the March Hare? Probably is, right? You just banish March Hare, have it in your hand for the opponent's turn.
I think so.
Seems
It
about
gives you
right.
the opportunity to have just a more follow-up, and I think this is very, very good indeed, because otherwise you have the ability to just get rid of the red ransom, which would not let you activate the spell card, and then it would just go from 2 interruptions to literally 0, which is bad.
End phase. Leo, there is not that much you have to play through. You played masterfully on that second game, but can you do it here again? First question, of course, we gotta ask is this even still Memento? Because, of course,
That's
Leo
right.
also has 2 decks to choose from. He submitted 2 decks, but he is still normal summoning the Memento Anguish. No doubt in his mind that the Memento deck is the right deck for this match, and the Anguish will be activated, but also immediately targeted with the Maliss and the Mirror. This is dangerous now, though, because there's plenty of ways to dodge this.
Bon Party is here, and of course the Memento players have a lot of tools to just try to avoid. Try to avoid the targeted interruptions, but here we have the Impulse. Do we have another spell? Do we have? We have the Droplet. We have the Droplet, which is very, very good. Of course, we are still going to banish the red ransom, because the card is written in the way that you first banish the red ransom and then you are able to negate the monster on the opponent's field. So he's going to get access to the White Rabbit, and the White Rabbit is then going to give him access to the trap card, but you are going to let the effect go through.
Yes, the Anguish is resolving, which is for the moment, I think, what Leo was valuing the most. So the Droplet, yeah, sure, it's not that great in terms of negating. It does do the trick in terms of making that Anguish resolve, though. And we are rewarded with that Tatsuno Chogo in our hand here.
And I think that he's in a very good situation right now, because we know that the Impulse was already used, which is, of course, very, very good. And he got rid also of the Maliss and the Mirror. The only downside is that there is going to be another interaction, and the MTP07 might be hard for him to turn around, because, of course, he's going to try to special summon the Tatsu from the hand. And if the Tatsu gets banished and he doesn't have anything else to special summon, then it's going to be over for him.
That's true. But now, White Rabbit coming back. The Rabbit that keeps on jumping between the banishment and the field, hopping back and forth, but now back onto that set field and getting to set. Yeah, it gotta be MTP07 if it's not already the set card, though, right? That could also be the case, but nope. MTP07 to the Spell and Trap Zone. Leo, it is on you again, and there is the obvious choice, the card that is already known from your hand, the Tatsu no Uchigo.
So it is gonna resolve, of course, but on resolution, I am pretty sure that Forgo is going to activate the... Oh, he's not going to activate yet the MTP.
Just
so
do it now, though, because that would still banish it, and you already get out the effect from the Tatsu.
Ash Blossom? Is there an Ash Blossom?
Oh, Ash Blossom would be crazy. Leo, do you have it? Oh, no Ash Blossom, and the immediate chain of GWC too.
Yeah, because we want to get the Link Monster back, so we will get some life points.
Oh yeah, fair. I get it. Gone, but right back is the Red Ransom. Life point lead also accomplished now from Forgo, and we are searching for Mache.
And then the Tatsu will get banished, of course. Leo, do you have something else? Do you have something more? No, he doesn't! And he just lost the game. That is, of course, pretty sad, but what a duel. What games did we just witness?
Yeah.
It was absolutely mind-blowing what we just saw, and especially the second game. I mean, it was so exciting. Yeah, it was outstanding. And I must say something. You gave him some lessons, right?
Of course, I teach them all the moves. No, I mean, I take some credit of inspiration, maybe, that I inspired him to play the deck, but I didn't give him all the combos. I think credit to him. He really played that out himself there, and he really did well so. And I mean, he has been texting me a lot over the last couple of weeks saying, hey, I'm playing Memento on Master Duel now. I like the deck as well. I'm getting into it. In the beginning, I think in his first version of the deck that he played for like 2 to 3 weeks, he then told me he didn't even realize there was no Maxi in it. And then at some point he looked at the deck and he was like, there's something wrong about this. Oh, there's Maxi missing. And the moment he also found that card in his deck, I think it also immediately picked up even stronger from there on. And so he is now a successful Memento duelist, but he also is out of the tournament now. But still, it's good to see, I think, as a general thing to say, that Maliss is a deck you are able to compete with. We saw the Memento deck was really able, if you're playing your deck really well, even though it may not be the newest deck, still will be able to compete with the Maliss deck and compete at the highest level as well. So that is lovely to see. Be it Tenpai, be it Memento, be it Mermail, you can beat that Mermail deck. And I think that is a sign to all the players out there, maybe thinking that, hey, that new combo deck is so crazy strong so that I'm going to have a really tough time to compete with it. It is possible.
It is possible indeed, and as long as you play like the deck that you want, but that you play it well, like Leo just showed us, you are actually able to beat this deck. And you have some other tools, you have some Lancias that we saw, so on top of that, yeah, you have some things to beat Maliss. And yeah, I mean, I'm still catching my breath because Leo was absolutely amazing, and I'm a bit sad that he's now out of the competition. But we are going to see people, some players that managed to win during this top 32, and we are going to go into the top 16 real quick. But first, we are going to do a short break. And we are back after this exciting top 32 with Leo on the Memento strategy, which was a very good duel, but he didn't manage to get to top 16, which some duelists have managed to do. So we are going to get into this top 16
baby.
right now.
We got Mist, one of the most prominent faces in all of European and maybe worldwide Yu-Gi-Oh! A Duelist Cup winner from this season, a World Championship participant to be, and apparently also a Maliss enjoyer. Honestly, with Mist, that would have been the last person I would have expected to run Maliss in this tournament, but he feels like it is a deck he has to play, that he has to practice, maybe already preparing for the World Championship, and he gets to go first with it here.
Absolutely, and even during this Nekai metagame, he used to play some other decks. We saw him on some other strategies, but this time he decided to just pick Maliss, probably because he likes the deck, but also because maybe some players are not really familiar with the cards yet, so you can take advantage of that, and it's just a very good deck in general. And here we can see Tessie using the Dragon Bird. Dragon Bird is, I mean, it's not the best card against the Maliss strategy because now Mist already, I mean, added every single card that he wants to use. And yeah, he's not drawing two with Chessy Cat, which is of course not the best thing, but it's pretty fun because he's still going to go full combo.
Appaloosa is back onto the field, and I was wondering how often we are going to see that card on the Maliss field. And judging by only today so far, I can say pretty regularly it looks like they are able to go into it somewhat early to protect themselves from further monster effects for the rest of the turn, which of course is such a huge thing. This really was never a thing in the TCG, that Appaloosa could be on the field for the Maliss deck, but here in Master Duel that is possible, and Mist making immediate use of that here on his first turn.
Absolutely, and yeah, already the Appaloosa being able to protect himself from the Nibiru, but also being an interruption on the opponent's turn, and he still can get access to all those bodies, because this is what Maliss does the best. You can get access here to the Chessy Cat, and you have a Lynx tree and two other monsters that you can use to just go into the White Binder, or also the Hard Sweeper at the end of the turn. For now, we are going to go into the Link 2. And he's probably going to be... Oh, this is the moon!
Oh my! That is something we haven't
moon.
seen at all today yet. But yes, technically possible also sometimes to be seen in the TCG. It is possible to just play Fiendsmith Maliss, and looks like Mist very much is enjoying that here today for this Challenger Cup. And the good thing about this is, yes, the Maliss cards didn't play into Drone Lockbird at all. Guess what? The Fiendsmith cards do not either, so Mist just able to still go complete full combo here. Whatever he likes to do, he will be able to do. Going into Fiendsmith Engraver now. That one will come back to the field with the quickness, and Mist is going to show us an even bigger combo from what we have seen so far. And maybe this is Mist's answer once again. He likes to be creative, and we saw that those Maliss end fields have been a little minimalistic on the monster end. It was just usually one, maybe two monsters that people were ending on. So Mist maybe decided, hey, I want to have some extra backup. I want to have some more monsters on my end field. So having the chance to also go into Caesar or maybe into something else is, of course, huge. So let's see how we are going to continue here. I mean, one thing is, did we already get ourselves Cybers locked here? That's what I'm wondering right now. I mean, we went to the Requiem. No, we cannot.
Not yet. Not yet. But one thing which is really, really cool here is that Mist recognizes the fact that maybe there are going to be a lot of Lancias in the opponent's main decks, so he chose to have a solution for that, because from two bodies you can just go into full Fiendsmith combo, and so you can get access to bodies, but also to some interruptions. And yeah, I think this is very creative for him. We have seen this in the TCG as well, as you just mentioned, and it works pretty well to just play under Lancia and have a response to that.
It feels like Mist really just always has an answer, right? Like every format, he just has a way to figure things out, very often in a very unique way that not very many people are doing, but that is working perfectly well for himself. So he's just very often one step or maybe even two steps ahead of the competition. I mean, you don't win a Duelist Cup like nothing, you know? You have to work very hard for that. You have to be ahead of the rest of the competition, and Mist is doing so once again and once more. And he keeps on link climbing here with those monsters, linking off these two link-free monsters to make space for Firewall Dragon even.
Absolutely, and we end the turn here on the Appaloosa and the Firewall Dragon, but we have access, of course, to some disruptions on the opponent's turn. There is the Appaloosa to negate the Firewall, which will be able to bounce at least one card from now, but he will be able to bounce probably 3 cards at some timing, because he will, of course, be able to revive back the monsters like the 2 Link 3s and put them on the side of the Firewall Dragon.
All right, we go Chessy Cat, and Mist immediately responds by negating that with the Appaloosa Bow of the Goddess. I think that is pretty much a no-brainer, and now we can use the effect of Lacrima, the Crimson Tears in the graveyard. We may have not really done anything with the Fiendsmith cards. Like, we didn't go for anything on the field. We didn't go for Caesar, we didn't go for the sequence into Desiree, but we of course still have the chance to go into Fiendsmith in Paradise on our opponent's turn. Not though when Tessa is preventing that now with the Call by the Grave on the Requiem. So
absolutely
no monster to be summoned.
And this is a very good use, in my opinion, of the Call by the Grave, because, of course, when you use the Call by the Grave on some Maliss monster in the graveyard, they always have something to just banish it just right after, for example, a March Hare or Bestial. So here, you just activate it on something that cannot avoid it. So, yeah, he gets rid of an interruption, and he does 1 for 1. And one interesting thing is that the Lacrima still goes into the deck, so he does not have access to this resource in the graveyard anymore.
All right, we negate again now with the Appaloosa, saying, hey, that White Rabbit better stay in the banishment. So, what's the set card we have? It is MTP07. Okay,
It's actually good.
That is a very good one. Any answer from Mist here? Still a moment to respond.
Oh,
yes!
There is the Ash Blossom, and I think it's gonna be it. I think Mist is just gonna get the first game. Here, I don't see a lot of ways to just interact with Mist field, and for Tessie, it's gonna be very, very hard. I'm just trying to think of some cards that could allow him to go further, but there are not a lot of cards in his deck that can allow him to do so. 1 card in hand, will it be enough? I doubt it, but maybe, who knows? He's going for the Link one and probably the Link Rebo. Yeah, Hades on the field, and what is the last card? It is maybe a Marsh Hare or something like that?
We immediately decide to put that back into the extra deck with the quickness, and now that makes all the cards that Tessie could have even less appealing, because they don't pair up with a Link monster anymore. Spell card Monster Reborn, though. That is a card we have yet to be seen, and we are trying to summon out that White Binder from our opponent now.
Not gonna work,
guess what? Mist says, I'm going to banish that myself. I want to get the good effect of a White Binder, and that leads to his opponent conceding. Mist just keeps on crushing. He just keeps on winning. Like, also just in the Challenger Cup competition, every single time we see him play those Challenger Cups on the regular. Of course, he was also in the Challenger Cup in-person finals in Malaga. He's a man of competition. He likes to go out there. He likes to, I mean, in this specific case, sit at home and not go out there, but still show the people in the world what he's made of. And he can just basically play whatever. And one thing that always to me is so impressive with Mist is the speed he's playing in. Because we've watched a decent amount of games already today, and a very natural thing, I'm doing it as well, is to think about things very carefully and think about every move very much so you don't want to make a mistake. With him, though, it almost seems careless, but you know with him it's never ever careless because he knows what he's doing so well, but it's just the speed in which he's doing all of that. It seems so natural and nicely, and I just adore watching that kind of a player.
Yeah, he's actually playing very fast. He knows what he does, and I think that during this second game, he's going to showcase the fact that he's one of the best players on this game. But I wanted to come again on the fact that there was a very interesting card that was played by Tessie, and this card was Spell Card Monster Reborn. For those who don't know this card is actually a card that lets you activate Monster Reborn, but it is a quick play
Yeah,
spell.
it's an upgrade to the original monster reborn,
Absolutely.
basically.
The only downside is that you don't have the ability to activate the monster's effect, so in that situation it would not have done a lot. But what a heartbreaking moment for now for Tessie, because we just see him set a card and pass turn. So we hope for him that he has some interruptions. Here we see the draw and log burn. This is very interesting to see the fact that it's gonna do a lot more than before, because you have not access to the add of the field spell now, and you don't have access as well to the Chessy Cat draw, so it does more than before. But is it gonna be enough? I'm not sure about that. For now, we are going to go into Fiendsmith Requiem. And you talked about the Caesar earlier, and this is actually a very, very good card into this metagame, in my opinion, because Caesar allows you to prevent the special summon from the Maliss monsters from the banish zone, and that is very, very good. So is he going to prioritize that? I think so, but we are going to see that.
One thing that we could also do here, though, is just simply go into a nice little Chaos Angel. Would be iconic, because Tessie YG is using the Chaos Hunter, no, not Chaos Hunter, Chaos Angel sleeves, so it would be funny if Mist now does it with that. Oh, we just go into the battle phase here, though.
We're going to put some damages here, so nice 3000 damages. And I think we are just going to play in the main phase 2. One thing that we can do is just normal summon a monster, or we can just go into the sequence or another link to monster. What is going to be the choice? It is actually going to be the sequence, so we are going to get access to the DSRA, and very cool sequence as, yeah, it is glowing.
Infinite Impermanence activated. Quite interesting, actually, that Tessie has decided to set that card, because there's no other cards on the field. He could have just kept that in the hand, so it would have not been... like, he would have not revealed anything, and he would have just had the chance to also, like, fake a Fuva loss or something, maybe, but that card was out of the discussion now. I think Chaos Angel is actually a card, probably in this version, in Fiendsmith Maliss, you're not able to include into your extra deck, because the extra deck space is pretty tight, but the sequence, of course, will be there. But now, the Bistia Druid's is going to be there, banishing the Engraver, leading Mist for now with not very much. And he has already also normal summons, so is there even that much more left for Mist to push with here? Or have we actually successfully stopped his turn here as well?
So yeah, the Bestial Druid's Worm, which is pretty good here, and Mist is actually taking some time to sing this time.
Hold on, really? I mean, we had such a fast-paced game 1, and now in game 2, the pace is so much down all of a sudden. Tessie, though, did he find a play that opens up joy for him here in game 2? Oh.
It is only a battle phase here, and he's going to attack with the Druid's Worm over the sequence, going into main phase 2, and yeah, he's not going to be able to play, which is, of course, not really cool for him. But on the side of Mist, we saw that he only had access to the Fiendsmith cards, which is actually interesting, because both the players are kind of in the grind game. But there is an advantage for Mist in this Lacrima, which is able to special summon back the sequence, I guess, here.
Yeah, it could be sequence, it could be Requiem. It's basically the choice of Lacrima.
The Requiem, yeah.
For the Requiem. I mean, both would have been justifiable. I mean, just having the sequence on our field at the beginning of the turn, I think that is pretty nice as well, not gonna lie.
Well, if you just draw some Maliss cards, you are just able to normal summon the Maliss card, and all of a sudden you are able to go into the Links tree.
Yeah, fair enough, that's also true. But now we use the effect of Fiendsmith Engraver right away, putting that sequence into the extra deck instead, not on the field, but now they're sitting in the extra deck instead. Engraver onto the field, and this time no Bestia to stop it even from Tessie. It's not looking very bright at the moment for Tessie, but never give up.
Response. Yeah, there is the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, of course. Yeah, he didn't draw anything to play, but he has some interruptions, which is pretty cool here, because he is going to prevent me from special summoning the Lacrima from the deck and prevent him from having access to those Fiendsmith cards.
And now Mist. Did we finally find a Maliss card? Is this even still the Maliss Fiendsmith deck? I mean, maybe his second deck is just Fiendsmith Control or something like that. You never know with him. But for the moment, we are just seeing those Fiendsmith cards, and we are using the effect of the Engraver now, sending the Druid Swarm, and in the process now, Druid Swarm is also going to activate in the graveyard, equally trading by also sending the Engraver to the graveyard, leaving us with an all-open field in terms of monsters.
Absolutely, and this is a very grindy game, very, very grindy, but Tessie will probably have the opportunity to just try to start playing. We haven't seen a single card from now, and we will not see one during this turn because he is just going to set a card. We saw previously that he chose to set the Infinite Impermanence, probably because he had the Druid Room in hand. Is it the case? Again, he didn't put it in front of the other set card, which, I mean, might say something, but
yeah. Okay, we bring back Engraver, so finally Mist filling that void, that loss of monsters on the field by bringing back the Engraver, and we are immediately going to link it off, go into Fiendsmith Requiem again. We want to have that Lacrima back into rotation. Are we going to be allowed to resolve the Requiem this time around, though?
Ash Blossom, another one!
Another one, and another one, and another chance for Tessie to stay in this game. But I mean, Mist, he's racking up cards in hand. There has to be at some point a playable card, right? Oh, there is a Magnamut. That is a nice one to pick up for sure. Going after the Druid Swarm in the opponent's graveyard, providing us... Ooh.
There is the Impulse, so there is a response here, and we don't want the Magnamut to resolve. I mean, actually...
And it will be destroyed, actually, as well, because of the Infinite Impermanence in the graveyard. That's good.
I think that is a pretty good way to use the Impulse, because you don't want the Magnamut to resolve, you don't want to let Mist get access to more cards in hand and to win the grind game battle. So here, he recognizes the fact that he has to use the Impulse, and this is the end of turn for Mist, very low on resource, as well as Tessie. Is it gonna be finally a card? And I mean, at that point, I'm not even sure that it's gonna save him. I'm not even sure because, yeah, Mist has access to 5 cards, 3 in hand and 2 set cards.
And those also got to be cards that are interruptions, right? Because there are clearly no plays. Otherwise, Mist would just play out those cards to advance his game state. But no, he just keeps on sitting there, keeping those cards private to him.
But you talked about that earlier during the pre-show, and look at that. At the grind game, those cards are literally the best cards that you can dream of. And every single turn, he's using the Engraver effect and the Lacrima effect during the opponent's turn, and this is very, very strong, of course, because it uses the cards from your opponents. It forces him to use those cards, and you are not using anything because it just recycles itself. So yeah, here we are going finally get access to the Lacrima and to be able... No, we are not going to be able to send anything to the graveyard since we have the Infinite Impermanence, and it is in the column of another set card. So I don't think it's going to matter too much, but...
But there's Druid's Worm now. Mist has more Bestials ready to rumble. Now trying to finally banish that Druid's Worm, and this time around it does work out. And this could be, if there is Chaos Angel in his extra deck, sure enough, we're going to go for it now. But Sequence,
I think it's going to be the Sequence,
does it as well, yeah.
He does have the 3 cards in the graveyard, so he's going to either get access to the DSRA, which would just seal the game, or he's going to force something, and here there is going to be the Corsair Designator, but he's just... I mean, he's just trying to activate a card and show us that he doesn't have anything left. It is going to be the game for Mist because Tessie doesn't have anything left in hand or on the field.
I think Tessie was just trying to do his job now as well, helping Mist getting to the goal a little quicker by also now paying 300 life points to activate that Maliss Dormouse. But it is Mist summoning out the Fiendsmith Desiree, quickly linking it off together with the Sequence. So that probably means there is a Fiendsmith Agnum Day in our extra deck. Sure enough, it is. And that card, together with the Desiree it is about to bring back, is enough damage to produce a game-winning attack here in just a short moment. Mist is once again, and as per usual, and as we know him, moving on to top 8 of this Challenger Cup here tonight. Again, he just cannot stop winning.
Yeah, and he won in a very cool way, but I'm a bit sad for Tessie because Tessie didn't have to play...
He didn't get to play at all.
Yeah, he
no.
didn't get to play at all. Not a single card, only some interruptions.
Yeah.
And he tried his best, but the problem is that when you are facing some Fiendsmith cards, it is very, very hard to just keep up with the pace of these cards because they just recycle themselves and allow you to win the grind game. But for now, we are going to get into another duel of the top 16.
Oh my, look at that. We had just one confirmed World Championship participant for the 2025 World Championship, but we have another one, Quantal, the new team captain actually of Team Snipe Hunters, by being the one qualifying the team this time around. And he's activating Allure of Darkness, so is he also a Maliss enjoyer? I mean, what other deck is there that plays Allure of Darkness? There is not that many, really. But
I mean,
noteworthy, he is going first here in this game 3, so he has the upper hand in that regard, and it is confirmed to be Maliss now, as we have just banished that Maliss March here, which not immediately is a play though, so we need something else to play here. Let's see whether we have that. Yes, of course!
I mean, yeah.
And what a card we have! We have the Maliss Dormouse, and so Jack will really need something like a Munchami Fuvalors or a Maxi or something like that here. That would definitely be recommended to him. This is kind of funny actually, because it is Quantal aka Jack Rory playing against Jack, so it's a mirror match of the Jacks here basically. But there is infinite impermanence on the Maliss Dormouse. You better use that now, because eventually you might be forced to play into a Lingo Rebo, and then you can't really get value out of it anymore.
Absolutely.
But we know there is March here, so we know there is ways to extend already for sure.
Absolutely, yeah, there is absolutely full combo. We talked about that earlier, but the fact that there is the Link Decoder in the extra deck allows him to just go into Link 1, Link Decoder, and then activate the March here to banish the Dormouse. Dormouse will get back onto the field, and then you have the ability to just go into the Link 3. And the Link 3, even if it gets interrupted, you still have some ways to just go into the Link to the Splash Mage and go into full combo. So yeah, as we said before, having access to an extender here, the March here, allows you to go through 2 interruptions. Pretty cool.
It is very cool. And now we have the Dormouse back. 3 monsters in total, including a Maliss monster. Always will mean that we are heading into one of those so powerful Link 3 monsters. And the first choice, very, very often, and probably also in this case, is just going to be the Red Ransom. Want to make sure to get that field spell. Basically our backup in case our opponent does have an odd Nibiru. And so, ooh, another one. Permanence though. Alrighty.
I mean, it is still full combo, but but yeah, we have another interruption here. Maybe we have a third one. If we have a third one, then it matters, because Quantal will not necessarily be able to just go through this third interruption, but we will see that in a few minutes. For now, we are going into the Link 2, and it is most likely going to be the
Splash Mage.
This is Diapollusa, actually.
True, and we do have a Druid's Worm to follow it up there in the hand. Quantal knows a thing or two about playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, and he's putting it on display here once more in this top 16 match. Also immediately, of course, as you would expect from him, being on the new deck, being on something new that he can completely lose himself in, learning a new combo deck, getting into the nitty-gritty with it, for sure, making sure that he knows everything about this deck when WCS, of course, is so around the corner. You don't want to miss a single thing about it. And what's the best way to learn about a deck? Of course, playing it yourself.
Absolutely, and that is something that I say every single time. If you want to be able to interrupt the opponent's deck, then you'd better play it, because then you know every single thing about this deck. And right now, Quantal is playing it very well, having access to this Appaloosa as well as some Link 3 monsters. He is going to special summon the Splash Mage, and the Bestial Drizzworm coming in clutch right here, because it allows him to go into the Appaloosa before extending, and this is very, very strong, because it makes the 2 imperms that were used earlier look like nothing.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, thinking about the team construction of Team Snipers, I'm already thinking ahead, looking at possible WCS shenanigans. Quantal has always shown to be maybe the combo player of the team, meaning if one of the team would be playing Maliss, I think it would very likely be Quantal. So maybe this is not just testing to see how to do against Maliss, but maybe actually just already preparing to play Maliss himself at the WCS eventually as well. But of course, that is still a little in the future. And for now, we're just focusing on winning this Challenger Cup here first, one step at a time. Banishing those two imperms from the graveyard actually can be quite crucial, as this now, for example, when a Dominus Impulse would come in, would not be able to destroy that card anymore that you are negating.
Absolutely, that is very, very important, and it does not let anything left. Like, he thinks about everything. Every single thing is taken into account, and here we are going to extend even furthermore. We are going to special summon back the White Binder and probably use the 3 bodies on the field and go into either Heart Riptor, or we are going to go into the Link for the Firewall. That's the 2 solutions, in my opinion.
Yeah,
but
probably.
for now, we are going to set the Duel DC06, and everything is set for his victory. It is very, very hard to go through this field, and that must be heartbreaking for Jack going into this field while he used 2 cards for literally nothing.
Yeah. By the way, Barkert, how do you like the tune? That live twin tune in the back? It's quite
Okay.
refreshing, right? I'm like jamming here. I'm having a little dance on the side.
I'm gonna say something, it's been maybe 5 or 10 minutes that I've been thinking about that, but I didn't want to mention that, but yeah, it is
No,
very,
it's really
very
cool. I mean, it's a
refreshing.
cool thing that comes with having that evil twin field there, and it's great that Jack is displaying it here, because we see Quantal going with a very classic field, having no extra music with it, but Jack, with that field, also got that nice tune whenever he's dueling, so he will not be bored even when his opponent's turn is currently happening, because he can keep on jamming to that tune there.
Absolutely, and he chose to activate the Gold Sarcophagus after summoning the Heart Scriptor, so this is going to be even more cards. I mean, this is very, very good here, banishing the Maliss in the Mirror, which will allow him to get access to another March Hare, I guess.
Oh, or also just Fedora Mouse.
Yeah, the Dormouse is going to get banished,
and
yeah,
Marcher comes back, possibly.
absolutely. I think so.
Yes,
yeah,
Marcher to
would
the
make
house.
sense. Makes sense because then he has every single tool he needs to just get the victory. It's gonna be very, very hard because you have to get rid of the Appaloosa, of the Heart Scriptor, but also of the layered interruptions. You have access to the March Hare, which can just get chained to something like a Call by the Grave if you activate the GWCO6 or some cards like that. There is actually going to be the Driz Room, and this is a very, very good timing to activate that. I think it is going to get negated. Ooh. Oh, it is not going to get negated. We do not use the Appaloosa right there, which is kind of a deal, I guess. Yes, you are able to
just use Heart Scriptor in the end phase, which is so good because now you get 2 users out of that one.
Absolutely, absolutely, yeah.
And now Jack, you're kind
Only
of
3
confusing
cards.
me here. You have a live twin field, you have a punk avatar or icon rather, and you also have Orcus or World Legacy sleeves. So what is your deck here? Come on, what kind of wild mixture is that? I mean, no, I'm guessing Maliss, right? By seeing those bestials, I'm kind of feeling like it is another Maliss player, but it is Fiendsmith Engraver first of all, so maybe not Maliss Van.
We have seen some Maliss players play the Fiendsmith Engraver just previously, as Mist decided to run this engine into his Maliss deck. But I don't know if it is very popular right now. Maybe it is something like Primite Fiendsmith, or... I mean, there are a lot of decks that use the Fiendsmith engine. And here we have the Molcharmy Fubalos, which is not a good sign.
Maybe it's Molcharmy control, though.
Yeah, maybe. But yeah, it is probably gonna go into the Typhoon or something like that. But the Typhoon is not gonna win him the game. And it should probably be a loss for him after that, because yes, there is Typhoon, but you are able to use the Heart Scriptor right after to banish the Typhoon, and as the Typhoon states, you are not able to summon anymore during this turn, which means that it will lead to the end of the turn for Jack, and probably the win for Quantal.
That looks pretty good. The end phase it is. Quantal activates GWCO6, and he is very much in the lead. I don't know how the bracket works out like that, but imagine we have the final of Quantal versus Mist today. That would be pretty crazy. Both of them rocking their world's icon, because of course, them being at the World Championship this year, but also of course having been there previously, So that would be nice. And another sign and another approval of the Challenger Cup competition here in Europe, really just being the testing ground of the best players in all of Europe. I love that the Challenger Cup competition has become really what it was supposed to be, the place where you get to see the best players in all of Europe battle it out against each other, play on the highest level possible, and I'm glad we get to see that on such a regular base really with them.
Yeah, and we have already seen some really high-level games for now. We have seen, of course, Quantal. We have seen also Mist, but we also have seen Leo on his Memento deck. I'm really joking, but yeah, he did some really great plays, and all over the day, we had some really cool plays with the Maliss strategy, but also with some Mermail strategy, the Memento strategy, and also some Blue Eye strategies. And it was very, very cool to see that, and to see that players just came in ready, absolutely ready for this new meta game. Very new, because it just came out today.
Indeed, but that is already more than 8,000 points of damage on the field if my math is not off. So heading into the battle phase would be the only thing that Quantal needs to do here, and that is also what he is doing. So attack after attack will be flying in here and will mean that Quantal is another one of our players that is advancing to the top 8. Another top 8 at least finish for the man, the myth, the legend, Quantal, the new team leader and team captain of Team Snipe Hunters, and now into that set top 8. Good to see that he also so convincingly already is like pretty natural connected to that Maliss deck there and is having a good grip with it. Very, very cool to see.
I mean, not very surprising considering the fact that he's one of the best players right now, and he showed us that he literally masters this deck very well, not a single mistake, and it was very, very clean, very clinical, very cool to see. We are going to see him again probably throughout the
in the
whole
finals.
tournament.
Let's already call it.
Yeah.
He's going to be there. Who is
Maybe.
supposed to stop him? But we do have more players. We do have Doc versus Pierre, and we do have another Maliss field spell. We have a Nibiru for the first time, maybe really here on the field. And there we have a Baldrake though, so looks like Pierre is just extending through that Nibiru there. Let's see. Pierre, another very famous player in the Master Duel Challenger Cup competition, all the way from Italy, having previously topped a lot of different Challenger Cups, also some of my very own. And is apparently also some of one of the players that immediately was after those Maliss cards on the first day, ready to pick up all of them and to put them to a show here in this Challenger Cup.
And he looks to be in a good situation in this game state, because we see that the Nibiru has already been activated. Nibiru, which is kind of a weird card going into Maliss, because if it's alone, it will not stop the deck. The deck can play around Nibiru in most of the lines, but if it is paired with something like an Impulse or maybe double Imperms, something like that, then it becomes really interesting. So if you want to play Nibiru, you'd better have a lot of room for non-engine, so that you can activate it paired with some other hand traps, which must be the case because we see that Doc only has 2 cards left in hand right now.
It's actually interesting though. I mean, we got into this match here just midway through this third game. Maybe the Nibiru was not even used on the third turn on this turn, but maybe on the second turn as well, because as we saw, Maliss deck tends to just summon a lot of times, even on the opponent's turn, because like I'm struggling to believe that Nibiru was summoned, and then afterwards we still had all the resources to go into an Appaloosa.
Appaloosa, yeah.
It's possible, because we saw how much the Maliss deck can just bring out bodies non-stop, but this is the battle phase now for Doc. No, for Pierre and for Doc, I guess, but it is Pierre's battle phase to attack here, and he just puts in some serious damage onto the life points of Doc. And is that enough even? Oh,
there is the Fulos. So I guess this is just the end of the game, because he has what it takes to end it right now.
It's not! It's 100 life points off!
100!
100 life points and a dream, because I was doing the math in my head and I was like, is it enough? Is it enough? And I was like, I don't think it is, and it actually is not. But if Doc is on Maliss, being on 100 life points is a problem, because that means you cannot activate any Maliss effects in the banishment anymore. But is he even on Maliss is the question now.
Maybe you can
He
normal summon the
is,
White Rabbit and then set the GWC 06, and then you are able to activate the 06, banishing the rabbit and special summoning back another another Link monster if you can have access to some.
Appaloosa, though, no effect resolving for the White Rabbit at all. Doc. Anything else? Are we going to see Typhon again, maybe? Even that, probably not going to do too much because we could just use the effect of Ball Drag, but no, Link one time instead it is. That's either going to be
Linguribo.
Okay. Come on, Doc. Do it in style. Just attack yourself. Okay, no. Pierre just says, I want to get rid of that Linguribo. Bye-bye. Use the effect of Ball Drake. Battle phase.
And I think this is gonna be it. We are going to proceed to end phase, and Pierre is just going to end what he started the last turn and just finish the job.
Indeed, just go into the battle phase. That's all you need. There is no card that could stop you because whatever monster your opponent has, you can still just negate with the Appaloosa. But Pierre wants to show off a little more, it seems, as we just still go into the Firewall Dragon here, making sure, I don't even know about what,
yeah.
but he is clearly enough now attacking for a game with Appaloosa, Bow of the Goddess, even though shrink down to only 800 attack points, still able and enough to close out that game. So we have, from what we know, the third person advancing into the top 8, which is Pierre, another Challenger Cup regular, having many Challenger Cup tops before and adding another one here by already advancing to top 8. And then, of course, we have Mist, we have Quantal, we got them all, and we really, really are going to get more of a show from here on out because all of those people have provided us with such beautiful and exclusively amazing gameplay, I want to say. Therefore, I'm excited to see more. We got to go on a little break, though. All of the games are finished, so we are going to have a little bit of a moment to take a little breath, prepare again, but we should be back very, very quickly again with top 8. So don't go anywhere. Grab a little snack, but be right back. Top 8 coming your way in a moment. Wow, it's really going quick here. Back-to-back-to-back games. We're already back with top 8. Only 8 players remaining. Very, very prominent names left from the European Challenger Cup competition scene and overall European competitive scene of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. And we're, of course, going to have another exciting match. And Barcode, do you think we're going to have another Maliss mirror match? Because we saw 2 Maliss mirror matches there in top 16, so a lot of Maliss still left. Do you think we're going to have another one?
Yeah, we start seeing a lot of Maliss, but I think that there are still some players that might be there with some very interesting decks that
Memento,
are
please.
not Maliss. I know that you want some Memento. I would like to see some Melodious, but you know, we don't always have what we want in life. And yeah, we are going to see what's in this next game, but maybe this is some Maliss. Maliss is, of course, the best deck in the room, and we saw that a lot of very good players are playing this deck right now. We saw Quantal, of course. We also saw Mist on this strategy. He used to put a little bit more spices because he decided to put in the Engraver and the Fiendsmith stuff to just be able to play around the Lancia, probably, and also being able to have a little bit more line of plays. But yeah, we saw that the good players are on this deck. Does it mean that the deck is gonna take it all? I'm not sure about that, because as you just said before, there can still be some players like the Memento players who are able to just go into all those decks and
do a little bone party dance, right?
And get the victory. But we are going to see that after those 3 more rounds, and the first one here, the top 8, we are going to see some Maliss
again, and it is another Challenger Cup regular, and that is Haas, and Haas is coming in with the Maliss strategy as well. Always up to date on the newest tendencies and using the newest tendencies and the newest cards today for themselves. And the normal summon of Dormouse after setting a card. I like this setting a card first thing. That always gives me a little bit of a heart attack, because you think for a very brief moment, oh no, did they brick when they just start setting cards? But that was basically already the thing with Unchained, where they would start with setting cards and then get into their place. And with Maliss, it's just the very thing. It makes sense to set your trap cards first, because it gives you the ability to play around cards like Effect Veiler, Infinite Impermanence, because if there is now an MTP set, we will be able to chain it. Is it
the mind game?
Oh,
it is not. It is the MTP, as you just said. And in this case, yeah, you are not very happy of that, because yeah, the Dormouse is gonna resolve. We have the Ash Blossom, but it's not gonna accomplish a lot there, because we are still going to have access to 2 bodies, so we can still go into the Splash Mage and get access to the Lynx tree. But yeah, 2 interruptions activated here, and you very well stated that setting your card can be something like a MTP, but it also can be literally something that is not a Maliss trap card, especially considering the fact that one of the trap cards cannot do anything. It is WC06. If you do not have any Maliss cards, any Maliss monster in the graveyard or the banished, then you are not able to activate it. So there are not a lot of cards in your deck that can be activated. In this case, it was activated, and you are a bit sad when you see that being King Totoro and just seeing the MTP getting activated and dodging the Imperm.
That is indeed the case. So Haas still has everything he could dream of. That Dormouse resolved, and therefore White Rabbit is around the corner. King Totoro, though, maybe with a response. Did we even do any kind of special summonings yet? So, no Maxi apparently available. So that's not able to help him. But Fuvalos could still be, of course, a thing to be turning things into King Totoro's favor here again.
I mean, there is also something that could be a very good card. It is Nibiru, and we saw it during the last game on the field. I think it was the first one of the day, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, Nibiru paired with those interruptions might actually do something here. So for now, we do not have the ability to activate this Nibiru yet, but on resolution of the Splash Mage, we might be able to activate it and try to prevent Haz from building his field. Will we have the Nibiru? We'll see that in a few seconds, but for now, we do not have any more interruption.
Okay, there was a little bit of a gap there, so maybe that already is indicating that King Totoro has that Nibiru. now would be maybe the moment. I mean, you could also just wait for the Splash Mage to resolve, right?
Absolutely.
To just bring the monster back. You want to make sure to do that.
I mean, you are at 4 summons right there, but on resolution you will be at 5 summons, and you want the Splash Mage to resolve anyway. So you let that resolve. If you have a Bestial, this is a great time to do so, or a Dominus Impulse, which is very good right there, because you want to prevent Has to have access to a Maliss.
And it destroys it as well. That's so huge, getting rid of a Link 2 body 2 there. Because now Has will struggle to get to all of those Link monsters. And I think for the first time out of today, we see someone stopping the Maliss strategy with just those, I'll call them low impact hand interruptions. But here they did the trick. Now King Totoro setting a card. Is that a sign that we're seeing Maliss play as well? Or is this time around this the sign of a brick?
I mean, I hope for him that he has something to play, because otherwise has access to the GWC 06. But yeah, we have the White Rabbit summoned. This is not the best start, to be honest, but it still is full combo. It will resolve, and we will just set the GWC 06, which could mean that the other one is actually the MTP 07. Otherwise, we would have gone into the MTP 07 for sure.
Agree, yeah. Most likely would be that card. And now Has, what are their set cards? We know one of them also being GWC06, but the other one is probably the one that would be required to make a difference here. And whatever it is, King Totoro wants to make sure that it doesn't really matter, because we go into an early Lingo Rebo here to make sure that trap cards are not really in the debate here anymore.
And we are going here to banish the Dormouse and try to activate its effect. Is there gonna be... there's gonna be a Maxi!
Wow.
And he cannot answer to that because he doesn't have any single card in hand. So yeah, the Dormouse is gonna resolve and let Has get access to some more cards. So it's getting very dangerous for King Totoro. So he'd better end the game on this turn. Otherwise, it might be difficult for him to deal with the amount of cards in Has hands.
You will have to find a solution to this little puzzle that he's presented with here again, because there is two very different approaches. The one approach is just to say, hey, I still need to win this game here this turn, so I will just play into this Maxi as hard as possible and will just hope that my opponent doesn't really find anything to stop me there with all those draws I'm giving them. Or you just pass it over to them basically like that, giving them almost no draws at all. The thing, though, is we know there's GWC sets, so it is good follow-up already there presented to them. So that feels like not really an option. So we will probably have to go down the route Ron. We have to go down the route where we are just trying to combo off here very hard. And we are starting that off by using the Dormouse and the Chassis Cat now.
I mean, yeah, you said that very clearly, and in my opinion, you only have one solution. You have to accept the challenge and just end the game right now. Because even if you end up on half field, it is not going to be enough, because your opponent is going to have 5 cards at the start of his turn. And if you do not do anything, he still has access to the GWC 06, so he has some follow-up. So now, all you have to do is just activate all your cards and just attempt to glide onto an access code and just get the victory from now on.
Indeed, will they be able to do that? We're going for some draws with the Chassis Cat here. Always, of course, a nice thing to be having going for yourself.
I mean,
March Hare.
Yeah, you are getting the March Hare back into the hand, and you are trying to just draw as many cards as your opponent is drawing. The March Hare will get activated. Is there a response? And yeah, this is very scary to be in this situation, because you know that you are kind of on a timer, and you just have to win against that clock. And the clock is ticking. The clock is named Maxi, and it is a very, very strong and scary clock.
We just see those cards being added to the hand from Has. One special summon at a time. We are getting back more and more cards from our deck. One more. Boom. It just keeps on adding up. Bingbo, speaking about adding up, the attack points of the Maliss monsters are also adding up here, as, of course, we resolve the effect of Maliss Dormouse. meaning those monsters are a little bit more chunky than what they are originally. So getting to 8,000, or in this case 7,400 points of damage is a little easier at least.
And I think this is a great way to try to end the game right here. He's going into the hard scripter and he's going into the battle phase, so he forces the Nibiru if there is one. And yeah, right here we are going to attack with the Lingoribo, and we already have the game on the field because in the battle phase you have the ability to just use our scripter effect to just put back a Maliss card into the deck and then be able to special summon itself back with 5,600 attack points. There is no response for now, so I think we are going to try to go for game. We are going to activate the scripter for sure.
Has not really. I was already surprised when we let that Lingoribo attack go through, because I felt like, hey, just activate the trap now, so he's forced to just use the Lingoribo, so it's at least a little bit less of damage.
Totally.
But has just decided to let both attacks here even go through, and now King Totoro thinking about whether to now just also continue by using that effect off of his so powerful Link monster, but not too sure just yet. Or maybe Has is also thinking about doing something here at this very moment. We can't really tell just yet.
Yeah, he is going to activate the art scripter, and yeah, is there a response? This is a very, very important moment. This is crucial. He's going to activate the GW06, and of course the Lingoribo is going to get Chain.
You would imagine so, and maybe that is a sign that the other set card is just Infinite Impermanence, ready to negate maybe the hard scripter, making sure that it's not going to be going for game. Is, though, not the set card still the GWC?
Yeah,
so it would
is.
still end up doing the trick, right? Oh wait, does it then though? Because then it comes back, but not being... Yeah, wait,
it does. Yeah, because you can just bring back another Maliss monster from the graveyard, and then you are able to activate the art scripter effect to just get back onto the field. So you have to get 2 layers of interruptions by the side of Has, otherwise, yeah, you are cooked, and the game is just over for you.
Interesting, though, that King Totoro really thinks about what to do about this GWCS6. To the both of us, it seems so obvious to just use Lingoribo on it, but no, we just let it resolve. What kind of mind game is going on here between these two?
On resolution, you can still just banish the monster with the art scripter, but I think this is not what you want to do. So I'm kinda wondering what is the point here to let the GWC06 getting resolved, but there might be something that I didn't see, to be honest.
Oh, we are banishing the sat card, actually. Turned out to be a spell card there. Now the White Rabbit is activating, but what's the deal here? I mean, hold on though. We can attack over it here.
Absolutely.
And then just activate the GWC and we still have game, actually. So that probably is what they're trying to... Oh, we're playing TB11 here in the list of Has. That is a nice addition here. Very welcome card here in that very specific situation.
And here we can protect ourselves from the Dominus Impulse, which is of course a cool thing. And that is probably why we chose to keep the Lingoribo, because we...
But also, I just realized, okay, so we can attack over the White Rabbit with the monster we summoned back.
Absolutely.
And then we can possibly attack directly also with our Cryptor. But now there is the TB11, which we can negate though, so... Oh, not the TB11. Oh, wait, yeah, it is the TB11. Okay. Chessie comes back. Now we go for the Cryptor. This would truly be a good job done by King Totoro.
Yeah, there is the Impulse, of course. Of course. So many cards drawn by Has, and we are going to negate the Impulse with the Lingoribo, but there is still the TB11, and the TB11 is very important. It's crucial there because we have the ability to just banish the White Rabbit for cost and special summon from the deck or the extra deck, actually.
Yep, I think has just figured out a way to keep himself in the game. We are at a lot of cards in our hands, so the game state, besides the life points total right now, looking very, very, very favorable for Has. But let's see whether they don't do a mistake here, because still they could mess it up here in the battle phase. Scary situation to be... Hold on. Oh, there must be a Bestial, right? There gotta be a Bestial.
There must be something. Yeah, there is the Magnamute, yeah.
I almost jinxed it. I was like, oh, he could still mess up, and then he just lets that attack fly through. And I was wondering, okay, did he just forget somehow? But no, there is a beast here.
Maybe?
Impulse here would be crazy, though.
I mean, he has to activate Impulse, otherwise this is a bit hard. He cannot chain a Bestial, but he can definitely chain the Dominus Impulse. Is he going to activate this card? Is he going to end the game and get the victory through the Maxi? We will have the answer shortly, but for now he's sinking a lot with those two cards in hand, and this is going to resolve. We are going to see the Magnamute special summon on the opponent's field, and that is a very bad news for King Totoro.
Using its effect on the field as well, providing us with an additional dragon monster in the end phase, and King Totoro tried everything to just make it happen this turn, to bring the life points total down to 0 somehow in this turn, taking the Maxi challenge. But looks like we have failed, and looks like we will be heading into another turn for Haas, who has successfully withstand that pressure, really, that King Totoro put on them there. But now, having the beauty, having the joy of starting their own turn. Oh, we don't even have a search target for the Magnamute anymore there, but still having the beauty of starting our turn with 7 cards in our hands. Not too bad, not too shabby.
Casually 7 cards for the Maliss deck. This is like usual business, you know.
Yeah.
And you also have access to the TB11, so you are pretty much in a very, very good position. You can start forcing some things with the trap card, and then get your other cards from the hand to just end the game. On the side of King Totoro, we still have an interruption. We still have the Outscriptor, which can activate its effect. But yeah, I even wonder if there is still a Banish card. Banish card? I guess so, but
probably is. I couldn't also at the moment name you which one it is. Oh, it is a Call by the Grave being activated.
But there is a response. There is a response, right? Yeah, there is a Drizzworm.
I mean, we were not able to search with Magnamute anymore, so you gotta imagine there's more dragons in the hand already when that card cannot search for anything anymore, because it could also add back from the graveyard. So somewhere there needs to be those dragons. The answer, of course, is they were in his hand already, and that Drizzworm was sealing the deal there. Haas wins game number 1 in another Maliss mirror match. But now, are we going to see different decks in game 2? Or do you think these two players, they looked very, very well educated on that Maliss deck, right? So it seems like they would be just continuing to do it with that deck, right? I feel like.
Absolutely, and I think that the more we are going to go up into the tiers, into the top 8, into the top 4, and the final, the more we are going to see the Maliss strategy. Of course, this is one of the best strategies. And I think that if you are in this situation, you might as well keep this strategy, because you know that this is the best one. And you might as well have some answers for the cards like Lancia and everything. So we are going to see that shortly, because we are going into the game 2. And of course, yeah, King Totoro is activating the Allure of Darkness. And there is the Maxi once again. You asked me earlier what card was good against the Maliss strategy, and Maxi is definitely one of them. But King Totoro, this time he has the Crossout Designator, and he is going to say Maxi, of course, to get his own Maxi ban and to get rid of this threat.
Yep, if you would have asked me what's the best answer to have to the Maxi then afterwards, I would have told you, yep, just have the Crossout Designator and you're good to go. And that is what King Totoro is now. He is very much good to go. Not facing a Artifact Lancia, not facing a Maxi anymore, as we have just negated it already, and now starting to go off here with the Maliss Dormouse, banishing the White Rabbit. It could still be a Mulcharmy Fuvolas though.
Yeah, absolutely.
Probably would be able to use it here, I would imagine, maybe?
Absolutely, yeah, you totally use it there, because your opponent is most likely going to go into the Link 1 or the Link to the Splash Mage. So yeah, you would drop it right now, but for now there is absolutely no Mulcharmy, which means, in my opinion, that you don't have it in your hand. And yeah, we have the field spell, we have the Maliss in Underground, so we are going to go into the Link 1, the Link Decoder, and then be able to go into the Link 3.
Jessica, do we even have a card we can banish for that? We already drew 2 cards with Allure of Darkness. Make that 4 now by also resolving with Chassis Cat. Yep, this is double Pot of Greed, but in the Maliss deck. that deck is already comboing so nicely, and at the same time, it's also just drawing cards like it's nothing. Producing monsters on the field and cards at hand like no other deck in the format.
And we are indeed going to go into the link decoder, which allows us to go through an interruption on the link tree, because yeah, the link decoder is going to get back into the field. And now we are going, I think, to prioritize something like the white binder, probably. We could still go into the red ransom if we want to have access to the quick spell. So we are going to see what King Totoro decides to do. But yeah, it is the red ransom right now, so he wants to get access to this interruption. He wants to get access to the quick play spell, which is the Maliss in the mirror. And yeah, the link decoder is back onto the field.
Yeah, I mean, the link decoder there being so nicely in Royal Rare. I'll tell you something, I think King Totoro, just putting that into his mouth now, I think he's a former Math Mech enjoyer, and he already had that Royal Rare link decoder because he played so much Math Mech. If that's not the case, I'm very sorry.
But yeah, he's used to play this card then, and it's very beautiful to see this rarity. I really like it, to be honest. I don't know what you think about it, but yeah.
I mean, it's the best rarity in the game, for sure.
It's the best one, yeah. I totally agree. And now he's going to go uninterrupted for now. He has access to the red ransom. Do we have something in resolution? I don't know. But for now, we are going to banish the March Hare to just add a little bit of follow-up, so that if we get interrupted, we still have something on the opponent's turn, or even our own turn if we can just extend.
And now the Marcher is back into our hand, and has still sitting there waiting it out, because even though this Maliss deck is so strong, when you're piloting in yourself, playing into a Maliss field in the Maliss mirror can sometimes actually be possible. It is not to be outruled that you can just compete in that kind of a mirror match with the Maliss deck. I mean, the Maliss deck is the best deck for a reason, so breaking fields with it, definitely a possibility, definitely something that is not impossible. So has probably trying that later and trying to wait for his turn to try to crack that field that he's presented with.
And he is going to activate the March Hare now that he's sure there is not going to be any Nibiru, because he summoned once again the Appaloosa. What a card! This is such a great card. And now he's going to be able to go into the Splash Mage to revive back another monster and to summon it back from the graveyard, and then be able to go into the White Binder.
Looks like that is the plan, and has still making no sign of trying to stop King Totoro, so still being very easily able to perform the combo. And I gotta say, in the beginning I told you I was wondering how much we're going to see Appaloosa Bow of the Goddess being involved with the Maliss deck, and I want to say it has been almost every game, right?
Yeah, the answer is yes. We see it a lot, and of course this is a very strong card because it allows you to just get rid of the threat of Nibiru, as well as getting some really cool interactions with the opponent, because you can just negate some monster effects, and this is very strong against the vast majority of the deck. So yeah, a very cool card. If you can afford to play it, of course you are going to play it, and the Maliss players are really happy to have this card on their infield. And then we see that he's going through the White Binder. The White Binder is going to get back onto the field, and it leads King Totoro to its 5th draw of the turn after the Allure of Darkness, but also the Chessy Cat. And yeah, this is the real strength of the Maliss deck, if you ask me, because of course there's the field, but then you have so many cards. You draw some non-engine cards, and you have another draw too.
Drawing 5 cards in a turn, that's a whole new starting hand, but make that 7 now. King Totoro drew 7 cards on this turn, and on the side note, I want to say, also created that field there. So you really see how strong that new Maliss deck is. You see very much probably a reason on why to get Struggle in Wonderland and to get that Maliss deck, because that deck is probably the new top dog in the format, probably the new top contender, probably the one you will see a lot, and we are seeing it a lot here, of course, already today in this Challenger Cup.
And I can tell you that when you are in these kind of situations, it is very satisfying because you just threw half your deck, literally. And you know that it's going to be very hard for your opponent to just go through all those interruptions. And we can see that there are some very cool cards against the Maliss strategy. The Appaloosa, of course, is very, very good, as well as some cards like Caesar, because it allows you to negate.
I mean, at some point you just need to draw into the Maxi as well, don't you? Like, we drew so many cards. Obviously, at some point, we're going to also find the most powerful insect in the game, the Maxi. And actually has decided not to play the Maliss deck anymore. And I think that is also one of the decks where it makes sense to actually keep on waiting, because that is an angle where Has, very, very, very prominently known to play the Labyrinth deck, actually, will just be able to set 4 cards, and setting 4 cards very often against a lot of decks can actually be enough, can actually be a way to win the game. But is it even going to be 4 set cards? Because for the moment, we have only resolved the Lord of the Heavenly Prison. 1. Come on, Has, you got it.
Is it going to be full combo or almost full combo? 2 cards.
Okay, keep
Make
them
it
coming.
proud. 3 cards.
Another one, please.
And you need this 4th one.
Come on.
Oh no!
Oh, Firewall Dragon is now being activated. We're going to try to target our monster in the graveyard, the March here, to get it back into the hand here. So that is a sign to me that Has probably announced the end of the main phase, right? Because otherwise I see no reason to do this here right now. So we have to expect Has to have made that announcement, to have clicked the button to say, I want to end my main phase. And that was the clear signal to King Totoro saying, hey, I want to still get some use out of my March here on your turn as well. So let me quickly do all of that.
Oh,
and now the last
and the
card
4th one
is revealed. It is Dominus Impulse. In an all-trap card deck, of course, Dominus Impulse is a very nice card to be playing as well. And yep, an absolute staple, not only in Maliss, but also in the Labyrinth strategy.
And this is actually very good here to use the Dominus Impulse, because you just keep the White Binder in the Banished, and it prevents your opponent to just get some interruptions. Because if you are King Totoro right now, you want absolutely to get access to the White Rabbit, set the MTP, and just get rid of some cards, because he can't activate them right now. But he prevented that with Dominus Impulse, which was a clutch right there. So now we are back onto King Totoro's turn, and Has will have to just get those 3 cards, do something, because he's still not in the best situation. Because yeah, King Totoro just has everything rolling right now. He has access to all his cards, and the only single thing that is not really good for him is that, yeah, the White Binder is still in the Banished zone.
Yep. Still though, okay,
That's
on the
good
normal
one.
summon, or no, immediately in the draw phase, we decide to go for the Ruma Karma Cannon. And I mean, some people may not be too familiar with this card yet. The way this works is, you put every single monster on the field into face-down defense position that can be put into face-down defense position. There is only one, being the March here, and all the other monsters that are still somehow left then afterwards. For example, Link monsters, because that card can technically not be put face down, as it is a Link monster and cannot be in defense position in the first place. You just send them to the graveyard afterwards. So with just activating the Daruma Karma Cannon there, we got rid of
Impulse
2 cards.
for Impulse. You activated this Dominus Impulse, but I can play that as well. I told you this card is absolutely great against the Maliss strategy. Imperial Iron Wall, you'd better have a response right now, King Totoro. Otherwise, it's going to be very, very hard for you to just get something out of this game. And yeah, like 5 words on the card, but you don't want to see those 5 words when you are playing Maliss. Neither player can banish cards.
That is very true. And honestly, I gotta admit, I was thinking you were coping a little bit when you told me about the Imperial Iron Wall earlier on, but now we see it here in top 8. So kudos to you bringing it up already in the pregame analysis. So we just have to admit this card really being a powerful answer, but has really little on cards as well as right now too. So King Totoro, if he just finds a couple more Link materials, can still get to a Splash Mage, bring back something, and then the attack points are just going to add up quickly. So I think in the best interest of King Totoro it is right now to just get to 8,000 points of damage as quickly as possible. And I think the Maliss deck is still able to do that even without banishing. Maybe not in one turn, though. That's the thing.
mean, yeah, this is pretty hard, to be honest, because, yeah, of course, you have access to a lot of cards, but the problem is that most of the time you just want to banish the cards to get access to more bodies, and we already went through the Splash Mage, if I'm not mistaken, so we don't have access to this
True.
particular resource, so we might be in trouble trying to get access to those bodies. We'd better have an Ash, yeah, an Ash Blossom or an Impulse, because otherwise it's going to be very, very difficult. We have the MTP07 activating in Chain Link 3, so we are going to be able to add back another card from the deck to the hand. It is going to be the Chesscat. Chesscat, which is the Maliss monster with the most attack points.
Yeah,
by the way.
I think that is what matters right now, actually. We're just trying to get as much damage as possible onto the field. This is essentially a 4-turn clock with dealing 2,100 points of damage here with those two monsters. And we have to pass like that. Look how much a deck like Maliss struggles when there is an Imperial Iron Wall on the field. So
one single card on the field, and it is really hard for the deck to go through this card. I told you I was in a really tough situation when I had to face this card, and yeah, King Totoro might not feel great at that moment. He is going to go into the Link one, and this is going to be the Lingo Rebo. But the problem is that the Lingo Rebo will not be able to activate its effect, even if there is a trap card, because you have to banish
it.
Yeah. So you add more attack points, and now on the side of Haz, you have to get access to your Labyrinth engine. Otherwise, it is gonna be over the next turn.
The clock is actually at 3 now because we found another monster. So next turn it would already be over. It's not a good sign at all that we were not able to activate that set card. So we better find a powerful one off the top now. Haz, what can we get? Maybe an Ariana, maybe somehow just another welcome Labyrinth trap card.
Oh, nothing!
Oh, wow.
That is problematic, to be honest, and I hope that it is a very powerful card, otherwise it is gonna be the end of the game, and there is the Fuvalo. So if you want, you can go into Link 4, but I think there is no point going into this this Link 4. You might just go into...
Oh!
Yeah. So he kept the Derma Cannon, and he cannot activate the Lingo Rebo, of course, because you have to banish the trap card on Resolution, which he will not be able to do. So in that case, Has just won another turn.
Another chance to live on. Is that the most powerful one of those Labyrinth trap cards? We really need a big Welcome Labyrinth. We need a Welcome Labyrinth. One of those two is what we are trying to find here. We at least found the card that we can set, so there is a chance, there is a possibility, there is a world where this is the one card that turns this whole thing around here again.
And I can tell you the last card in hand is for sure the lovely Labyrinth.
Oh, you're right.
That is the case.
Right.
I mean, what else could it be? Because if it is a lady, you can just special summon it earlier. But yeah, I just think he drew this card. He's special summoning the SP Little Line, but this...
Oh, no response. That is a tough game, but in the end, the Imperial Iron Wall stopping him for multiple turns, holding him back for so many turns in a row. But just the sheer power of attack points on the field, basic Yu-Gi-Oh! Math, we're able to close out this game there.
Yeah, the Chessy Cat coming up clutch here to try to win this game. But I told you it is very, very hard when you have to face this type of cards, because you don't have a lot of answers, and you cannot just special summon Nightmare Cerberus to get rid of this, and not a lot of Maliss players are playing the Nightmare Phoenix to get rid of the Imperial Iron Wall, because not a lot of players basically just play this card. But when you face those cards, which are not really used by a lot of players, you can struggle a lot. He managed to win, but be careful to those cards.
And I mean, now Has, we just got to go first again with the Labyrinth deck, right? You have Imperial Iron Wall in your deck. You even play Lord of the Heavenly Prison to possibly also set it to the field. And there we are, game number 3, decision time. Because, oh no!
Oh, Maliss again! Maliss again with the White Rabbit. And I think that if we got something like an Impermanence, it might be a great time to just use it.
We're thinking about it. We have a response of some sort. We're not just sure yet whether we're going to use it, but I agree with you. I would definitely be going after this, and King Totoro does as well. Effect Veiler, negating the right rabbit, and on some odd occasion, that can be a turn ender for the Maliss deck.
Absolutely. I mean, it is actually.
Wow.
It is actually, and King Totoro here is going to have to face only a white rabbit, 3 cards in hand for Haz, and a set card. So potentially 4 interruptions, or maybe there are many normal summons, but it might be some doubles of white rabbit. Otherwise, you just normal summon the other one.
Yeah.
Either
might be.
Yeah.
We have 3 copies in Master Duel, so you might as well just draw all 3 of them. And King Totoro switching it up by now in top 8, presenting us with his second deck, and that is the almighty Tenpai Dragon strategy. Only leading it off here with a Genroku, though. Is there an answer to that one?
Is there a response? There is the Maxi, but the Maxi is not that good. I mean, it is fine, of course, but you'd better have something like an Ash Blossom.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
it's funny to say that, right? It's not that good right now. Saying Maxi right now is not the optimal answer, but it is actually true. The Tenpai deck actually, for some time even, was the reason people were considering not to play the Maxi anymore, because it's just like they are just going to still go for game afterwards, so the Maxi just doesn't help you that much. But there is Maliss in the mirror, and that is going to negate the Chandra here.
Is there something like a Sangen Kaimen? We are going to have the answer real quick.
Is there? That would be a quick way to maybe still get it done for King Totoro. But we shall find out.
Now he is going to bring back the White Rabbit and be able to activate White Rabbit's effect, which will be something, but will not do a whole lot against Sangen Kaimen. Now we have the White Rabbit back on the field, and we are going to get access to something like the GWC 06 or the MTP 07.
Yeah. I do imagine that as well, but King Totoro, there really is one card that they would want to have here. They need that Sangen Kaimen.
Yeah.
Equally so as the Chandra is limited in Master Duel, but still sometimes, of course, you're going to find them. Now we use the MTP07. Makes sense, because otherwise we couldn't use it anymore in this turn, as it would only be able to activate the turn that it was set, while there still is a Maliss monster to banish for it. And that we are gladly doing right now.
I mean, to be honest, it all revolves around one thing. The one thing is, do you have the Sangen Kaimen? And the second one is, does Haz get an Ash Blossom for the Sangen Kaimen? Because, yeah, we don't have the Sangen Kaimen, so this is a bit hard for King Totoro, but we saw something. We saw that Haz was a little bit low on engine. Of course, now he has access to the March Hare, but we know that the White Rabbit is now banished, so he will not be able to banish this one. So will Haz get another monster to normal summon another Maliss monster? That is the question.
Will they find something? Is there a way to get back into this? One thing to also be considered, both of these games so far have been quite long and grindy, and we're only on 5.5 minutes remaining, and Haz currently down in life points, and then now also is a Maxi that they have to face, but they're gladly playing into it, as it seems, by normal summoning that Chassis Cat.
And yeah, there is a lot of tension on this table, because as you just said, there is not a lot of time.
Wow, another answer though to the normal summon. This worked beautifully last turn, just stopping the first Maliss monster that they summoned. Is it going to be enough this time around again? It's going to be enough.
Yeah, it's gonna be enough. It's gonna be enough. We saw that Haz didn't have a lot to play. He's going to go into the Link one, and then he's going to activate the Marsh Hare. But he's going to make King Totoro draw so many cards. And I told you that the last Maxi was not very good. But this Draw and Lockbird is very, very good. And one thing which is absolutely crucial in the Maliss strategy is that you can activate Draw and Lockbird, and it will not actually affect you, because you are able to play around this card yourself.
Yep. And I think the way it is displayed in Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel also always is rubbing it in a little bit for the player resolving the Maxi. Like, you see the Maxi appearing on the screen, and then the moment after, the reason why you're not getting any draws, The draw and Lockbird is shown just after being like, yep, here it is again. That would have been a draw for you, but not this time around.
Absolutely, and now we are going through the... Oh! There is the big rock, there is the Nibiru, the Primal being getting activated and getting on the field. And we saw the fact that Has didn't have a lot of engine last turn, and I seriously doubt the fact that he can just go through this Nibiru. The Nibiru ending the turn for Has. So now it revolves around the ability of King Totoro's to just draw some engine. We saw that last turn. He didn't have what it takes to end the game after the Malice in the mirror. Does he have something to try to play right now?
It is Dora!
Oh, yeah.
Dora! And that works perfectly fine. Who needs maxi draws when you already have the Nibiru in the hand? Dora resolving, searching for Tenpai Dragon Gen, Roku. And we are, I think, on the edge of seeing Tenpai Dragon take another victory. Okay, there's a draw and Lockbird again on Has side, so I think that explains the first turn of Has quite nicely, because I think we just bricked on multiple draw and Lockbirds on our opening hand, didn't we?
Absolutely, and unfortunately for Has, this is not going to be a very interesting Duel and Lockbird, because yeah, we have access to the Dora, we have access to the Genroku, and we are going to be able to perform some summons here. It is going to be the Sengenpai Biden Dragon, and it is going to be able to special summon back this Shundra onto the field, and all of a sudden we are in a bit of a trouble. So we are going to literally surrender the game now, and yeah, this is very logical. But yeah, we saw another time, another deck, then Malice. We saw the Tenpai strategy, and it went pretty well. Of course, it was helped, a little bit by the lack of engine on the side of the Malice player. But still, it went pretty well, and we see some Tenpai strategy going into the top 4.
Yep, only 4 duelists remaining, and one of them is having a Tenpai deck up their sleeve, so that's always a good thing to have on your mind. But also now, that information, of course, is out. Like, people know you do have the chance to switch over to the Tenpai deck, so people might be a little bit cautious about picking their decks into the Tenpai matchup. Who knows? We are going to find out very soon, though, how the rest of the tournament is progressing, as top 8 is done. The top 4 is near now, so we're going on a very quick break, and we will be back with that top 4 gameplay. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
And what a day, what a tournament today. We are already at the top 4 and we have some very exciting news for you because you told me, is there gonna be anything else than Maliss? And actually, yes, we saw some players playing some auto decks and we are going to have the chance to watch that in a few seconds. I hope that you are going to be excited for that. Only 2 duels to get the entire win, and the duel will start right now. The first game of this best of 3, and Abdullah has selecting going first.
And of course, we know that name,
Absolutely!
right?
He played Mermail.
Earlier, we certain. Oh!
Same start with Neptabis, the best normal summon of the game. Maybe we are going to activate his effect and send for cost. I didn't see it, but I think it was a Dragoon, and we are going to...
I would imagine so. Just sending the best card possible there for the Neptabis, the Atlantean Prince. And look, we have another nice tune to go with now. Abdullah is offering us another tune there. Nice, nice, nice. So we can keep on dancing while Abdullah is resolving his Mermail combo. So yeah, it is the combination of Mermail and Memento, the 2 big combo decks that are still a little different from each other that Abdullah is bringing to the tournament. That is bringing them also so much success. So actually, both of our tournament picks to win the entire thing are still in. Obviously, Maliss, that you picked to win the whole tournament, but also my Memento deck still up there, already among the top 4 performing players in here. And also for the people cheering, of course, for the big names in the community. I can tell you, Quanto sadly didn't make it, lost the top 8. On the other hand, though, missed. Still in there, and there is now Artifact Lancea from Pierre, and that is pretty nice because this is the moment you want to use it against the Mermaid strategy, because we have just gotten access to that Deep Sea Minstrel, and the way that card works with looking into the opponent's hand and then banishing something, you can surely and easily not activate that card anymore at all. You are just prohibited from activating it because you cannot activate that, and you cannot resolve that whole effect anymore. Doesn't matter to Abdullah though, he just goes ahead, uses the Abyss Rhine, summons out Coelacanth, and is totally happy with that, I feel like.
Absolutely, yeah, this is one of the best cards of the deck, and you know that the Mermail strategy revolves around the Abyss Rhine. You want to get access to this card. You have 3 access to this card, and when you already have it in the hand, it is of course very, very, very cool. And now we can just special summon a lot of fishes from the deck. We have access to 3 level 4, therefore we are going to be able to go into XYZ rank 4 using the Dragoon, because then we are going to be able to detach the Dragoon for cost and then be able to activate Dragoon's effect. We saw that earlier, and we saw that Abdullah is very good with his Mermail strategy. We hope for Pierre that he still is gonna have some cards at the end of the turn, but that is not certain.
Not guaranteed at all, you're absolutely right. And I have a question for you. What was the most amount, or the biggest amount of times that you have seen Atlantean Dragoons resolving in one turn? Because it can get to absurd levels that you just keep on searching with that card, keep on recycling, keep on searching again. So what was the highest number of searches you have seen with Dragoons in one turn?
I've done it 4 or 5 times.
That seems like basic numbers, but that is not a basic Nibiru there. Completely demolishing the field that Abdullah was trying to create there.
I mean, this is very, very, very good Nibiru, because you are going to have to just get back on track with the cards that you have in your hand. Oh, there is the Gamciel, like the Kaiju, and that is not something that you see very often, but of course, this is a Water Kaiju.
This is so good though, because now we can use the on-field effect of Poseidra, and we're not giving the opponent a Nibiru back, but instead we're giving ourselves the Gamciel back. And you said that's not very common, but I think in the regional qualifiers, people have started to run that Gamciel. The Mermail decks really looked a little bit different. They were playing the Sekka Slide, they were playing the Gamciel, so it is very much a thing that we saw in the latest weeks, that it is a development in Mermail to play this card, and I think it's pretty good. I'm a huge fan of it.
It is very, very good indeed. I wonder if this is very good into this meta game, because I don't know if it is very good into Maliss, but surely Abdullah decided to run this strategy, and it works really well, because here it lets him just keep going and keep comboing. And yeah, the Mermail strategy still has something to play.
Now the question though, how much can we make out of that Nibiru token there? Because a lot of the Mermail extra cards are requiring you to use water monsters. As it's an all-in-water theme, obviously you can rely on those cards. So I don't know whether we're going to be able to link off the Nibiru token here. We may not even need to though. I think we are going to be able to find enough water monsters just because the Shadow Squad is now already resolving, getting us another one from the deck. And then we keep on linking maybe into Coral Anemone or something. So feel like we can still accomplish a lot of things.
We can still accomplish some things, but surely, yeah, the Nibiru was good there. We are thinking a lot about what we want to special summon from the deck, and yeah, the question is very good in my opinion, because what do you special summon right there? You have the ability to special summon level 4 lower Atlantean or Mermail, sorry, monster from your deck, but is there really a monster that allows you to combo really hard? I'm not even sure about that.
Not too much. I mean, we already had the Atlantean Prince, so that would be the most obvious choice. We already used Abyss Rhine as well, so what even is left at that point? I think it's just going to be a monster that we are ready to link off afterwards into a link to. Then go into the Coral Anemone, but where does that lead us even, really? Okay, we go for infantry. That is an interesting one, but as I said, that is definitely just one that you can just go ahead and link off afterwards, but...
Or you can also normal summon another level 4 lower Sea Serpent monster.
But no, there's nothing.
Doesn't decide to use this effect, and it is actually going to be the Coral Anemone, a very good card, of course, in the Mermail strategy. We are going to special summon back the Deep Sea Minstrel, and we are going to send the top 3 cards to the graveyard.
And did you see what was going in there? He just randomly also got the Dragoons in there. So let's go ahead, let's search another time. That is how it can get to absurd levels with Dragoon searches, by the way. When you randomly also hit with the Deep Sea Minstrel effect on the field, it can get to like 6 or 7 Dragoon searches in a turn. It's actually quite crazy sometimes. So we search for the follow-up with the Prince now too. So Abdullah, what else can we do here, though?
And that is very good, because we have now the ability on the opponent's turn to just use the Abyss Shrine. Abyss Shrine will send the Nept Abyss, and then we'll be able to special summon back the Poseidra, and the Poseidra will act as an interruption because we'll be able to bounce the normal summon. So the question is, does Pierre have an extender? And this is all we will have to answer. There is a set card, and we will be able to activate the Maliss in Underground. So for sure, on resolution, I guess that we will just activate the Abyss Shrine effect. Of course, to probably get an answer, maybe something like Dominus Impulse, because you can literally play this card, and this is a very good card. But also to be able to just bounce, to bounce with the Poseidra, the monster that was special summoned. So of course he's going to do so. He's going to cost the Nept Abyss and also activate the Lancia.
That is, of course, strong.
Wow.
I was already trying to get into how decent the Lancia still was for Pierre here against Mermail, because he got to keep his Nibiru in the hand, but that of course is a Lancia that is even also more powerful, completely stopping what the the Maliss deck is trying to do. So Maliss stopped in his tracks, and this is how we can possibly have those other decks still being out there, because it is a bit of a glass kind of deck with the Maliss strategy, right?
Yeah.
When it plays to sometimes an absurd level. We saw a turn where they created a big field and drew 7 cards in the process of it. It can be really, really, really strong. But when that card comes down, Artifact Lancia, sometimes they cannot do a single thing because they are so streamlined in what they do. They really do all of their plays around banishing cards. And when they're not allowed to do that anymore, there is not much they can do in total. So that was the first game there for Abdullah, the player that is combining Mermail and Memento. And I hope they're going back to Memento now. But from what we saw from him earlier on, I think they were pretty happy with also playing the Mermail deck going second, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I know that you want this Memento strategy to go into the finals and to just be able to win the entire thing. But that's, you know, what we saw right there with the Lancia being activated and the opponent not being able to do anything, that allows us to think that Miss choice was probably a good one to play the Fiendsmith cards, because a lot of players were going to play the Lancia in the main deck. And yeah, maybe the Fiendsmiths are the solution. But for now, Abdullah is going second.
Standby phase is a scary place to be thinking in, because that might mean Abdullah is about to drop another artifact Lancia. Is he going to do so? It could also mean a Perulia, but no, it doesn't mean anything at all for the moment.
And dropping the Lancia in standby phase is very, very good, of course, because it prevents the opponent from activating the March Hare in response, and therefore to be able to have access to 2 bodies and then be able to go into the Splash Mage, revive the monster.
There's a possible response.
This is the Maxi. I mean, I guess you prefer to see a Maxi if you are the Maliss player?
I'm not sure, honestly, about that, because that is going to be a decent amount of draws if they decide to play into it. But there is a moment to still wait out here, because we are not resolving yet. So either Pierre is thinking about responding to the Maxi. I feel like a response to that would be quite natural and quite quick, though.
This is the call by the grave, and this is a very good answer, probably the best one to that. Is there there is going to be the Lancia! There is going to be the Lancia, and this is a great one, because not only will it prevent the Maxi from getting negated, but also it will prevent Pierre from just banishing cards during the rest of the turn. Will we see the March Hare? We will see the March Hare in response, and this is a really good one here, because Pierre is going to be able to have access to 2 more bodies.
Brings out the March Hare. I think we banished Maliss and Underground there, from what I could tell. And we are now going to be left with 2 monsters on the field at least. You would have wished to banish a Maliss name there, right? Like a monster would have been so much better, but we were not able to get that. We could only banish probably the only remaining Maliss card in our hand, which turned out to be that. And now we go into IP Masquerena, and we are passing it over just like that. That basically means we either have another March Hare or a Bestial remaining in our hand. But it's over to Abdullah, and Abdullah sure enough does like his Mermail cards, and we're starting it off with the Poseidra right away. And this is so good, because it perfectly plays around the IP Masquerena. We can bounce that card back into the extra deck before it would even be activated. Activating this effect, this is massive. I
mean, the game is actually over from now on. This card is absolutely amazing. We saw that he drew the Koilakant, which is not a very good draw, of course. It's not something that you want to see, but he has literally everything. He has the Neptabis, he has the Poseidra, and I don't see what Pierre can do. We saw the Nibiru during the last game, but I'm not even sure it will save him right now.
It will be tough with that, but I mean, it cannot really be Nibiru either, right? It has to be either March Hare or Bestial. Why else would you go into
otherwise
the IP
you wouldn't go into IP. Yeah, that's right. So, I mean, this will be very hard for him to just get to see another turn. And here we get access to the Abyss Shrine, which is able to special summon the Koilakant, but also some other level 7. And here we recognize the fact that it is absolutely over. And, I mean, this is the prediction. This is your prediction. Maybe we will have a Memento player going into the victory. But for now, we saw that the first finalist is going to be Abdallah with his strategy with the Mermail and Memento one. And we are going to jump into the second semi-final between King Totoro and Mist. We saw that Mist is playing, of course, this Maliss strategy paired with the Fiendsmith cards, very strong into the Lancia that we just saw can be very, very painful to deal with being a Maliss player. But we also saw something very interesting on the side of King Totoro, the fact that his second deck is basically Tenpai, the Tenpai strategy, which is something very, very interesting. Not that surprising, but pretty interesting.
For sure, and we find ourselves here in game number 2. And already in the 3rd turn of that game number 2. So Mist currently in the process of maybe trying to end it here right away on that turn immediately. King Totoro was able to win the first game, so they could afford to drop a game here. And Mist is just continuing to do what he's doing best. Comboing, winning, trying to go after another Challenger Cup win. I think, like, with Mist, not only does he win a lot of them, I think his conversion rate also is so incredibly strong because he's not playing all of them. He usually only goes for like the special ones, for the big ones, for the in-between one we have today. But just whenever he plays, it feels like he is definitely automatically a candidate to at least make it into top 4.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a great player, and he's very consistent in his results. And we can see that there is only one card left in hand for King Totoro. So I'm very confident for Mist right there. He has access to everything he needs. He has access to the WCO6, so he's even protected from any interruption. And I think he might just be able to end the game right there.
It does feel like that a lot. We are now using the GWCO6 already. Goes ahead, brings back Chassis Cat, gaining a couple of life points too. White Binder comes back as well. That would be more than 8,000 points of damage on the field. Is that where we head into the battle phase? Drawing a card first, of course. All right, let's draw some more cards. We may as well, right? Why not? Use the Chassis Cat. That's 2 more cards. Also using March here. He doesn't stop, continuing to draw cards, adding cards to their hand. And yeah, as a good old Maliss player, as a usual Maliss player, 6 cards in hand because why not?
Yeah, and we are even getting further with the MTP07, which is now set, and we are surely going to go into the battle phase anytime soon because we have what it takes to just end it right now and go into a decisive game 3.
But we do also bring out March here, not even space to bring back any more monsters to the field. And Mist just also does not want to stop just yet.
Yeah.
We can also go ahead, go into the hard scripter, make it safe now that we can do it here this turn. Battle phase it is. All 3 Link Freeze of the Maliss deck combined on the field and rushing in there to even the score out here in our top 4 encounter. Mist now with a 1-1. Heading into a 3rd game between him and King Totoro. But King Totoro now with the choice whether to go first or to go second. Do you feel confident though against Mist to go second?
I mean, yeah.
Do you with the 10 by deck, really?
I mean, it kind of depends, but I think it's going to be anyway a very good game because, you know, both players are back against the wall and they have to win this one. Otherwise, they just drop the tournament right there. So I don't know. What do you choose right now? Do you choose to go first? Do you choose to go second, going into King Totoro's mine?
Me personally, I don't want to let one of the best combo players on the entire planet start off by comboing. Like, that is like a gift. That is a present you make to them in the last game of top 4 saying, oh, go ahead, you play now. That is just not something I would do. So I think we are going to see them go first. But no, the exact opposite is what King Totoro is doing, and he sends Mist first indeed, saying, I will be able to do this with my 10 Pi Dragons. They have been good to me so far, so maybe they will be good to me again.
Absolutely, and if King Totoro wins there, he's going to make such a statement because he's going to win against one of the best players of the tournament. Not only that, but also going second with the Tenpai strategy, and right now we see one of the greatest cards against the Maliss strategy being the Artifact Lancia, but we know that Mist has some tools to just get rid of it. He has, of course, the Fiendsmith card that we saw earlier.
That's true, but we also apparently, right in the standby phase, right when Artifact Lancia is activated, have a possible response to that as well. So I feel like Mist right now, trying to figure out whether he even needs to respond to that. Maybe having the Fiendsmith cards that you were mentioning, and he has the best starter out of all of them. He has the Fiendsmith Engraver, and maybe once again Mist really was able to solve the format for this specific Challenger Cup. He anticipated very correctly that a lot of the players were immediately going to have a deck where Artifact Lancia is being played in, and he has decided he is countering that by playing also the Fiendsmith cards in his meta strategy, and so far it has been working out. incredibly well for him, and
Yeah.
it keeps on doing well here in top 4. First, that Lancea is well counted now. One card that King Totoro right now wants to have, though, I think, is definitely an Ash Blossom and Joy Spring, because Ash Blossom and Joy Spring on the Requiem that is being summoned now could be still a turn-ender here in that case.
Absolutely, but I probably think that I would have activated the Ash Blossom on the spell card, to be honest, because it prevents your opponent to get access to just another light fiend monster, and therefore to have access to the special summon of the Fiendsmith Engraver. And here we are going to special summon back the Engraver, shuffling back the Lurry, which is something that we usually don't see that early. We usually see the special summon from the Engraver, but
Goes into
we
Wide
talked about
Rabbit.
that earlier. You have the ability to go into the Fiendsmith combos, but also to use those bodies as what they are, like bodies, monsters on the field. And right now you have access to a Link 3 if you want to.
That is so well played once more by Mist, because Mist felt no need to already activate the effect of Fiendsmith Requiem, because that is the thing that a lot of players would do. That is a thing that I would personally do as well. Just when I summon Fiendsmith Requiem, first instinct immediately kicking in is just immediately also activating it to special summon from the deck. But the way King Totoro was faced here by Mist is so much better, because we were playing around that so well. But there is still an Ash Blossom and Joy Spring needing the Fiendsmith Requiem here, which is massive, honestly.
Yeah, this is very good. I mean, I think the Ash Blossom would have been very, very good on the spell card, because it would not have allowed Mist to have access to the second body, being the Fiendsmith Engraver, but still it does some work right here, preventing Mist from special summoning the Lacrima and getting access to another interruption between... oh yeah. And
They did it! This is not a field to be really afraid of.
Oh yeah.
One lightning storm, one heavy storm, or something like that would matter.
Are we going to have it? The Sangen summoning being
That works
activated.
too. That's pretty nice. Activates the effect of Sangen summoning
goes
too.
through.
Miss, do you have a response to this? Doesn't
No
look
response?
like it. I feel like, though, if you ask me, one of the set cards from Mist, I would imagine to be called by the grave. Because he was really thinking about whether to respond to the Artifact Lancea. Seems odd not to use it on Artifact Lancea, but I think he felt like what he can still do would be enough even through the Artifact Lancea. On the other hand, he could have also used it on the Fuvalos, but he didn't really need to use it on the Fuvalos anymore, really, after seeing the Ash Blossom too, right?
I mean, yeah, I definitely agree with you. And we are going to add a Pedra right here. And we are going to normal summon the Pedra, trying to add a Sangen spell trap.
That is hard to be stopped right now, because there is Sangen summoning, of course, face up on the field. It does not get old searching that Sangen Kaiman. It may be a one-off, but as long as you can search it so consistently with the Tempai Dragon Hydra, you will have fun doing it.
And the question is, does he have something like the Shundra in hand as well, which would be something else, of course. But for now, we are not going into the battle phase yet. We are still into the main phase, so I wonder if he has something else to activate.
Does he or does he not? We have successfully now established the Sangen Kaiman in hand, but we will need a little more than that, I feel like. But we are in the battle phase now. Can one Sangen Kaiman here be enough? Is there an answer from Mist? Many questions to be asked. Now there is the Sangen Kaiman.
Is there a response?
Mist doesn't feel like there's an answer. No Ash Blossom and
It
Joy
will
Spring.
resolve.
Wow. So now we're getting into a situation that will be very interesting, because I think King Totoro now definitely has a real chance here in this game 3 to possibly take out the biggest threat left in the tournament, which is, of course, Mist.
We are going to enter the damage step probably, and going to be able to activate Shundra. No, we are not going to be able to activate that. But what we can do is chain something to just special summon the Synchro.
I mean, when Mist is doing that, you have to know that the other card either is another Imperm or a Forbidden Dropped It, because Mist knows that they can just chain around here. Or on the other hand, it could also be still the Call by the Grave. So if you just Imperm here,
Totally.
they chain to go into a Synchro Summon, then they try to bring that Chandra with the Biden Dragon, and you're sitting there activating that Call by the Grave, saying no to that. I think that might also be a very successful route. But let's see whether King Totoro even tries to play around this here.
And this is getting very intense. What is King Totoro gonna do?
Okay,
He's gonna let it resolve.
That is more damage and more monsters being destroyed here in the first place, of course. So you don't necessarily need to chain it, because you can still just do it here, using now afterwards. Ooh, okay, now we use
do
the
another
effect to Synchro
attack,
Summon.
then... Is there a response? Is there something like Dominus Impulse? I mean, you surely do not play that because there are some Fiendsmith stuff, but we never know with Mist. And yeah, this is gonna get Shane. We have the Biden Dragon. And is it a Call by the Grave? Were you right? It is not.
Wow, and that is
the end of the game.
news. That is very bad news for Mist. What was the reason?
Oh! And this is over. The Tenpai strategy here coming in clutch. We said that, I mean, do you choose to go first or do you choose to go second? And it decided to go into the Tenpai strategy, and it worked really, really well. It was on an edge, of course, because a single more interruption, a Call by the Grave, something like that, that you mentioned, it would have been over. But it was not, and Mist is gonna get stopped into his track during this top 4. We have a final on our hand, and it's gonna be absolutely amazing. Will Memento win the entire thing? That is the question. I know that you want it to be the case.
I do for sure, but I mean, just talking raw numbers here once again. 50% of decks submitted were Maliss decks. But now, looking into the finals, we find ourselves with 75% non-Maliss decks being there, because the 4 decks remaining in the finals that we will be having in a moment are going to be Tenpai Dragon, Memento, Mermail, and yes, of course, the 1 Maliss deck, but that is still pretty impressive from the other decks in the room, and we will see which of the 2 combination of decks is going to make it. We are having a short break, but afterwards we are going to have the most important match remaining for the day. The final still to be played, so don't go anywhere now. We will be right back after the break. See you for that for the finals. Ba-ba-da-ba! It's finals time. 2 players remaining. We have seen them throughout the tournament. We have seen them winning all of their matches because otherwise they wouldn't be here now in the finals. That is how single elimination works. 128 players have started. 2 of them remaining. No more words to be said. Let's start with the gameplay. Let's see what they're bringing here. And Abdullah goes first.
Absolutely, and we saw that his deck is very, very scary going first. We saw that he's playing the Mermail strategy and starting right now with the Deep Sea Minstrel. Do we have any answer, like, for example, the Lancia? But no, but we have the Maxi, which is a pretty good one. Do we have something on the side of Abdullah? Probably a Call by the Grave, for example, because they always have the great card at the right time. And now it's going to be...
You cannot make this up, really. That is such a start from Abdullah here again.
It is very, very, very good. And we see that there is an Ash Blossom and then a Dominus Impulse.
Yep, there's 2 cards. So we cannot completely rule out interruption here from King Totoro's side for the rest of the turn. So we now have to carefully evaluate which card is more dangerous to us. Is it the Dominus Impulse or is it the Ash Blossom? What do you think?
It depends on the 2 last cards in hand. If it is not some engine, then you definitely want to remove the Ash Blossom. Otherwise, this is probably the Dominus Impulse that will not get... stay in the hand, basically. But yeah, this is a very, very hard choice for Abdullah, and he has to recognize the fact that he will not be able to play if he lets the Ash Blossom in the hand, if it's his only way to play.
Yeah, and I mean, did you catch what we discarded for the...
I think
it was Poseidra, right?
Was it Poseidra?
It looked like Poseidra to me. Maybe if there's something else not activated in Graveyard, we will find out. But I think, yeah, there's nothing activated.
It was actually Poseidra.
It was Poseidra, but we have the most normal summon, no, the most powerful normal summon in the game, the Prince. And that card, or that start, is hard to be stopped with just the 1 Dominus Impulse remaining, honestly.
Absolutely, because we have access to the Abyss Shrine. I told you earlier it was one of the most important cards because it lets you special summon a level 7 and it revolves around all the level 7s, especially the Coilacant, which is so good. Of course, it can get negated by the Dominus Impulse, but you can still have full combo with those cards that you have access to right now, especially with the Dragoons resolving right now.
That is true. So we are just going to look for what we're getting. I think as soon as we activate Abyss Shrine, it feels like an automatic use of the Dominus Impulse. Cool thing, though, being Abdullah has a chance to play around this here, because if he just searches the Abyss Shrine and then uses Abyss Shrine tributing the Prince, there is no longer any cards on the field for him. So he would be safe from the Dominus Impulse in that very moment at least. So he could possibly just take that route to play around the card he knows that is there, right?
Yeah, absolutely. There is also... I mean, he's thinking a lot. He's thinking a lot about what he's going to add with Dragoons. And of course, this is very natural because, yeah, you know what you have to face, but you know that it is not that simple to... play around this thing, but I think he still is safe because we saw the 2 other cards and it was not some very good hand, to be honest.
Okay, we go for Poseidra. The Abyss Shrine is already there, and I'm pretty sure we are going to do that. Yep, playing around the Dominus Impulse like a champ, no cards on the field, and that is the only requirement that the Dominus cards have when trying to be activated from the hand, that the opponent needs to control the card, which they clearly didn't do there at that certain time.
And yeah, that is very, very good because we now have access to the revive of another monster, the Dragoon in that case, with the Neptabis. So yeah, this is a bit hard right now for King Totoro because of course you want to keep that Dominus Impulse for the Coilacant effect, but still the opponent is able to combo through that, then you are in a bit of trouble.
You are. Dragoons comes back, and I mean, now also activating the effect of the Poseidra. Okay, alright, that's not too bad. I feel like you're just always going to hold the impulse for the effect of the Coelican, right? It just seems so valuable.
The problem is that you are still in trouble. You are still in trouble. There is the Demolition Glacier, and he is going to get rid of maybe the Dominus Impulse. He is going to get rid of it, and I think if you are King Totoro, there is not a single way where you can literally win the game from that point.
It is tough to imagine that they can, Abdullah, if they execute perfectly from here on out. I mean, right now, we first of all have to make sure to somehow get rid of the Moulin Glacier, because activating the Coelicanti at the moment would only lead to 2 special summons from the deck, as we only have 2 remaining main monster zones. And you don't really want to link off the Moulin Glacier, as that prevents us from having a battle phase on the next turn. So, interested to see how they're approaching this here. How do we do it?
You can literally just keep it on the field, or you can get rid of it using the effect of the Shadow Squad, but you first have to get the Shadow Squad on the field, which is not the case right now. But yeah, you still have a lot of ways to play. You can still special summon to level 4 and then going into the XYZ level rank 4. And then after that, you still have the ability to use boss level 7 and be able to just keep playing with the Abyss Stride, for example.
Even discarding Artifact Lancea there.
Yeah.
You know you're in a good situation when you can afford to discard Artifact Lancea against the Maliss strategy. Oh my. And yeah, I mean, I think in the end, he will probably agree 2 level 4 monsters are going to be enough here. We go for Stealth Kraken. All right. Oh, I mean... And then that is a rank... Okay,
and
it's
then
just going to be...
You keep it on the field, yeah.
Yeah, we just leave it on the field, go for Stealth Kraken plus Abyss Gaios. What's the card we're getting back here? It's Ash Blossom and
Ash Blossom, yeah.
Okay, so that's also alright, you don't really mind that. One card that could be possible trouble, though, is maybe a Typhon? We shall see. Sets a card. We don't know about that one, right? That's the unknown. That's the new one.
Yeah, totally. So we basically know the rest of the hand for King Totoro, and it is going to be very hard for him to just go through this field. That's not a lot of interruptions, but it is surely enough, I guess. So he's going to normal summon the White Rabbit that we knew was in the hand, activate his effect. And we are going to see if there is a response right now. I don't think that you have to answer that because this is not a real threat, to be honest.
Let's see. Abdullah trying to make up his mind. Abyss Gaios would be sort of the no-brainer answer here, right? There is a monster effect activating. We have a monster negate, or to negate a monster on the field. So let's just do it now. But of course, there is some possible trouble with the possibility of the set card being a Maliss trap card that they can chain, and then you're left with that White Rabbit still resolving and kind of wasting the Abyss Gaios. So this interruption
we are using
needs to be very, very careful, but we do use it. And now King Totoro, was your top deck a Maliss trap card by any chance?
Is it the MTP? It is the MTP 07 right now. So, yeah, that is very hard for Abdullah because not only will the MTP 07 search the March Hare, but also the White Rabbit will resolve. So we'll have access to the GWC 06. So, yeah, it's not a very good spot to be in right now.
That is insane, honestly. That is like the best card maybe that they could have drawn there. Unironically, now the White Rabbit even ready to come back again with the quickness. This is so good now, additionally having the March Hare in the hand too. And Abdullah, as we can clearly see, no cards in hand. They gave up on the Artifact Lancea in their hand. How can you even imagine that? I think, honestly, if they would have just left all those monsters on the field and just kept the Lancea in their hands, it probably would have been better, honestly.
Would have been better, yeah, to be honest, yeah. And now he just... I mean, I think he just regrets his decision. That's so hard, but yeah, he cannot do a whole lot right now because, yeah, the Stealth Kraken is, of course, a very good card, but it is not going to do a whole lot. You have access to GWC06, sorry, but also to the effect of the Dormouse, so the game is not going to go anyway further, and I think King Totoro is just gonna bring it home. I mean, at least the first game.
Yeah, and I mean, he's going second with not even his dedicated going second deck of the deck roster that he brought, because he, of course, is a 10-pie duelist, as that is his second deck that he submitted for this tournament, but still being able now to go second into Mermail with the Maliss strategy, and being able to possibly succeed here is crazy to imagine, because you feel like when the Mermail deck gets to start going, and they start off with Minstrel, and then following it up with Prince, actually also having Called by the Grave for the Maxi in the process, that feels like an auto win, but as you can see here, it not necessarily is. Ooh, and that Kraken, not gonna lie, it does very little.
Yeah, it doesn't do a lot, and that is why I think that Abyss Gaios should probably have been kept for later on, because you had the ability to use the Abyss Gaios on something like the Link 2 and use the Stealth Kraken on another monster. But yeah, that was not the decision of Abdullah, and he might regret it. I cannot just... I can't stop thinking about Dylan Sia, to be honest.
Yeah, that card alone, just giving it up. I said you are in a really good position when you are able to discard this card. Maybe just don't discard it though, because it might have just saved you the game. But you gave King Totoro the chance to shine here, the chance to just keep on doing what this deck does best, which is banishing cards and then bringing them back. We see the Maliss Dormouse has also already resolved its effect, meaning all those monsters, those Maliss monsters, are going to be boosted by 600 attack points for the rest of the turn, making it even easier to possibly come up with 8,000 points of damage here.
Absolutely, and to be honest, even if King Totoro didn't find the game on this turn, it would be very, very hard for Abdullah to get back into the game, because this is pretty much a glass cannon, the Mermail deck. Because of course, this is pretty much always 2-card combos, apart from the Neptabis, of course, which is the best normal summon of the game. But yeah, you have to specifically draw Neptabis and to have an empty field to be able to resolve the whole combo. So I think it is going to be a lost time for Abdullah. We are getting rid of some cards in his graveyard, because just we can. And then we are going to just keep comboing and probably go through the Axe Code.
Yeah, from here on there's many routes which just lead to victory for King Totoro. There's plenty of ways that the Maliss strategy offers. We can just keep it completely within the Maliss cards, just going for some hard crypto shenanigans, banishing some cards on the opponent's side, and then just bring back the hard crypto to make it happen. But also Access Code Talker, probably a very easy way as well to just accomplish 8,000 points of damage, which is the required total at the beginning of the duel. But now as we are in the second turn, also the total that can be wiped out in the battle phase completely. And that is what King Totoro will be trying to do here, and he has very good chances to do that successfully.
Absolutely. We actually have 3 bodies on the field. We have Jessica, the Link Decoder, but also the White Binder, which just drew another card for King Totoro. And now I guess we are going to just activate the Gold Sarcophagus, because why not? And get access to another Maliss monster. We are going to get access to the March Hare.
I don't know what King Totoro is even worrying about. He knows there is no more thing that Abdullah can activate, because they don't even have a card in hand for the Abyss Rhine anymore either, right? So it is really, really problematic. There is no effects that Abdullah can activate anymore. But there's always more cards to be drawn for the Maliss deck. Let's keep on going. We want to get a full new hand here. We started with so little. 2 known cards and 1 unknown card that we picked up from the top of our deck. And that card was so relevant that we were able to create all of this out of it, even though Abdullah still had 2 interruptions remaining. But we just easily played through them by drawing into the MTP07. And that truly was a moment that Abdullah does not want to go back to.
Absolutely, and he is going to activate the Art Crypto effect and get rid of the Stealth Dragon. So this is one piece of the end field of Abdullah that is gone, and we are going to enter battle phase and probably just try to get rid of the Abyss Gaios. So still, the Moon Glacier is still on the field. And the fact that Moon Glacier is still on the field matters because, of course, you mentioned it earlier, but if Moon Glacier leaves the field, then Abdullah will not be able to see his battle phase. So it actually matters, and we are going to end our turn here. But
Seriously,
yeah.
I thought it would be an easy task getting to 8,000 points of damage there, but King Totoro has not taken that route. Instead decides, Abdullah, you are going to get another turn. And just imagine Abdullah has now found another prince off the top. That could lead to plenty of things, but we shall see. We just go into the battle phase, trying our luck with an attack over the Cryptor, and doing so successfully as well. Okay.
Yeah. We still have the Marcher in hand, so we do not care about that, I think. Yeah, we are activating this Marcher, and then we are going to just banish the White Binder and getting all the cycle once again during the opponent's turn. But yeah, what a game! What a game! I saw that it was over. I saw the game going into the Mermail's hand, but he didn't manage to just get the victory. And he will think about this Lancia discarded a lot of times, I think. I don't know. You discard that. Yeah, of course, you get something on the field, but isn't Lancia the best tool against the Maliss?
It does definitely seem so. But yeah, in total, now King Totoro being in the lead, King Totoro winning game number 1, of course, having the best chances to also take it in total now here in the finals. In those dire times, in those dark moments, though, there is only one thing you can do as Abdullah. Go back to Memento, really. I think Memento is what fixes all of your problems. I just personally want to see Memento now in the finals, of course, as well. But no, I think as going first deck, it is on a different level, on a different way, in a different way. Very, very strong as well. Not like Mermail, but just didn't work with Mermail, so just go back to Memento in my personal opinion. But we shall see. Abdullah will go first. It is still the same sleeves, but I think it's also the sleeves that they use for their Memento deck, but you cannot make this up. No call at all. Abdullah passes. Whatever deck this is, it's not a deck that plays the game on the first turn, apparently. Now King Totoro, is he back to possibly playing his 10-pie dragon deck, normal summon Genroku, chains the Fuvalos.
We are, of course, going to chain the Genroku, but is there something like an Ash Blossom in Abdullah's hand? We will see that in a few seconds.
Oh, he's considering whether to even chain the Genroku here. Maybe he doesn't even see the necessity of it. Maybe he does have Ash Blossom for it. Maybe he does have Caught by the Grave. But it's an odd timing, really, for the Fuvalos, isn't it? Because you would always just imagine that you would wait for actually the Genroku to resolve.
Unless you want to force something. You want to force the response and then activate something in response. But, I mean, yeah, this is the Ash Blossom. Of course, it was pretty clear for me that he had an Ash Blossom in hand, but you could just have activated the Ash Blossom in response and then keep your Fuvalos.
Exactly, yeah, that's the thing. Like, what does this really accomplish? So now you have resolved Fuvalos, but...
Oh, the second...
The heart rate is going up when the 10-pie dragon player is heading into the battle phase with no cards on the field, because there always is that factor of Sengen Kaiman. Oh, okay, we're returning the favor now, King Totoro. Is this Fuvalos going to do a whole lot here? Abdullah's Fuvalos resulted in 0 draws. How many draws is this one going to give? And Abdullah, I told you!
This is Memento!
We are back to Memento. Oh, and
Maxi as well!
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. So this is not only 1, but 2 draws. And keep in mind, this Memento Fusion will have to use materials from the hand. Akihiron and Tekudliga were on the opening hand, meaning we have to just get them into the graveyard now, go into the Twin Dragon, and King Totoro drawing 2 cards and has the Imperm for that too.
Oh no, and he drew 2 cards of that special summon. It is going to be very hard for Abdullah to go through this Infinite Impermanence. We saw that he wasn't able to play during the last turn. And oh, never mind, of course, he's able to activate the Memento Infusion from the graveyard, destroying the Twin Dragon, and therefore adding the Bone Party from the deck to the hand.
Annoying thing here, though, is we don't really have anything good to bring back with the Twin Dragon, because there's only the Akihiron and the Tekudlikar. And the Tekudlikar, the Akihiron, you would much rather want to bring back on its own effect.
but you are able to activate the Bone Party now.
Yeah, that for sure is the case, at least that. And now King Totoro drew another card, of course, off of Maxi, thinking about whether to respond to that effect here from Akihiro, but no, the level 9 or higher Memento monsters for the rest of this turn will be able to attack directly. There's nothing stopping them from that. Ooh, triple tactic talent. We're having a peek. What are we getting here? Oh, Magnemute is going to be taking out another monster from the graveyard of Abdullah there. And what does the rest of the hand offer? We are getting first row seats here to have a look into it. What is going to be presented? Oh, wow.
A Psychic Soldier, the Psy Frame driver, and not the Gamma. Of course, we would have preferred the Gamma over there. But yeah, we are going to shuffle back one of the Tenpai cards.
That means Bone Party is resolving.
Totally.
I mean, at this point, you can see how Abdullah actually is doing it again, because the moment we get the Creation King and also the Tikutlika from the extra deck onto the field, they will be able to attack directly. And there is not that many things that can stop that. Pretty much only Nibiru, really, to be honest. So there is a chance here, really. Do I dare to say Abdullah might find the comeback here, even through the Multi-Army Fuvolos and the Maxi? I think there is a possibility. I think there is a way. When there is a will, there is a way. So Abdullah now summons out the Tatsuro Chichogo as well. This all is still somewhat vulnerable, though. When there is an Ash Blossom at the right time or something like that, it can be tough.
But Water Game once again, and King Totoro drew another card. He will have to... Oh, he found the Effect Veiler.
Wow. Found the Effect Veiler. That's tough.
Back and forth game here, and the Effect Veiler is of course gonna do some work for King Totoro, and we know that he has something to play with during the next turn. So if you are Abdullah, you have to put something on the field, otherwise it is over and you will lose this final.
That is true. We also have resolved the Magnemute on the field. One thing we didn't even really address: how did you like chaining the Magnemute to the triple tactic talents? Because it didn't do very much there. And I mean, on the other hand, the other cards in the hand, like, they would have always just shuffled back the Magnemute, right? So it probably was kind of a no-brainer.
Yeah.
The thing, though, is, with resolving the Magnemute, you make a lot of the top decks that you have so much worse, because every infinite impermanence you're drawing off of your Maxis and Fuvolos is not doing anything anymore. And therefore, I'm a little bit split on whether I like it, really. So...
You are absolutely right, but it actually worked, and we see one of my favorite cards, the Verte Predeplant card, that will allow Abdullah to go into some fusions, and we are going to pay 2,000 life points.
Barcode, this is huge, because this can give us actually the one we require so much. That can give us the Tikutlika from the extra deck, and then we get so many monsters into the graveyard, so we can possibly also get... Oh wait, no! Oh no! I forgot about the restriction of Anaconda, though. When Anaconda is resolved, afterwards we cannot summon any other monsters anymore. So it will be done after this one. So we have a play. We are definitely not going to be able to win this turn, though, I'm pretty sure.
And it is going to resolve, so we are going to shuffle back, of course, 3 monsters from the graveyard, and we are going to special summon the Creation King.
Oh, 2 more
and
draws.
2 more cards.
Was there an Ash Blossom found? Nope.
That is scary. That is scary.
We get to send 3 cards to the graveyard. One of them surely is going to be another Creation King from the extra deck, making sure to also get the field spell. And then there is at least some sort of a setup. But then again, getting back to that Bestial Magnemute being on the field there, I feel like, honestly, as Abdullah, I would probably leave that card there on the field, because I don't want my opponent to have his Lightning Storm live. I really don't want my opponent to have that Infinite Impermanence live, which now gets even more and more likely that they might have drawn into it. And the Magnemute on its own is just not that scary, really. Oh, now the artifact
there
Lancia.
Is the Lancia.
Making sure that we are not able to search for field spell. It seems so little, but that artifact Lancia actually putting in a lot of work there.
Totally. We are going to get rid of the Magnemute on the field, I think. And yeah, I mean, I'm kind of split on this one because, of course, yeah, you get. Oh, and
Understandable, to be honest,
this is
because
over, yeah.
we saw so many cards. We already had a peek into the hand there as well of King Totoro. We know there's plenty of ways on the next turn to close it out with the Tenpai Dragon deck. And yeah, Barcode, in the end, if I would have told you at the beginning of the tournament that Tenpai Dragons again is going to be the victorious deck, would you have believed me?
No, but you told us about the Memento strategy, and the Memento strategy was in the final as
Falchon.
well as the Maliss strategy.
Yeah.
But yeah, this was a very, very cool tournament. We had to see this Maliss strategy going live, and this strategy was absolutely amazing. We saw some different ways to approach everything with the pure version, but also with some version brought by Mist with the Fiendsmith stuff. It was a pretty good take because it allows you to play around all these Lancias and everything. And yeah, it just showed that creativity is very, very well rewarded in this game.
It absolutely is. I'm proud that we have another Challenger Cup winner, and it is King Totoro bringing the Maliss deck combined with the Tenpai Dragon strategy. And actually, the version of the Tenpai Dragon deck that has not been that popular lately. I feel like lately people have more so trended towards playing the Sky Striker Tenpai deck, but they decided to just run all of those impactful hand interactions like Effect Veiler, like Infinite Impermanence, and of course also the Charmies and then Artifact Lancea as the nice little touch against the, of course, mainly Maliss matchup as well. But yeah, that also rounds off our tournament. Barcode, I had a pretty good time with you here. I think it was a pretty nice tournament and I enjoyed casting with you. So thank you so much for being here with me today.
My pleasure.
I hope everyone at home also enjoyed the broadcast of this beautiful Challenger Cup, and I hope you will tune in for hopefully more Challenger Cups in the future. Until then, don't go anywhere and keep on tuning in here for live streams on the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card EU channel. See you very soon for more content over here. Bye. Bye.